If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 21, Villain Simulator. I don't have much time to rest, Keqing said with a yawn. By the way, there's some money in another envelope. Since you're new to Liu, take some time to familiarize yourself with the place. Thank you, Miss Keqing. Lucas nodded and then left the room. As she watched him leave, Keqing instinctively furrowed her brow again. If it weren't for the intense hatred she felt for him in that dream, she wouldn't believe that this cheerful young man could be an evil person. What's more, if he were truly evil, he would have taken advantage of her while she was unconscious after almost drowning last night. But her body was unharmed, not a trace of inappropriate behavior, not even a mark. Could it be she was mistaken? No. Their brief time together wasn't enough to reveal someone's true nature. Maybe he was just hiding it well. More time was needed for observation. Even if Lucas wasn't a bad person, keeping him around the manor as a servant wouldn't cause any harm. After leaving the manor, Lucas casually opened the envelope, only to be shocked to find that Keqing had given him 200,000 mora. While it wasn't a fortune, it was certainly a generous amount for a servant's allowance. Keqing's family truly was wealthy. Without wasting time, Lucas headed toward Yuehei Pavilion. Though it was his first time in Liu, thanks to the 2 previous simulations where he had been a Liu native, he wasn't completely unfamiliar with the layout of the city. After asking for directions once or twice, he found himself at the entrance of Yuehei Pavilion. As one of the most important administrative offices in Liu, Yuehei Pavilion was an impressive and grand building. Just as Lucas was about to enter, a guard dressed in the Qinyan army uniform blocked his way. Who goes there? No unauthorized entry into Yuehei Pavilion. I'm here on behalf of Lady Keqing, Lucas said, presenting the document sealed with Keqing's Yuheng star insignia. This document is to be delivered personally to Lady Ganyu. All right, no problem. After inspecting the seal, the guard nodded and allowed Lucas to pass. Lady Ganyu's office is on the top floor, last room on the left. Don't go the wrong way. Meanwhile, in Ganyu's office. Phew, so tired. Ganyu stood up after reviewing hundreds of documents, stretching as she spoke to herself. I'm so hungry. Oh, right, I think there are still some snacks in the drawer. Her hand instinctively reached for the drawer handle, but she quickly pulled it back, a look of resignation on her face. No, I can't. I've already exceeded my calorie limit for today. If I eat more, I won't be able to hide the extra weight. Ganyu's outfit, known as Frost Dew, was designed by her adoptive mother, Cloud Retainer. It consisted of a tight black bodysuit under a flowing gown. This wasn't some eccentric choice by Cloud Retainer but a deliberate way to encourage Ganyu to maintain her figure. After all, even a little extra weight would be noticeable in such form-fitting attire. Ganyu lifted her gown and pinched her belly, sighing. Looks like I need to cut back on my food again, ugh. Excuse me. A voice suddenly came from the doorway. Startled, Ganyu looked up to see a handsome young man standing there, his gaze momentarily lingering on her stomach. Awkward. So awkward. As one of the prestigious emissaries of the Keqing, being caught playing with her belly in the office was beyond embarrassing. Quickly dropping her gown, Ganyu blushed and said, Sorry. What can I help you with? The person, of course, was Lucas. He had to admit, walking in and seeing such a beautiful woman pinching her own belly was a bit odd. Keqing, Shenhe, Rosalind, they were all stunning women, but they were still human. Compared to Ganyu, with her half-adeptus heritage, there was something uniquely different about her aura. I'm here on behalf of Lady Keqing to deliver some documents, Lucas explained. Now that I've done that, I should be on my way. Please, wait a moment. Ganyu, her expression somewhat conflicted, said, I just made a pot of tea. Why don't you stay and have some before leaving? Well, in that case, I'll gladly accept. Lucas, unsure why she was asking him to stay, didn't want to seem rude, so he sat down. Ganyu's face turned slightly red as she hesitated, about what you saw just now. What he saw just now? Lucas immediately understood. Was she referring to him catching her pinching her belly? Even as an adeptus, it seemed that Ganyu, like any other girl, was shy about such things. She probably wanted him to stay so she could ask him to keep it a secret. Just as Lucas was about to say something, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Faced with Ganyu's subtle hint, your response is 1. Lady Ganyu, you wouldn't want your subordinates to know that you were pinching your belly in your office, right? 2. Just thinking about that sight will let me eat 3 bowls of rice. What? I have to choose now? Like I'm really going to choose one of those. Why is the system giving me options now? This is real life, not the simulator. Xiao Xi is just offering feasible suggestions. Neither of these options is feasible. If I actually said either of them, I'd probably be arrested on the spot for being disrespectful. Almost betrayed by the system, Lucas smiled slightly and said, what I saw? All I saw was Lady Ganyu working diligently in her office. As for anything else, I didn't see a thing. Although Ganyu was simple-minded, she wasn't foolish. She quickly understood the meaning behind Lucas's words. What a high EQ response. She couldn't help but feel a slight appreciation for this stranger. Of course, it was only a small appreciation. As an adeptus, there was no way she could ever form a deeper connection with humans. This would be the first and last time she crossed paths with this man. Just as Ganyu was about to say something else, a paper crane glowing with a soft light flew in from the window, circling around her before landing gently in her hand. This is a message from Cloud Retainer. Ganyu was momentarily surprised. Due to her busy work schedule, she seldom visited Mount Ayazang to see her adoptive mother, Cloud Retainer. Their communication was usually through letters folded into paper cranes. However, Cloud Retainer had already sent her a message just a few months ago. Why another one today? Could something urgent have happened? Please give me a moment. Ganyu nodded at Lucas before hurriedly opening the letter. Ganyu, my dear daughter. As you read this letter, do not worry. There is no pressing matter. However, yesterday I sent your junior sister, Shenhe, down the mountain for training. Although she has inherited my teachings and possesses great strength, her lack of experience and long absence from the world may make it difficult for her to adjust. If you have the chance, please assist her where you can. Also, I have been urging you about your marriage for quite some time. Now that Shenhe has left the mountain and I am living alone, I find myself somewhat bored. I hope that you will soon find a suitable partner and have children. I can help raise them, and they will provide me with some amusement. I know several promising adeptus men. If you have not found a match within 3 days, I will arrange blind dates for you with them. This is not negotiable. Cloud Retainer. After reading the letter, Ganyu's expression darkened. Of course, it wasn't Shenhe's matter that bothered her. Though she didn't know Shenhe well, she was more than willing to assist her junior sister. What gave her a headache was Cloud Retainer's marriage pressure. Though Cloud Retainer wasn't Ganyu's biological mother, she had raised her since childhood. The bond they shared was no different from that of a real mother and daughter. Though Ganyu still appeared to be a young woman, she was, by Kylan standards, well past the age of marriage. Like any parent, Cloud Retainer wanted to see her daughter settled down rather than remain alone. More importantly, if Ganyu were to marry and have children, Cloud Retainer could finally have some little Kylans to play with, to help raise. For decades now, Cloud Retainer had subtly been dropping hints about marriage. Every time Ganyu visited, Cloud Retainer would wistfully remark, "It would be so nice if you brought someone with you next time." However, Ganyu was highly focused on her career and had never met a man who caught her interest, so she hadn't been able to fulfill Cloud Retainer's hopes. It seemed this time, Cloud Retainer had truly run out of patience. With her personality, if Ganyu didn't respond soon, she'd surely drag her to a blind date. Wait. All she needed was to find a man who could temporarily pretend to be her boyfriend to placate Cloud Retainer. Then she wouldn't have to go on any blind dates. But where could she find a man in such a short time, someone who was trustworthy, with a clean background, and skilled at keeping secrets? "Lady Ganyu, you don't look so well," Lucas suddenly said. "Is there anything I can help with?" That's it. An idea struck Ganyu. This man in front of her was the perfect candidate. His character seemed good, and as Keqing's personal attendant, his background was assured. More importantly, he appeared capable of keeping secrets. "Mr. Lucas, I do have a rather difficult request," Ganyu said, lowering her head slightly. "Could you become my husband?" "What? Was that a proposal? That's so sudden." Ganyu's words left Lucas stunned. Seeing his reaction, Ganyu quickly clarified, please don't misunderstand. What I mean is, could you temporarily pretend to be my husband to deal with my mother's marriage pressure? She then explained her plan to Lucas in detail. Don't worry, I wouldn't ask you to help for free, Ganyu added. Afterward, I'll be sure to reward you properly. A reward from Ganyu. To be honest, Lucas couldn't help but feel a little curious. Moreover, given Ganyu's status, there was no way she'd deceive someone like him. And, most importantly, helping her out aligned with his personal principle of doing a good deed every day. There's no need for a reward, really. Given all that Lady Ganyu has done for Liu, I'd be more than happy to assist with this small matter, Lucas said, nodding. So, I'm willing. That's wonderful. Ganyu sighed in relief, standing up. There's no time to waste. Let's get started right away. Start? Start what? Wait, based on what Ganyu just said, the reason why Cloud Retainer was so eager to push for marriage seemed to be because she wanted to hold a little Kylan grandchild as soon as possible. Could it be that Ganyu wanted to start making Kylans with him? Isn't this moving a bit too fast? This doesn't seem right, Lucas hesitated, his expression a bit uncertain. Shouldn't we at least have tea, watch a show, stroll through the night market, and then maybe? Why make it so complicated? Ganyu tilted her head slightly. I just want to take a photo of us together to send to Cloud Retainer and calm her down. As she spoke, Ganyu pulled out an exquisitely crafted chimera from her drawer. However, the moment Lucas saw the chimera, his expression shifted, becoming a bit grim. After all, in the previous run of the life simulator, it was because of a chimera that he met a tragic end at the hands of the crazed Shenhe. So, it's just for a photo. Lucas awkwardly laughed. Of course, Ganyu replied, looking like it was the most obvious thing in the world. What else did you think? And nothing. Lucas quickly shook his head. Starting to make a little Kylan together. There was no way he could say that out loud. This is called a chimera, a creation from Sumeru. It captures an image and imprints it onto a special type of paper, Ganyu explained as she fiddled with it. I think this is how it works. First, you. Chapter 22, Villain Simulator. After about 10 minutes of fiddling with the camera, Ganyu was already sweating, flustered and frustrated. How strange, why can't I figure out how this works? After all, Ganyu was an old adeptus, over 3,000 years old. Watching her struggle with the chimera reminded Lucas of elderly people first learning how to use smartphones. Of course, she was a very beautiful and cute elderly lady. Let me handle it, Lucas offered. He quickly adjusted the settings with a few swift moves and said, this model is quite advanced, it even has a timer function. Wow, that's impressive. Ganyu's eyes filled with curiosity. But, Mr. Li, didn't you say you're from a remote area? How do you know how to operate such modern devices? Oh. He couldn't possibly tell her that he learned how to use it through the life simulator, could he? Miss Keqing taught me, Lucas quickly came up with an excuse, smiling. You know how girls are, they love taking pictures. I see, Ganyu nodded thoughtfully. So, can we start now? Yes, everything is ready, Lucas replied, sitting beside Ganyu. Is this pose okay? I'm not really sure, Ganyu frowned slightly and asked, how do couples usually pose for photos? Well. Lucas suddenly pointed out the window and said, maybe like that. Following his gaze, Ganyu saw a young couple sitting on a bench in Yujing Terrace's garden, acting affectionately with each other, clearly a pair of lovers. Do we have to go that far? Ganyu blushed even more but then nodded resolutely. Cloud Retainer is very experienced and hard to fool. If we want her to believe it, we'll have to do this properly. Taking a deep breath, Ganyu shuffled closer to Lucas. In a voice barely above a whisper, she said, please, put your arm around my shoulder. I'm counting on you. Seeing Ganyu's shy, vulnerable expression, Lucas felt his heart melt. Besides, helping people was always a good thing, right? Nodding, he carefully placed his hand on her shoulder. Her skin was smooth and cold like snow, soft and delicate. The faint fragrance in the air made Lucas's throat go dry. And it wasn't just him, Ganyu was also extremely tense. Despite her thousands of years of life, this was the first time she had been so close to a man, and her body stiffened with nerves. Look at the camera, smile, click. The shutter clicked, and the first photo appeared in Ganyu's hand. Although the two looked close, the picture seemed a bit off, especially their awkward expressions. Maybe, we should take a few more, Ganyu suggested, unsatisfied. She pulled Lucas for several more shots, changing poses each time. Finally, Ganyu picked one that looked a bit more natural. This one is perfect, Ganyu nodded in approval. Even Cloud Retainer shouldn't be able to spot anything suspicious. That's good, Lucas said, glancing at the remaining photos on the table. So, what do you plan to do with the other photos? This is a secret between us, Ganyu frowned, so aside from the one for Cloud Retainer, the rest must be destroyed. I see. Lucas couldn't help but show a hint of regret on his face. Noticing his expression, Ganyu hesitated for a moment before picking up one photo and handing it to him with a small smile. It would be a shame to burn them all. You can keep this one as a memento. Really? Thank you. Lucas hesitated for a moment and asked, but aren't you worried someone else might find it? I chose you because I trust you, Ganyu shook her head. I'm certain you'll keep your promise. Of course. Lucas solemnly placed the photo in his pocket. Lady Ganyu, until we meet again. As she watched Lucas walk away, a strange feeling of emptiness welled up in Ganyu's heart. Until we meet again. But with almost no connection between them, it's likely they'll never meet again, right? After quickly writing a reply, Ganyu tucked the selected photo into a paper crane and sent it out the window. The crane flew off swiftly, disappearing from her sight in no time. Ganyu then picked up the remaining photos, sighed softly, and prepared to feed them into the shredder. However, seeing their slightly awkward smiles in the pictures made the corners of her lips curl into a barely noticeable smile. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the shredder whirred, the photos quickly turned into snowflake-like pieces of paper. However, Ganyu quietly slipped one remaining photo into the deepest part of her drawer. She wasn't sure why she did it. Still, it should be safe there, where no one would find it, right? You have earned 1000 virtue points. Just after leaving the room, Lucas noticed the system's reward notification. Looks like his decision had been the right one. Seeing that he had accumulated a fair amount of points, Lucas opened the store and decided to exchange them for something useful. Nobita Nobi's gunmanship, 1000 points, redeemed. Nobita Nobi's gunmanship. Rank, B. Effect, proficiency in all types of firearms raised to advanced level, handgun proficiency raised to expert level. Description: don't ask why Nobita's gunmanship is so good, it's just part of the story. Although Charging Fist had decent damage, it required him to take hits first. Now that he had received a firearm-related skill, it would be a waste not to use it. Though ordinary guns might not be effective against opponents with visions, they should still be enough to intimidate regular people. Afterward, Lucas decided to check the simulation's idle progress. Age 378, you discovered that you could enter a state of hibernation like certain animals. While in this state, your body's consumption drops to nearly zero. Age 379, you spent a year in hibernation. Even while hibernating, your internal strength continued to grow. Moreover, as the years pass, the rate at which your strength increases seems to be accelerating. Although the growth each year is small, after 200 years, it has reached a significant level, talent old but vigorous activated. Age 380, you still often feel like your body is burning. You realize that this sensation may not just be an illusion. Fortunately, the pain subsides while you're hibernating. The longer you hibernate, the longer the burning sensation stays away. Age 381, you feel that with your current power, you could leave the cellar. But each time you attempt it, you find yourself unable to make the decision. You decide to enter a long period of hibernation, waiting for the burning sensation to completely vanish before leaving. Age 382, you are in hibernation. Age 383, you are in hibernation. Age 384, you are in hibernation. Is he hibernating again? It seemed that his self in the simulator had the strength to leave the cellar now but was still hesitant. After all, centuries had passed, and he couldn't be sure what the outside world was like. Maybe there was no longer a place for him. 300 years of solitude had made Lucas's simulated self fully accustomed to isolation. To him, the outside world might just be a bigger cellar. Oh, right. Lucas suddenly thought of something. Can I use immersive mode to take control and leave the cellar? In immersive mode, you cannot act against the fundamental will of your simulated self. Lucas already knew that. Basically, Immersive mode allowed him to experience the events of his simulated life, but he couldn't go against his simulated self's core desires. For instance, in the previous simulation, he could do whatever he wanted with Shenhe in their games, but he couldn't order her to kill anyone because his simulated self would never want that. Similarly, here, since his simulated self didn't want to leave the cellar, even in immersive mode, Lucas could only move around inside the cellar. Ultimately, the simulator merely replicated another person's life. At key moments, he could make choices, but he couldn't change their entire life to suit his own preferences. The only concern Lucas had now was that if this continued, the simulator would be stuck in hibernation mode indefinitely. Ironically, in previous simulations, Lucas had worried about whether he'd live long enough. Now, he worried about whether he'd live too long. Grr. Suddenly, Lucas's stomach growled. It's lunchtime already, hey. Lucas patted his stomach and muttered to himself, well, since I'm near Chaharak, I might as well go to Wanman restaurant and try Xiangling's cooking. While Lucas headed to Wanman restaurant for lunch, Ganyu's paper crane had already crossed the mountains of Liu and arrived at Cloud Retainer's domain deep within Mta Zhang. Sitting at a stone table outside the cave, a silver-haired woman in a loose white robe quietly enjoyed some snacks. The woman appeared to be around 26 or 27, with a plump figure that her loose robe couldn't completely hide. She wore no makeup, except for the red eyeshadow around her eyes, but even without it, her natural beauty was striking. This was Cloud Retainer in her human form. While most Adepti preferred their beast forms, even they had to admit that being in human form made things like eating snacks much easier. The pastries sent by the Yuheng Star last time were quite delicious, Cloud Retainer mused. It's clear she put thought into them. Unlike Ganyu, who has spent so long in Liu but still doesn't understand human customs as well as I do. Indeed, as a member of the Liu Keqing, Keqing always made sure to send gifts to the Adepti during festivals as a sign of respect. Ganyu, however, often returned to visit Cloud Retainer empty-handed. Not that Cloud Retainer minded, of course. After all, Keqing was a guest, while Ganyu was her beloved adopted daughter. Just then, a delicate paper crane, wrapped in celestial energy, gently descended from the sky and landed before Cloud Retainer. A letter from Ganyu? So soon? Cloud Retainer was surprised. Oh dear, have I been pushing her too hard? The poor girl probably doesn't want to go on blind dates. Fine, fine, if she really doesn't want to, I won't force her. What's this? A picture suddenly slipped from the paper crane, landing neatly in front of Cloud Retainer. This is a photo. Although Cloud Retainer had lived in seclusion in the deep mountains for many years, she was well versed in new gadgets due to her hobby of crafting various mechanical devices. However, upon seeing the content of the photo, her expression froze. The photo showed two people. One was her adopted daughter, Ganyu, and the other was a young man with a delicate face, appearing to be in his 20s, with black hair. The man had one hand resting on Ganyu's shoulder, while Ganyu leaned her head against his chest, looking quite intimate. Who is this man, and why is he so close to Ganyu? Cloud Retainer's heart tightened as she quickly unfolded the letter that had been tucked inside the paper crane. Dear Cloud Retainer, I received your letter. Although I have not met my junior, Shenhe, often, since we share the same master, I will make sure to take good care of her. Regarding the matter of a partner, please do not worry. I have already found someone to be with. His name is Lucas, and he works under the Liu Keqing. He is honest, loyal, and capable, someone I can trust with my future. Please, do not spread the word about this matter. Sincerely, Ganyu. Cloud Retainer read the brief letter several times before a smile of relief slowly appeared on her face. Ganyu has finally grown up. It's a pity Shenhe just descended from the mountain, otherwise, I could have shared this joy with her. Of course, what Cloud Retainer didn't know was that if Shenhe saw this photo, she would be utterly shocked, as the man in the picture, her soon-to-be brother-in-law, was the same despicable figure from her nightmares. Well, since Shenhe has descended, she'll likely meet Ganyu, and perhaps even this man, Cloud Retainer mused. I'll have her test this man's character and see if he truly is as dependable as Ganyu claims. At that moment, two beams of light flashed through the sky, and a crane and a deer descended in front of Cloud Retainer. These were none other than Mountain Shaper and Moon Carver, fellow adepts with 3 eyes and 5 manifestations. Mountain Shaper, Moon Carver, Cloud Retainer looked slightly surprised. What brings the two of you here? It was your own letter saying that with Shenhe gone, the valley feels even more lonely, Mountain Shaper said calmly. We worried you might be lonely, so we came to visit. No need to worry, Cloud Retainer said, her face lighting up with a smug smile. Before long, I won't be lonely anymore. Oh? Mooncarver asked with curiosity. Are you, like Madame Ping, planning to transform into human form and live among mortals? No, no, Cloud Retainer shook her head. I'm about to become a grandmother. Isn't that the same thing? Mountain Shaper nodded thoughtfully. I've heard that in Liu, Madame Ping's mortal name is Granny Ping. That's not what I meant, Cloud Retainer chuckled. What I mean is, I'm about to become an actual grandmother. I see, Mooncarver said with a knowing look. It makes sense. Shenhe is certainly of an age where she could marry and have children. What does Shenhe have to do with this? Cloud Retainer picked up the photo Ganyu had sent and smiled. I was talking about Ganyu. Chapter 23, Villain Simulator. At this time, far away in Liu, Ganyu remained completely unaware that the fake news of her marriage to Lucas was about to become a major headline in the Adeptus circles. Meanwhile, Lucas, whose stomach was growling with hunger, had arrived at Jahurak. Though Wanman restaurant wasn't as high-end as Zinyu Kiosk or Liulai Pavilion, it was very popular among the common folk. It didn't take Lucas long to find the restaurant. Welcome. As soon as he stepped inside, a young girl with blue hair and dressed in red came forward, carrying a tray and greeting him with a bright smile. Is it just you today? The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17, not extraordinarily beautiful, but she had a cute and lively charm. Her curved eyebrows added to her adorable appearance. Without needing to think much, Lucas immediately recognized this girl as Xiang Ling, the head chef of Wanman restaurant. What a cute little girl, indeed. Wouldn't it be fun to mess with such a cute girl in the simulator, just like you did with Shenhe and Rosalind? The system chimed in with a suggestion. Hey, hey! Don't suddenly set up a flag like that. Yes, it's just me, Lucas responded, ignoring the system's voice. Under Xiangling's guidance, he found a quiet seat and sat down. After placing his order, Lucas began to observe the restaurant while waiting. As he watched Xiangling move cheerfully among the customers, Lucas couldn't help but recall the system's earlier words. If Xiangling were to appear in the villain simulator, would something special happen between them, just like with Shenhe and Rosalind? Shaking his head to clear the thought, Lucas lightly slapped his cheeks and muttered to himself, "Stop thinking about nonsense. She's just a kid. So, it's okay to have those thoughts as long as she's not a kid?" The system teased. Of course not. Lucas frowned. Why is it that other people's systems are obedient, while you're always messing with my mind? Well, go play with other systems then. I'm just here to remind you that the simulator is about to reach an important milestone, so you might want to check it out. Is the story finally progressing? Without hesitation, Lucas opened the simulator. Typically, when the simulator was active, time around him would freeze, so it didn't matter where he used it. Age 488, you remain in hibernation. Age 489, a strange sound awakens you from hibernation. You open your eyes and are surprised to see a flash of light. The sealed exit you've been trapped behind for centuries has crumbled. A group of soldiers, all dressed in identical uniforms, enters the cellar, led by a peculiar man. The man immediately notices you, but oddly, he doesn't seem surprised. Instead, he smiles and says, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the immortal king who disappeared 450 years ago, correct?" You are stunned to learn that you've been sealed away for 450 years. Faced with this stranger, you are unsure how to respond. You also don't fully understand what he means by immortal king. Sensing your confusion, the man patiently explains, 450 years ago, a mysterious figure appeared in Mondstadt who could revive the dead. Facing judgment, he summoned an army of undead and completely destroyed Mondstadt before vanishing. The Fatui have come here to find this person. Rest assured, we mean no harm. We only hope to invite this individual to join us in a grand endeavor. You realize that the person he's talking about is you. But what will you choose to do? 1. Admit your identity. 2. Deny your identity. At this point, would it even matter to deny it? Besides, after quietly growing stronger for over 4 centuries, Lucas figured that even if he couldn't rival the 7 archons, he should at least have the power of a demigod. Plus, with his near immortality, there wasn't much to fear. Admit it. You admit your identity, and the man's eyes light up. He introduces himself as Pierrot, the first-ranked harbinger of the Fatui, also known as the Jester. He invites you to join the Fatui and promises that if you do, the Tsaritsa will grant you any wish you desire. Your choices are: 1. Accept the invitation and make a wish. 2. Refuse the invitation and eliminate everyone who knows your identity. The Fatui? Lucas was quite familiar with them. They were the designated villains and scapegoats in Genshin Impact. Although it seemed that the organization wasn't as simple as it appeared, they were undoubtedly portrayed as villains for the time being. The villain simulator seemed to align well with the Fatui's nature. Given the circumstances, it seemed logical to accept the offer. Rejecting it would lead to a confrontation, but joining the Fatui could provide opportunities, especially since Lucas had his own goals. Join. You agree to join the Fatui, but you tell Pierrot that your identity must remain a secret. You also ask for their help in finding any clues about Rosalind, whether she is alive or dead. Though you suspect Rosalind is likely deceased, you still cling to a small hope. After all, with your necromantic skills, even her grave might hold the key to reviving her. Pierrot immediately agrees to your request. However, he smiles and asks for a demonstration of your abilities, wondering if you can truly revive the dead. You scoff at Pierrot's request, stating that you can't demonstrate your skills without a corpse. That's easily solved, Pierrot says without hesitation. He orders all of the nearby Fatui soldiers to commit suicide. Before you can react, the soldiers unsheath their weapons and kill themselves on the spot. Only one young Fatui soldier hesitates, trembling in fear. Pierrot, disappointed by the hesitation, personally ends the young soldier's life. He comments wryly, "I've heard that the army of undead you once created followed orders without question. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to achieve that level of obedience. No matter how I train them, there are always moments of disobedience." You feel no particular emotion at Pierrot's actions. By killing the soldiers, he ensures that no one else will learn of your identity while also providing you with the corpses you need. It was the correct move. Your long life and solitary existence have stripped you of your humanity. To you, nothing in the world matters anymore except for Rosalind. Despite the centuries-long seal, your skills remain sharp. You quickly revive the soldiers as undead and have them follow your commands. Pierrot, impressed by your abilities, invites you to travel to Snezhnaya with him. Thus, the two of you, each with your own motives, set off together. Upon leaving the cellar, the sight before you takes you by surprise. What was once the flourishing city of Mondstadt has been reduced to ruins. A massive blue pillar stands before the ruins of the Cathedral of Favonius, splitting the statue of Barbados in two. From Pierrot, you learn about the events that transpired over the past 450 years. After you created the army of undead, they quickly overwhelmed Mondstadt. The last surviving knight of Favonius, Grand Master Arundolin, led a small group of survivors out of the city, saving only a few hundred citizens. However, with no one left to command them, your undead army continued to carry out your last order, to kill every living thing in sight. As in the fall of Kenria, a judgment descended from the sky, obliterating the city and your undead army along with it. The resulting miasma from the countless corpses made the area uninhabitable for hundreds of miles. Only recently has the toxic air begun to clear. After escaping Mondstadt, Arundolin and the remaining citizens migrated to Liu. With Liu's support, they founded New Mondstadt. While they survived, their new settlement became the weakest of the 7 nations. Upon hearing this, Pierrot once again expresses his admiration for you. After all, you are the one who single-handedly destroyed a nation. However, you feel no joy from his praise. As for the remnants of your undead army, they didn't all perish in the divine punishment. Some managed to escape Mondstadt and have since spread across Tivat. It was by studying one of these undead that Pierrot discovered their potential. After extensive research, he led an expedition to Mondstadt to uncover the source of the undead and unexpectedly found you their creator. After a long journey, you and Pierrot finally arrive in Snezhnaya, a land perpetually covered in snow and ice. The climate is vastly different from Mondstadt, but your body, now immune to heat and cold, feels nothing. Introduced by Pierrot, you meet the Tsaritsa, the Cryo-Archon and one of the 7, who surprisingly appears to be a young girl of about 10 years old. Despite her youthful appearance, she radiates an overwhelming aura, and even with your considerable power, you cannot afford to be disrespectful. You are formally appointed as the 3rd harbinger of the Fatui. Ironically, your code name is the Doctor, the very nickname you were given when you studied at the Sumeru Academia. The other two senior harbingers are Pierrot, the first harbinger, and the general, who holds the second position. Pierrot offers to let you take his position as the first harbinger, but you decline, having no interest in such matters. What? Lucas was genuinely shocked. The doctor was himself? While the character of the third harbinger, the doctor, hadn't yet appeared in the game at this point, he had already been shown in the official manga, where he had the classic appearance of a villain. Who would have thought that after all this time, he would end up becoming the doctor? However, this did make sense in a way. Whether it was his research into the human body or being exiled as a heretic, his life experiences mirrored those of the doctor in the game. Of course, since the simulator wasn't identical to the original story, it was likely that the doctor he became in the simulator wasn't directly connected to the canon version. Age 490, unlike Mondstadt or Sumeru, your research in Snezhnia progresses smoothly. Here, you can conduct experiments openly, and there's never a shortage of fresh bodies. You have no idea where the bodies come from, nor do you care. To you, they are nothing more than tools for experimentation, no different from beakers or scalpels. Age 494, the undead army you created for Snezhnia is deployed for the first time and proves to be a great success. Age 497, the fourth harbinger, codenamed the Pigeon, joins the Fatui. Pierrot holds a welcome banquet, but you do not attend. Age 500, you've completely forgotten that you are now 500 years old. The Tsaritsa sends you a gift, a delusion. You understand that its significance is more symbolic than practical, as neither a vision nor a delusion can grant you the kind of power you already possess. Age 506, the fifth harbinger, codenamed the Rooster, joins. You know little about him, only that his name is Pulcinella. Age 510, thanks to the presence of your undead army, Snezhnia's military power increases dramatically. You become regarded as a hero by many in the nation. This feels oddly familiar, as you were once hailed as a hero in Mondstadt. Several high-status women express interest in marrying you, but you politely decline all of them. It's not that your extended lifespan has caused you to lose interest in such matters. In fact, your vitality far exceeds that of an average young man. The Tsaritsa has rewarded you with many attendants for your personal pleasure, and your fame and allure have made many women willingly serve you. You don't resist this, seeing it as a necessary outlet for your energy. However, despite all this, you've never developed feelings for any of these women. Your heart remains forever devoted to Rosalind. Age 515, Pierrot brings you an unusual corpse and asks if you can revive it. The body appears to be that of a handsome young man, dressed in the style of an Ajumma. As usual, you agree to Pierrot's request, but upon closer inspection, you're shocked to discover that the corpse isn't human, it's a highly intricate puppet. This amazes you. If your power lies in reviving life, then whoever created this puppet undoubtedly holds the power to create life. Despite the puppet's complex design, your extraordinary medical skills allow you to successfully revive it. Technically, the puppet has no biological gender, as it lacks the reproductive functions of humans. However, since the puppet doesn't possess any of the anatomical features of a male, you decide to refer to it as female. After being revived, she opens her eyes slowly. Her gaze is empty, showing no surprise at being brought back to life. However, she doesn't speak or communicate. You suspect that she may have suffered a traumatic experience before dying, resulting in temporary psychological shutdown. But you don't mind. You have all the time in the world. Time is something you have in abundance. Age 516, over the next year, observing this puppet girl becomes your hobby. You notice that she has begun reacting to external stimuli and occasionally watches you as you conduct experiments. She also shows human-like responses, such as embarrassment, especially when you clean her internal oil tubes with lubricant. Age 517, Pierrot frequently inquires about the puppet's progress, but you only tell him to wait. Although Pierrot holds considerable authority as the first harbinger, he respects you and does not press further. Age 518, you continue your experiments with the puppet, setting up unguarded environments to see if she will attempt to escape. Your observations show that she does consider fleeing but ultimately hesitates at the door and decides against it. As a reward for her obedience, you switch to a new mint-scented cleaning lubricant. Age 519, during an ordinary afternoon tea, the puppet speaks for the first time, asking if she can have one of your pastries. You perform a basic obedience test, offering her a treat in exchange for answering a question. The first question you ask is her name. Scaramouche, she answers. Scaramouche? Raiden's discarded puppet, the sixth harbinger? Lucas was quite familiar with this name, as it belonged to Scaramouche, one of the Fatui harbingers. Lucas vaguely remembered Scaramouche's backstory: an artificial human abandoned by the Electro-Archon, Raiden Shogun, who later had his powers sealed. Wandering in Ajima with only fragments of his consciousness, he eventually became a harbinger for the Fatui. Chapter 24, Villain Simulator. In this simulation, Lucas never expected that not only would Scaramouche become a girl, but they would also form a connection. The experiment went smoothly, and Scaramouche, Kuna Kuzushi, seemed to excel at following orders. You speculated that her original purpose was likely to obey certain commands, but her original master had abandoned her. Since you had spent the most time with her, you naturally took on the role of her master. However, your knowledge was limited. Her memory system seemed to be sealed by someone, and apart from her name, Kuna Kuzushi, she had lost most of her memories. Additionally, she had a great fondness for sweets. Age 520, Pierrot had a conversation with Scaramouche, formally inviting her to join the Fatui. However, the official discussion lasted less than 5 minutes. After the conversation, Pierrot informed you that Scaramouche had agreed to join, but with one condition. You wondered whether it was to regain her lost memories or a permanent supply of free sweets. "No, it's you, my friend," Pierrot said, patting your shoulder with a smile. "Her condition is that she must stay by your side. Your choices are: 1. Agree. 2. Refuse." Lucas hesitated slightly. From an evil perspective, keeping Scaramouche by his side would allow him to mold her into the most loyal and powerful human weapon. "I agree." You didn't reject the request, so Scaramouche stayed by your side. Perhaps because you revived her, she became quite attached to you and was very cooperative in your modifications. Pierrot told you that Scaramouche possessed great potential, but just like her memories, her abilities were sealed. Your task was to unlock her potential and turn her into a valuable asset for Snezhnia. That same year, Scaramouche officially became the sixth harbinger, known as the Balladeer. Age 521, although Scaramouche looked like a young girl, her mental state was quite immature, much like a child. As a result, in addition to training her, you found yourself acting as her mentor and companion. Technically, you didn't need to do these things, but you didn't refuse. Unconsciously, you seemed to have become her father. Cursed by the gods, you knew you would never have children of your own, and you had long abandoned the thought of experiencing familial love. However, Scaramouche's presence filled this void. Neither of you was skilled at expressing emotions, but you had unknowingly formed a bond similar to that of father and daughter. Seeing this, Lucas couldn't help but feel a deeper sense of disbelief. It seemed that in this simulation, he had developed quite a tight connection with the Fatui. He was the doctor, his past wife was La Signora, and now, he had an adopted daughter, the Balladeer. Maybe he should go ahead and forge a brotherhood with Child Tartaglia, then he might be able to take over the entire Fatui someday. Age 522, under your training and modifications, Scaramouche's power grew rapidly. During this time, she also successfully completed many missions as a Fatui harbinger. You didn't ask her about the missions, you simply checked her body for damage. As a puppet, she didn't feel pain, so even serious injuries could be quickly repaired by you. She excitedly recounted her missions: assassinations, sabotage, kidnappings. For Scaramouche, who lacked human morals, these tasks didn't cause her any distress. You began to understand why Pierrot wanted her to join the Harbinger's Fatui needed a sharp, emotionless blade, and a blade didn't need feelings or morals. Age 523, Scaramouche's behavior grew increasingly arrogant. She was disrespectful, harsh, and dismissive toward nearly everyone, except for the Tsaritsa and you. Even Pierrot, the first harbinger, couldn't completely command her. Her attitude toward others was poor, but around you, she showed a different side. It seemed that everything she did for the Fatui was her way of proving only one thing: she is your biggest masterpiece. Age 526, the Fatui welcomed the seventh harbinger. Unlike the others, this man, named Pantalone, appeared to be an ordinary human. However, after learning about his background, you understood Pierrot's decision. Pantalone was a financial genius. In a routine meeting, he proposed several strategies to enhance Snezhnia's economy, and most were approved. There was an exception: though Pantalone requested that you create special female undead to satisfy the illicit desires of high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants, which would generate considerable profits. Although it was theoretically possible, you declined, as you had one principle: never desecrate the dead. Age 529, recently, the Tsaritsa gifted you another woman named Rebecca. Like most of these women, Rebecca had likely volunteered. Some worshipped you as the hero of Snezhnia, while others had ulterior motives, hoping to bear your child and produce a superior offspring. Of course, this was impossible, as you were incapable of fathering children. Usually, you kept these women for a brief time before parting ways. It wasn't about lust or loneliness, but rather a practical need to release the pressure built up in your body. However, this time was different. Maybe it was Rebecca's resemblance to Rosalind, or perhaps it was her exceptional skills, but you found yourself spending more time with her. After each workday, she would relieve your fatigue using special techniques. You knew that the Tsaritsa was using every method to control you, including sending beautiful women. Rebecca was likely one of these tools. Despite the immense military contributions you had made to Snezhnia, you remained a ticking time bomb. After all, you had single-handedly destroyed Mondstadt. Though Snezhnia was much stronger, no one could guarantee that history wouldn't repeat itself. But you didn't mind. You and Rebecca both played your parts. She didn't care what thoughts crossed your mind during your intimate moments, and you didn't care what schemes she harbored. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, except for one thing: Scaramouche didn't like Rebecca. In fact, Scaramouche seemed to dislike every woman who appeared in your life. It was almost as if she were a child in a single-parent family, jealous of her father's relationships. At least, that's what you thought. Age 530, Rebecca had been with you for nearly a year, longer than any other woman. You were fully aware of her small actions, like secretly reading your notes and research, then reporting them to the Tsaritsa. You chose to ignore it. You had no rebellious intentions, so if Rebecca's reports earned you more trust from the Tsaritsa, that was fine with you. Age 531, Rebecca was dead. When you returned home, you found her lifeless body, cold and unmoving. Scaramouche sat next to her, calmly wiping blood from the murder weapon, smiling as if she were seeking your approval. She proudly told you she had discovered Rebecca's deceit and had acted without hesitation to eliminate her. Scaramouche's actions seemed partly driven by personal motives. You didn't particularly care about Rebecca's death, she was merely one of many women who had passed through your life, and she held no special place in your heart. Scaramouche, on the other hand, had been with you far longer and mattered far more. However, you were furious because this murder was unnecessary. For the first time since leaving the cellar, you had a serious argument with Scaramouche. After the argument, Scaramouche stormed off to her room in a fit of anger. Your next choice is: 1. Ignore her. 2. Comfort her. Although Scaramouche and his simulator counterpart shared no blood relation, their long-term companionship had forged an unusual bond. All right, Lucas sighed. I'll go comfort her. After dealing with Rebecca's body, you head to Scaramouche's room. Forced switch to immersive mode in progress. Hey! Before Lucas could react, his consciousness was transferred into the simulation. Maybe the system thought his real self would be better suited as the comforter? With a sense of resignation, Lucas adjusted to his simulated body, which he hadn't inhabited for nearly 5 centuries. Interestingly, while he was once frail despite his unmatched medical skills, his body now felt brimming with overwhelming power. It seemed the effects of his old but vigorous trait, accumulated over 500 years, had reached an extraordinary level. He caught his reflection in a nearby window. His appearance hadn't aged, but his hair had turned silver, and a mask covered half his face, concealing the burn marks Rosalind had left. Knock, knock, knock. Lucas knocked on the door, and after a brief silence, he heard a low voice from inside, "The door's not locked." Taking a deep breath, Lucas opened the door and stepped inside Scaramouche's room. Contrary to her violent personality, the room was styled like that of a typical young girl. Several not-so-cute dolls were scattered across her bed, dolls you had bought for her as part of some experimental tests. Surprisingly, she had kept them, treating them like treasures. Scaramouche sat on the bed, hugging a doll resembling a ruin guard, her back turned to you. Yes, a ruin guard doll, popularly known as One-Eyed Little Treasure, a toy quite popular among the children of Snezhnia. Only in this fierce land would such dangerous mechanical monsters be turned into children's playthings. Are you still mad? Lucas asked softly after clearing his throat. I'm not mad. Scaramouche turned her face slightly, revealing her sharp, boyish features. If she had been a boy, she would undoubtedly be the type adored by older schoolgirls. At the moment, though, she resembled a sulky kitten, glaring at Lucas. Sitting beside her, Lucas gently patted her back and said, "You know, I was aware of everything Rebecca did from the start." "What?" Scaramouche's eyes widened in surprise. "Then why did you pretend not to know?" "Because if having her around made the Tsaritsa trust me more, then it was a small price to pay," Lucas said calmly. "I wasn't angry because you killed her, I was angry because your actions were rash and thoughtless. As my creation, what you did today was unacceptable. Unacceptable." Those words cut deep into Scaramouche's heart, reminding her of why she had been abandoned by her original creator because she was deemed unacceptable. Clinging tightly to Lucas, her voice trembled as she pleaded, "I'm sorry. I won't make this mistake again. Please don't abandon me like a defective product. Please." It was hard to believe that the usually arrogant and overbearing balladeer could now appear so vulnerable and pitiful. "Don't worry, Scaramouche," Lucas said softly, stroking her silken hair. "I will never abandon you. Remember, you're not like those women, you're my family. Both of us have been cast aside by this cold, harsh world, and now, we only have each other left. Doctor." Scaramouche clung tightly to Lucas, even though she didn't know his real name. It was strange, despite being a puppet, Scaramouche's body was warm and emitted a faint scent, like a human. "All right, get some rest," Lucas said softly. "I'll take care of Rebecca's situation. You shouldn't do something like that again." "So?" Scaramouche asked tentatively, "Will there still be other women around you?" "There probably will be." Lucas didn't plan on lying to her and smiled helplessly. This body, which deals with corpses all day, sometimes still needs the warmth of a woman. In this regard, Lucas was always honest. Moreover, for someone who had lived for centuries and was no longer truly human, it seemed that only during moments of intimacy with a woman could he truly feel alive. "My body is warm too," Scaramouche suddenly stammered, "and if it's not warm enough, I could have an internal furnace installed. It can be set to any temperature you want." "Silly girl." Lucas hadn't expected that this ruthless and bloodthirsty balladeer could be so naive about this topic, thinking that warming the body was meant literally. "What I meant is, I need a woman. I can become a woman." Scaramouche clung tightly to his clothes. "I don't have a gender, but if it's you, you can turn me into a woman, right? You can just install some organs. I'll be even better than Rebecca, I promise. I'll learn everything." Although Scaramouche's words seemed incredible, what she said was technically feasible. For someone like Lucas, who had long mastered the secrets of the human body, organ transplantation was a simple operation. After all, Scaramouche was a puppet, which came with even more possibilities. It was only then that Lucas realized that Scaramouche actually understood everything. He asked instinctively, "What is it that you want to learn?" "Just the things Rebecca did with you." Scaramouche's voice was as quiet as a whisper. "I once secretly watched from the doorway. Those actions. I can do them too." As a combat genius, Scaramouche could perfectly replicate any technique after seeing it once, no matter how complex. So, it wasn't difficult for her to mimic Rebecca's tricks. You actually spied on us." Even Lucas, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but blush. "No, absolutely not. Not with you." "Why not?" Scaramouche's voice grew more agitated. "Why am I the only one who can't? Am I not as good as those women?" Being a puppet, Scaramouche didn't adhere to human morals or ethics. So, she didn't see anything wrong with what she was suggesting. "Because you're special," Lucas said, pinching her cheek gently. "How about this? I promise not to bring any more women home. How does that sound?" "Really?" Scaramouche's previously gloomy face brightened immediately. "Let's make a pinky promise." All right." Lucas extended his pinky and hooked it with Scaramouche's. Even without bringing women home, with Lucas's status and wealth, there were still plenty of ways to relieve stress. "Pinky swear, no changing your mind, or you'll be thrown into the glaciers. The glaciers are cold, the snowfields are colder, and a liar's tongue will freeze and rot." Scaramouche recited a grim little nursery rhyme, one that seemed uniquely fitting for the cold land of Snezhnia. "Now, are you reassured?" Lucas said as he let go of her finger. Good night. Wait a minute. Scaramouche tugged on Lucas's sleeve, her cheeks tinged with pink. Recently, I've felt that some of my parts aren't functioning as smoothly. Could you apply some lubricant? Although this sentence might have sounded suggestive, it was actually quite innocent. Scaramouche's body, much like the character Errol from Dr. Slump, could be disassembled and reassembled, and only Lucas knew how to do it. You're such a handful, Lucas said with a resigned smile. Lie down, I'll get my tools. 30 minutes later. Exiting immersive mode. Switching to text mode. As Lucas exited the immersive mode, his face still carried a slight flush. He glanced at his fingers, as if they still held the lingering, unique sensation from the experience. After all, personally injecting lubricant into every pipe and crevice of such a lifelike puppet was a peculiar process. Especially when the puppet felt so real. Age 532, after the Rebecca incident, you submitted a formal request to decline any similar gifts from the Tsaritsa. However, the seventh harbinger, Pantalone, hearing of this, sent you a mysterious black membership card. With it, you could indulge freely at his exclusive club, Red Knight. Chapter 25, Villain Simulator. Red Knight is not your ordinary place of pleasure. You know the hidden secrets within it. Pantalone uses this establishment to gather leverage against many nobles and officials. You don't mind giving him some small leverage, in fact, you need to expose more weaknesses to reduce the Tsaritsa's suspicion of you. Age 533, today, Pierrot found you and mysteriously told you that he had fulfilled his promise. Before you could understand what he meant, he presented you with a special gift. It was a woman sealed in a crystal coffin, her body constantly burning like flames, with her blood flowing like molten lava. You immediately recognized her as Rosalind, the one you've longed for. Even after 500 years apart, you recognized her at first glance. Pierrot explained that after the Mondstadt calamity 500 years ago, Rosalind, freed from her seal, burned herself, becoming the Crimson Witch and traveled the world hunting down remnants of the undead. Eventually, her flames consumed her life. On the brink of death, Pierrot found her and brought her back, using the Tsaritsa's pure ice powers to suppress the endless flames within her. However, even the Tsaritsa can only temporarily suppress the life-devouring flames within Rosalind. As for whether she can be revived, only you hold the answer. Pierrot left the choice to you. You could decide what to do with Rosalind. Restoring her was not difficult for you, but you hesitated. Even if you revived her, how could you face her? Rosalind admitted to once loving you, but you had hidden behind the identity of Rustin, leading to the destruction of Mondstadt. She turned her life into flames to burn away all impurities in the world, and you were the creator of those impurities. Moreover, even if you revived her, her memories would only cause her endless pain. Your choices are: 1. Let her remain in her current state. 2. Revive her. 3. Revive her, but erase her past memories. Perhaps due to the complexity of the situation, the system rarely presented Lucas with 3 choices. Letting her remain in this half-dead state would only prolong Rosalina's suffering. Reviving her but erasing the painful memories seemed like the best option to Lucas. You took 3 days and nights to finally revive Rosalind, but during the operation, you also erased her memories. Only you could perform this surgery, as her skin, muscles, and blood were unbearably hot. Your exceptional regenerative abilities allowed you to withstand the extreme burns. Even after the successful surgery, the seed of flame within Rosalind didn't disappear. If left unchecked, it would one day consume her body and mind. The only way to suppress it for the long term was with a cryovision. But acquiring a vision, especially a cryovision, wasn't easy. To ensure Rosalina's survival, you asked the Tsaritsa to bestow her a delusion. She agreed, but the price was that Rosalind had to become a Fatui harbinger. You knew you couldn't refuse. From that moment on, Rosalind ceased to exist, replaced by the 8th Fatui harbinger La Signora. Perhaps due to the memory erasure or the toll of burning for 500 years, La Signora's personality had drastically changed. She became cold, arrogant, and condescending, completely different from the gentle and understanding Rosalind you remembered. La Signora's relationships with the other harbingers were strained, but her relationship with you was particularly poor. She even once said to your face, "Don't look at me with those eyes of yours, they disgust me." There was nothing you could do about it. Even after 500 years, whenever you looked at La Signora, your eyes couldn't help but show affection, which she, being sensitive and irritable, misinterpreted. Yet you didn't mind. Just being able to see her was enough. You knew there was no chance of rekindling your relationship. First, you feared that her sealed memories might resurface. Second, Scaramouche would never allow you to be with another woman. Age 534, you thought this life would continue forever, until one night, after finishing a day's work in your laboratory, you were visited by an unexpected guest. That guest was La Signora herself. You had no idea why she, who usually wanted nothing to do with you, would visit in the middle of the night. Entering forced immersive mode. Damn it! Again. When Lucas regained consciousness, he was already in his laboratory. In front of him stood a tall, cold-looking woman, someone familiar, yet distant. Her face instantly reminded him of Rosalind. Have you seen enough? Rosalind, no. La Signora glared at Lucas coldly. Her disdain was obvious. I knew it. Your gaze disgusts me. I apologize, Lucas chuckled awkwardly. What brings you here so late, La Signora? Although the Fatui harbingers were ranked, there was no clear hierarchy among them. Thus, even though La Signora was the 8th, she showed no respect toward Lucas, the 3rd harbinger. I know that besides playing with those disgusting corpses. La Signora sat down casually. You're also a half-decent doctor, right? Half-decent? That was like telling Morux, you're kind of rich. On the continent of Tivat, no one could rival Lucas in terms of medical expertise and experience. Sort of. Lucas nodded. So, are you here for a consultation? What else? La Signora raised an eyebrow, sneering. Did you think I was here for a late-night rendezvous? Someone like you is only fit to sleep with corpses. Despite her harsh words, Lucas felt a wave of complex emotions, seeing how Rosalind, who once was sweet and loving, had turned into such a sharp-tongued person. But it was only La Signora who could speak to him like this. Even Pierrot, the 1st harbinger, showed him respect, and Scaramouche was obedient. Well, we're colleagues. If you have any hidden ailments, just tell me. I'll do my best to help, Lucas replied, unfazed by her attitude. Perhaps it was guilt, or perhaps it was love. Humph, let's get this straight, you can't tell anyone about this. La Signora's pale face blushed slightly. Or I'll snap your neck. Don't worry, Lucas nodded. Patient confidentiality is a doctor's principle. Doctor's principle. La Signora glanced at the half-dissected corpse on the lab table, intestines still exposed, and said coldly, is defiling corpses also a doctor's principle? Even without her memories, La Signora's instinctive hatred for the undead remained. It's not defilement, it's a necessary step on the path to medical discovery, Lucas replied calmly. So, what's bothering you? La Signora hesitated for a moment before lifting her clothing, revealing a patch of her icy, white skin marked by burn-like scars. For a while now, I've been experiencing strange burning sensations, La Signora said with a slight frown. It becomes unbearable at night, keeping me from sleeping. It's hard to diagnose just by description. This is quite unusual, Lucas pondered. Would you mind if I conducted a thorough examination? How thorough? La Signora bit her lip. As thorough as needed, Lucas said, putting on gloves. Don't worry. I've seen more bodies than you've killed. To me, your body is just meat. You. La Signora was taken aback by the remark but didn't know how to respond. Just hurry up, Lucas said, clapping his hands. If I'm late, Scaramouche will start nagging. I understand. For La Signora, nothing was more humiliating than exposing herself to the doctor. Sometimes, even she didn't understand why she hated him so much, why she felt the urge to kill him. But now, she was the one on the operating table, subject to his whims. She chose Lucas for 2 reasons. First, because his medical skills were unparalleled, and second, because her body, chilled by the flames within her, was too cold for most people to touch. The examination was entirely professional. Lucas showed no interest in taking advantage of her, which surprised La Signora. After all, she had heard rumors of the doctor's promiscuity and his frequent visits to the exclusive club Red Night. Could it be that she was less attractive than those other women? Impossible. La Signora had full confidence in her looks and figure. In her mind, only the Tsaritsa could rival her beauty. The examination is complete, Lucas said, removing his gloves. The cause of your condition is not a disease but the accumulation of the flames within you. Though they are sealed, they aren't completely suppressed. Over time, the flames build up and cause you pain, especially when you're resting. I see. La Signora nodded. So, how can I release this build-up? Since the flames are rooted in your consciousness, physical treatments won't work. You need to find a way to release the built-up energy. What method? La Signora asked urgently. There are ways to relieve stress. For example, in my case. Lucas cleared his throat. Well, never mind. My method probably wouldn't suit you. Stop beating around the bush. La Signora grabbed his wrist. What method? Tell me. I can't take this burning any longer. Well. Lucas leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. La Signora's face immediately turned crimson. What? La Signora stammered. I can't possibly do that. That's utterly absurd. I did warn you, Lucas shrugged. My method isn't for everyone. No, even if I wanted to try it, it's impossible. La Signora sighed. My body is too cold for any man to touch. Wait. La Signora suddenly realized something. She had been holding Lucas's wrist this whole time, and his skin only had a faint red mark that quickly disappeared. Although Lucas never flaunted his strength, his body had long surpassed human limits. It had the resilience of a god. Even La Signora's freezing touch couldn't harm him. Hold on. La Signora narrowed her eyes. You can withstand my body. So, what does that mean? Lucas muttered nervously. You don't mean. I don't have a choice, La Signora said, her voice trembling with embarrassment. If I had any other option, I wouldn't choose you. But if this burning continues, I'll go insane. I don't know if you have any principles, but... But what? Hurry up and get over here. La Signora was stunned. When she looked up, she saw Lucas, already shirtless, sitting on the bed and patting the mattress. I'm sorry, but I have no principles. How could I say no to such a convenient opportunity? You. La Signora was furious at his shamelessness. Clenching her fists, she growled, I've changed my mind. There's no way I'm letting a scoundrel like you have his way. It's your choice, Lucas said with a slight smile. But if you need help, feel free to come back anytime. No need for your concern. La Signora huffed as she stormed toward the door. This is ridiculous. It's infuriating. With that, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. Lucas, however, remained calm, smiling slightly as he leisurely poured himself a glass of strong liquor and took a sip. He wasn't fond of drinking, as one of the pleasures of alcohol was the sensation of intoxication, which he couldn't experience. Due to his unique constitution, alcohol would break down in his body almost instantly, making it impossible for him to get drunk. But the burning sensation of strong liquor down his throat was enough to keep him alert. 10, 9, 8. Lucas counted softly while looking at the closed door. Just as he reached 1, the door opened again. La Signora, who had just stormed out, re-entered the room. She leaned against the door, her face slightly flushed, her expression conflicted. Wait. Why are you still sitting there? Indeed, Lucas hadn't moved at all. He was still sitting elegantly on the bed, sipping his drink, as if he had known she would return. Because I knew you'd come back, Lucas said with a knowing smile. You. La Signora, caught off guard by his spot-on prediction, was at a loss for words, losing her usual commanding demeanor. There's no need to say more, Lucas said calmly. I understand your pain, whether it's the immense pressure with no outlet or the increasing inability to feel truly alive. You don't have to feel any guilt. This is merely a treatment. After it's done, you can go right back to hating me. Just, think of me as a medical tool. A medical tool, hey. La Signora raised an eyebrow, then let out a cold chuckle. Fine. It's not like I have any other options. But if your treatment doesn't work, I won't let you off easily. Don't worry, I'm a doctor with principles, Lucas said, placing his drink down. Though I don't exactly have a medical license. 2 hours later. Both La Signora and Lucas were far beyond the physical limits of ordinary humans. The battle between these two monsters couldn't be measured by human standards. Want to keep going? Lucas asked suddenly. No more, La Signora replied, eyes wide as if still processing what had just happened. She muttered, "You're a beast." Beast was usually an insult, much like brute or animal. But in this context, it was undoubtedly a compliment to Lucas's performance. La Signora had never imagined that the seemingly lethargic doctor, always clad in his lab coat, possessed such a strong physique. Of course, Lucas was also still savoring the aftermath. La Signora's body, much like her personality, could be described as cold on the outside, fiery on the inside. Her exterior was as cold as ice, but inside, she burned like molten lava. It seemed that only someone with a body as monstrous as Lucas's could withstand her extremes. So. Lucas stood up, draping a coat over La Signora's shoulders. "Did your symptoms lessen?" La Signora finally realized that the burning sensation, which had tormented her for so long, had completely disappeared without her noticing. She glanced at her abdomen, where the burn-like scars had vanished without a trace. "Looks like the treatment was effective," Lucas said proudly. "Remember to come back for follow-up treatments weekly." Chapter 26, Villain Simulator. "What?" La Signora was slightly startled. "What do you mean by weekly follow-ups? Isn't my condition already cured?" "I've already told you, it's not an illness. It's a special physiological reaction due to your unique constitution." Lucas spread his hands. "Your internal fire will continue to accumulate over time. This condition can only be alleviated, not cured." So what you're saying is..." La Signora instinctively clenched her fingers and murmured, "You and I will have to keep doing this." "To be precise, yes, again and again." Lucas had a matter-of-fact expression on his face. "But I should be thanking you. After all, we're helping each other. With you around, I won't need to look for other women." "Other women?" La Signora suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting slightly. "Did you just call out someone else's name? Was it Rosalind?" Because her memory had been sealed, La Signora didn't know that this was her own name. Yet, for some reason, hearing it gave her a strange sense of familiarity. "That's right," Lucas nodded without hesitation. "Rosalind was the woman I loved the most." "Humph!" La Signora sneered coldly. "You claim to have loved another woman, yet here you are, doing this with me. You really are scum." "I don't think she would mind," Lucas said, staring at La Signora's face with a bitter smile. "After all, she's already passed away." Indeed, the moment La Signora was born, Rosalind had died. From then on, the world only knew the 8th Fatui Harbinger, and the girl who used to sing in Mondstadt Square no longer existed. "What's the matter?" A fleeting melancholy crossed Lucas's eyes before he quickly returned to his usual smile. "Jealous because I called out another woman's name." "Jealous? Ridiculous!" La Signora immediately retorted. "You mean nothing to me. You can call out whatever name you want, and I couldn't care less." "Don't worry," Lucas shook his head. "Next time, I won't call her name again." "Humph, as if there's going to be a next time." La Signora half spoke, then suddenly stomped her foot in frustration. "Who said there'd be a next time with you?" She quickly put on her clothes, preparing to leave. But before exiting, she made sure to warn him, "This matter stays between us. If you dare let anyone else know, you'll end up as ice shards." As Lucas watched her leave, he let out a long sigh. Every time he entered the immersive mode, he felt like his words, actions, and even personality started to blend with the simulated version of himself. If this kept happening, he worried that one day he might end up with split personalities. Strangely, after finishing La Signora's treatment, Lucas hadn't immediately exited the immersive mode. But he didn't mind. He simply dressed and walked out. Outside, he was met with a city both foreign and familiar: Snezhnia. Unlike the peaceful freedom of Mondstadt or the bustling prosperity of Liu, Snezhnia felt like a colossal iron beast. Towering, orderly buildings, factory chimneys belching thick black smoke in the distance, and a sky so dark it felt like the bottom of a cauldron, all of it created a palpable sense of oppression. It was already late at night, and Snezhnia enforced a strict curfew. The streets were patrolled only by soldiers, with the occasional debt collector slipping through alleys, executing tasks that could only be done under the cover of darkness. Of course, as the third harbinger, the doctor, Lucas received respectful bows from every soldier he passed. The lab wasn't far from the doctor's residence, and as soon as Lucas entered the house, he spotted a girl in a nightgown, sitting in a chair by the door and yawning softly. When she noticed him, she immediately perked up and used a quick step movement to appear right in front of him, narrowing her eyes. "Why are you back so late today?" This girl was none other than Scaramouche. Though, as a doll, Scaramouche technically shouldn't feel tired, her design was intricate enough to allow her to sleep as a way to automatically recharge her energy. Seeing the suspicion on Scaramouche's face, Lucas awkwardly replied, "Well, of course, I was working late. You know, the Virtuously are preparing a special ops team composed of undead, so there's a lot of extra work." "Really?" Scaramouche squinted her eyes, moving even closer until her small face was pressed against Lucas, lightly sniffing his clothes. Her expression changed immediately. "Why do you smell like perfume?" "Crap." Lucas's heart skipped a beat. As a doll, Scaramouche had not only exceptional combat skills but also enhanced sensory functions including heightened smell. Even the faintest unusual scent wouldn't escape her nose. "This scent, it's a rare and expensive perfume, Queen's Kiss," Scaramouche remarked with a strange look. "As far as I know, only Her Majesty the Tsaritsa and that annoying woman use it." "So, did you meet with her today?" The annoying woman referred to La Signora. Perhaps due to her dislike of the doctor or the long-standing tension between Scaramouche and La Signora, the two Virtuously harbingers couldn't stand each other. That meant if the doctor had come into contact with Queen's Kiss, and it wasn't the Tsaritsa, the only option left was La Signora. Seeing no way to deny it further, Lucas reluctantly nodded. "Yes, La Signora did come to see me at the lab." "TCH, so it was her after all," Scaramouche seemed relieved, waving her hand dismissively. "That's fine then." "What do you mean, that's fine?" Lucas asked, a bit puzzled. "La Signora and I met late at night. Don't you think something might have happened between us?" "You and La Signora?" Scaramouche smirked. "Not a chance. You've seen the way she looks at you like you're trash. Honestly, you claiming to have met with the Tsaritsa secretly would be more believable." Thankfully, no spies were present in the doctor's residence, or Scaramouche's last comment might have earned her a death sentence for disrespecting the Tsaritsa. "I'm guessing she came to see you for work-related reasons." Scaramouche crossed her arms, confident. "Even though that woman is annoying, she's quite skilled. No way you'd be able to overpower her." In truth, Lucas's strength had long surpassed that of both La Signora and Scaramouche. But since he kept his abilities hidden, even Scaramouche, who was close to him, had no idea of his true power. "Well, you're not wrong," Lucas smiled, deciding to play along. "We were just discussing some work-related matters. No choice, there are things that only I can handle, even if she dislikes me." Of course, Scaramouche had no idea that what Lucas meant by things was entirely different from what she was thinking. "So, you haven't been with any other women recently?" Scaramouche asked shyly, "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" In this dimension, Lucas had lived for over 500 years, becoming a master at reading people's intentions. Although most of his time had been spent in dark, isolated basements, his ability to observe and understand others was well developed. Naturally, he could tell what Scaramouche was hinting at. In fact, this wasn't the first time Scaramouche had dropped these kinds of hints toward him. Despite Lucas making it clear on numerous occasions, especially to her, that she was off limits, Scaramouche seemed unwilling to give up, constantly giving him subtle signs. It wasn't because she lacked charm. On the contrary, Lucas was quite fond of the tomboy type. However, he still believed it was best to maintain their current relationship. After all, if they crossed that line, there would be no turning back. "I haven't done anything," Lucas said with a stretch, smiling faintly. "Work's been too busy lately. I haven't had time for anything else. When things calm down a bit, maybe I'll have some time to relax. But for now, I'm going to bed. Good night." Watching Lucas walk away to his room, Scaramouche bit her lip in frustration. The edge of her loose nightgown revealed a sliver of black lace hidden underneath. "Ugh!" she muttered under her breath. "I even went through the trouble of putting on new clothes for this." Exiting immersive mode. Entering text mode. Age 535, throughout the next year, you maintained your special doctor-patient relationship with La Signora. Sometimes it was 2 or 3 times a week, other times, just once every couple of weeks. Of course, you knew well that clearing the internal fire within her body only required a monthly session. However, you weren't about to point this out. Your relationship was simple, the laboratory was your treatment room, and each session lasted 1 to 2 hours. As for the exact timing, you and La Signora had a unique signal: whenever she didn't wear perfume, that was the night for treatment. After all, too much contact with her perfume might arouse Scaramouche's suspicions. The amusing part was that no matter how passionate La Signora seemed during the process, the moment it was over, she would revert to her usual cold self, pull up her skirt, and leave without so much as a word of affection. At those moments, you almost wondered if you were the one being used. You understood, though, that this was for the best. La Signora's face was identical to Rosaline's. If she ever showed even a sliver of warmth, you feared you wouldn't be able to control your emotions. One of the key rules for a Fatui harbinger is that they cannot marry or have children. Harbingers cannot afford to have weaknesses, especially romantic ones with fellow harbingers. This was likely the primary reason that Tsaritsa demanded that Rosalind become a harbinger to sever any chance of rekindling your relationship. So, the secret between you and La Signora had to remain just that. The enmity between you was so pronounced that no one would ever suspect what was truly going on beneath the surface. Age 536, the Fatui welcomed the 9th harbinger, Puppet. Age 537, thanks to your undead army, Snezhnia's military strength continued to grow. However, this caused internal tensions as resources were stretched to support the ever-growing army. To divert attention and relieve pressure, Snezhnia pointed its sights at the Land of Fire, Natlan. Natlan was the weakest of the 7 nations, known for its fierce, warlike people, yet lagging behind in terms of economic and technological development. It lacked strong ties with other nations, making it the perfect target for invasion. This mission was assigned to you by the Tsaritsa. As a harbinger, you had no choice but to comply. You had already prepared for this, though. You unveiled your latest research, Ursa the Drake. 1,000 years ago, Ursa the Drake wreaked havoc across Tivat, but after battling the Southwind Lion of the Four Winds, Vanessa, the dragon fled, eventually dying from its injuries. Through an unexpected discovery, you obtained the dragon's remains. Using your resurrection techniques, you created a replica of Ursa the Drake. Although not as powerful as the original, the replica still possessed considerable strength. Alongside Ursa, you also created an army of undead creatures. You commanded Ursa the Drake and the undead to launch a surprise attack on Natlan, throwing the nation into chaos. Of course, even with the dragon, it would be difficult to conquer an entire nation, so you used this opportunity to march in with your army under the pretense of rescue, ending this war you had orchestrated from the shadows. The war decimated Natlan, forcing them into an unequal treaty with Snezhnia. Though everyone knew this conflict was likely a chess move by Snezhnia, Natlan had no choice but to submit to the overwhelming force. This war left hundreds of thousands of innocent Natlan citizens displaced or dead. Yet, as you watched their faces filled with hatred, your heart remained untouched. Demon, Executioner, Schemer, Tsaritsa's Hound, countless titles were bestowed upon you. Your infamy spread not only through Natlan but also to other nations. Killing one person is a crime. But killing 10,000, or even 100,000. You shattered any notion of goodness 500 years ago when you raised Mondstadt. To you, life was no different from walking corpses. Achievement unlocked, Butcher. Talent reward, Executioner. Effect: when killing a target, you can receive a reward proportional to the target's strength. Whoa, whoa. Don't give me such terrifying abilities. Lucas couldn't help but sweat as he read through this chapter. In Keqing's simulator, he was just a school bully. In Shenhe's simulator, he was, at worst, a bit of a lecher. But now, he had become a mass murderer. This jump in characterization was far too extreme. Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that, with each passing moment, his simulated self was becoming more and more like the actual Doctor. With your schemes and Snezhnia's oppressive policies, Natlan quickly became a vassal state of Snezhnia. This bold move caused displeasure in nations like Simuru and Fontaine, but due to the power gap, their displeasure amounted to little more than criticism in the newspapers. Fontaine even tried to cut off trade with Snezhnia as a form of protest, but that charade ended quickly. After all, without the grain imports from Snezhnia, the so-called romantic nation couldn't possibly survive on love alone. For Snezhnia, a nation that values might, you returned as a war hero after conquering Natlan. While you were seen as a blood-soaked demon in other countries, to the people of Snezhnia, you were a hero without equal. However, you had no interest in fame or glory. For you, the only useful thing about this war was the fresh corpses it provided for your experiments. Ursa the Drake had performed admirably, but it still had many flaws. You needed to perfect it. Upon returning home, your residence was filled with gifts and rewards. The jester gave you a golden mask, the general gifted you a precious sword from Inajima, but what intrigued you the most was La Signora's gift, a simple white silk handkerchief laced with the scent of Queen's Kiss. Scaramouche scoffed at La Signora's gift, but only you understood its meaning tonight. La Signora would be waiting for you in the lab. However, Scaramouche, as the sixth harbinger, also prepared a gift for you. She personally cooked an entire feast for you. Looking at the cuts on her fingers, you couldn't help but feel touched. For Scaramouche, cooking was likely 1,000 times harder than killing. Unsurprisingly, the food tasted terrible. You imagined whoever created her must not have had much talent for cooking either. Still, you finished everything on your plate, showing your appreciation. After all, during your time in the underground cellar, you could eat bread as hard as stone. Scaramouche's cooking was nothing in comparison. Afterward, Scaramouche told you, with a sly smile, that the meal was only the gift from Scaramouche. She had another gift prepared just for you, from Kuna Kuzushi, and you had to come to her room tonight to collect it. You could guess what kind of gift Scaramouche had in mind. Seeing the confident look in her eyes, you knew that if you entered her room tonight, you wouldn't be coming out. But on the other hand, La Signora was also waiting for you in the lab. Faced with this dilemma, you decide to 1. Go to Scaramouche. 2. Go to La Signora. Chapter 27, Villain Simulator. Why am I being forced to make this kind of choice? For Lucas, this dilemma was perhaps more difficult than all the previous choices combined. Before, the options were mostly about choosing between being a good person or a villain. This time, the choice was clearly between being a jerk or, well, a different kind of jerk. Yet, after a brief internal conflict, Lucas made his decision. La Signora. It felt a bit cruel to Scaramouche, but Lucas had never seen her in that way. If this incident could make her give up on those feelings, it might be for the best. You finally rejected Scaramouche, making the excuse that you needed to complete some work in the lab before hastily leaving the house. As you left, you caught a glimpse of the deep disappointment in her eyes, but you steeled yourself and walked away. To celebrate the victory, Snezhnaya lifted the curfew for 3 days, allowing the citizens to revel all night. To avoid being recognized, you disguised yourself before heading to the lab. Originally, only 2 keys existed for the lab, yours and Scaramouche's, but now, a third key had been given to another person, La Signora. You unlocked the door with your key. Enter immersive mode. This time, Lucas entered the simulation without hesitation. Truthfully, he could have chosen another place for these secret meetings with La Signora, but to avoid complications, he stuck with the lab. Besides, La Signora didn't seem to mind. She'd even mentioned liking the cold, hard surface of the lab table. You're here. Sure enough, a familiar figure had been waiting for some time inside the lab. With the war in Natlan occupying most of his attention, it had been a while since Lucas last helped La Signora treat her condition. Yes, Scaramouche kept me for a bit, Lucas nodded, then paused. Wait, have you been drinking? Sure enough, a wine glass sat beside La Signora, with half of its contents remaining. Consider it a toast to your success, La Signora said, offering a rare smile. Though, only as the 8th harbinger. And as yourself. Lucas stepped closer, lifting her chin with his fingers. What gift do you have for me in that capacity? A blush crept across her face as she reached behind her, pulling out a small bottle filled with slime condensate. Slime condensate was a material derived from the body of a slime, often used for its elastic and moldable properties in industrial applications. It could even be eaten, though it had little nutritional value and a rather bland taste, akin to jelly in the real world. Of course, like jelly, it had other uses beyond being eaten. A man of Lucas's experience quickly understood its implication. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. But, haven't you always refused to do something like this? It was true while he and La Signora had maintained an intimate relationship, it had always been rather conservative. Certain acts, especially those requiring her to kneel before him, had been out of the question, given her pride. Just this once, La Signora huffed, her voice cold. Don't expect it to happen again. Slime condensate was a peculiar substance. Though it came from the body of a magical creature, it lacked any signs of life itself. As food, it provided no real nourishment and tasted rather bland, aside from its unusual texture. However, for other purposes, its effects were extraordinary. Even with La Signora's somewhat clumsy attempts, the slime condensate helped magnify the experience, making it far more than the sum of its parts. Yet, more than the physical sensation, watching the usually proud La Signora lower herself before him filled Lucas with a sense of conquest that was far more satisfying than anything physical. "Aren't you done yet?" La Signora shot him a weary glance. Despite her immense strength, even she couldn't help but feel a bit of fatigue. "Almost," Lucas replied, keeping his rhythm steady. "It won't be long now. Almost there. Just a bit more." These were, without a doubt, the lies Lucas had told the most in his life. He had deceived Shenhe with them many times before, and now La Signora too. Finally, after another half-hour, Lucas hit the jackpot. Cough, cough. La Signora coughed awkwardly. During the process, she had accidentally swallowed some of the slime condensate, along with something else of a similar texture. She wasn't sure why she had agreed to do something like this. Perhaps she simply wanted to celebrate Lucas's return, or maybe she wanted to show her gratitude in her own way. Of course, she kept telling herself that this didn't change how much she hated him. "This treatment was an interesting experiment," Lucas remarked as he dressed. "Perhaps we should explore more medical solutions in the future." "I refuse," La Signora retorted, her cold demeanor back in place. "I told you, this was a one-time thing." "Nothing is ever absolute," Lucas teased, raising an eyebrow. "Besides, it didn't seem like you hated it all that much, did you? To be honest, out of all the gifts I received upon my return, yours might be tied for first place." "Tied?" La Signora sneered. "Let me guess, the other gift, it's from that little brat, isn't it?" The little brat was, of course, Scaramouche. Though the nickname was a bit of a stretch, it made sense coming from the tall and statuesque La Signora. "Yes, she, like you," Lucas said with a knowing smile, "is struggling to do something she's not very good at." "My apologies for being clumsy and untalented," La Signora scoffed. "I suppose, in your eyes, that brat is more important." As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. "Why, did I say something like that? It almost sounds like I'm jealous." "Scaramouche is important to me," Lucas said seriously. "But there's no comparing the two of you." There truly was no comparison. Lucas's relationship with Scaramouche was more akin to that of Leon and Matilda in Leon, the Professional, or Silco and Jinx in Arcane. To him, Scaramouche represented a deeper emotional bond, something closer to family, even more intimate than actual blood relations. "So, in the end, I really can't compare to her, can I?" A soft, pained voice suddenly echoed from behind, catching Lucas completely off guard. He turned swiftly to see a familiar figure standing at the door, staring at the two of them with a complicated expression. It was Scaramouche. Lucas hadn't expected her to show up here, and given the current situation between him and La Signora, even a fool could guess what had happened. "Scaramouche?" Lucas forced himself to remain calm. When did you get here?" With his strength, it was unlikely that anyone could approach without him noticing, but he had let his guard down during the treatment, and Scaramouche's stealth abilities were extraordinary. "Since you two started doing that," Scaramouche muttered through gritted teeth. "No wonder you never accepted me. It's all because of her, isn't it?" "It's not like that." Lucas shook his head. "The two things aren't related at all. She's just—" "You don't need to explain," Scaramouche interrupted, her lips curling into a bitter smile. "Of course, you prefer this kind of woman. To you, I'm not even a real woman, no, I'm just a puppet. You never saw me as human at all." It was no surprise that Scaramouche was furious. The man she loved had chosen to be with her most hated rival. If not for her immense self-control, she might have already lashed out. "This isn't what you think," Lucas sighed. "Let's go home, and I'll explain everything." But there was no way to explain things in this situation. "No need." Scaramouche's expression was heartbroken. "I guess I was just an extra all along. I wish you both the worst." With that, the girl turned and ran out the door without looking back. "Wait." Lucas tried to follow, but he was still half-dressed. Shaking his head, he muttered, "That girl. Aren't you going after her?" La Signora finally spoke up. Chasing her now would only cause a bigger scene, Lucas sighed. She'll go home eventually. Once she's calmed down, I'll explain everything to her. But aren't you afraid? La Signora's voice carried a hint of tension, that she might reveal our secret. Don't worry. I know her, Lucas said confidently. Besides, even if she did, what would happen? Do you think that Tsaritsa would punish me for something like this after I just brought back such a victory? Never underestimate a woman. La Signora warned softly. Especially when it comes to matters of the heart. They're capable of anything. Is that so? Lucas looked at La Signora with a teasing expression. So, you do have emotions after all. People aren't made of stone, of course, they have feelings. La Signora's gaze softened momentarily before snapping back to its usual sharpness. She cast a sidelong glance at Lucas and added, but my feelings will never have anything to do with someone like you. That's fine, Lucas responded nonchalantly. I'm not interested in your emotions. Your body is all I need. After spending time with her, Lucas had come to terms with things. La Signora and Rosalind were two different entities, more like a connection between past and present lives than the same person. The comfort he found in La Signora had nothing to do with the memories of Rosalind. Surprisingly, La Signora didn't get angry at his remark. She only sighed wearily. Get out of here, go back to your little brat. Without saying more, Lucas donned his coat, put on his mask, and disappeared into the darkness outside the door. You're lucky. La Signora muttered to herself. At least you have someone to hold onto. But I have nothing. Exit immersive mode. Enter text mode. You thought that, as usual, Scaramouche would eventually forgive you after you sweet-talked her enough. But this time, things were different. Scaramouche seemed genuinely angry, and for a whole month, she refused to speak to you. When she finally did, her first words were simply a formal greeting during an official meeting of the Harbingers. Hello, she said. You tried several times to have a proper conversation with her, but she never gave you the chance, refusing to speak beyond necessity. She even began requesting more external missions to avoid you. The only small comfort was that she didn't move out of your house. As long as you both lived under the same roof, you still considered yourselves family. You figured that it was only a matter of time until things eased between you, but time was something you had in abundance. So, a strange dynamic developed. On the surface, you and Scaramouche seemed close, but in reality, you were estranged. Meanwhile, you and La Signora appeared to be at odds, yet behind closed doors, your relationship was intimate. Age 538, a young man named Ajax was promoted by the fifth Harbinger, Pulcinella, to become the newest and last of the Fatui Harbingers, codenamed Tartaglia. Unlike the others, he hadn't been directly chosen, he had risen through the ranks from a lowly Fatui soldier. Although he held the lowest position, his potential and combat instincts even made you take notice. Despite his position, Tartaglia was anything but humble. He didn't bow to any of his seniors. But when it came to you, he showed great respect, telling you that it was his admiration for you that led him to join the Fatui. Unbeknownst to you, you had become a figure of admiration for many in Snezhnia. The Fatui's growth was partly driven by people joining in hopes of following your example. Age 539, just as raw jade must be polished, so must young warriors hone their skills. You created a large number of undead soldiers for Tartaglia to train against, using the opportunity to gather more data and improve the combat capabilities of your creations. In time, you and Tartaglia became something close to friends. His enthusiasm and carefree nature were a refreshing contrast to the usual atmosphere within the Fatui. Occasionally, his demeanor reminded you of a certain someone Ristam, your once dear friend. Age 540, Snezhnia's power continued to grow, and the annexation of Natlan caused the nation to expand further. However, this strength also worried the Tsaritsa. She knew all too well that the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled. The last nation to rise to such prominence met a tragic end: the destruction of Kenria, a conflict she had personally witnessed. Under Pierrot's advice and long-term planning, the Tsaritsa finally announced the Gnosis Collection Plan, a mission to collect the hearts of all the Archons, regardless of the cost. The heart of the Pyro Archon had already been secured as part of the unequal treaty with Natlan. Naturally, the Fatui Harbingers were tasked with leading these missions. Tartaglia was sent to Liu, La Signora to Mondstadt, and Scaramouche volunteered to go to Inajima. After the fallout from your last incident, your relationship with Scaramouche had hit rock bottom. Even so, you sought her out, urging her to reconsider the mission. Deep inside, you had a terrible premonition that something disastrous would happen if Scaramouche went to Inajima. But Scaramouche refused outright, even hinting that her reasons for going extended beyond just retrieving the Gnosis. She promised that when she returned, she would surprise you. You didn't know what her other objective was, but you understood that once she set her mind on something, there was no changing it. However, to ensure her safety, you ordered the dragon Ursa to wait near Inajima and assist her if she encountered any danger. Age 541, La Signora's mission went smoothly. In Mondstadt, she successfully retrieved the Inmo Archon Barbados's Gnosis. Though Mondstadt's morale had taken a heavy blow, there were rumors that Barbados's powers had already waned. Even so, a god's power should never be underestimated. Whether Barbados's weakened state was genuine or part of a deeper ploy remained a mystery. Age 542, while on his mission, Tartaglia encountered setbacks, leading him to unleash the overlord of the Vortex Oziel, causing catastrophic damage to Liu. Although the people of Liu managed to seal Oziel once again, Tartaglia's actions made both the Fatui and Snezhnia targets of widespread condemnation. That disaster turned out to be part of the Geo Archon Morix's plan. As a result, his Gnosis was handed over to La Signora as payment. Now, Snezhnia held 4 of the 7 Gnosis. To celebrate, the Tsaritsa hosted a grand ceremony. Just as everyone began to think that the Gnosis collection plan would continue smoothly, a deafening roar echoed from outside the palace. Your heart sank, for you recognized that roar it belonged to the dragon Ursa. You rushed out of the palace, your usually calm demeanor replaced by rare panic. The scene that greeted you was shocking. Dragon Ursa was sprawled across the palace square, its tough scales covered in wounds. The most noticeable injury was a long gash, exposing the rotting muscle beneath. You knew that Dragon Ursa possessed the power of a demigod, with extraordinary defense. To inflict such damage, the attacker had to be either a more powerful god or a being of equal strength. Then, you saw a figure tumble off Dragon Ursa's back. Rushing forward, you caught her in your arms, Scaramouche, badly injured and on the verge of collapse. Her body was covered in wounds, but when she saw your face, she managed a weak smile and whispered in your ear, "I did it. I really did it." She then passed out. Before the Tsaritsa could give an order, you took her straight to your lab. As the best doctor in the world, only you could save her. Chapter 28, Villain Simulator. Even though you knew that Scaramouche was just a puppet and no matter how severe her injuries, you could repair her, this time, a strange sense of anxiety weighed on your heart. You expertly picked up the scalpel, intending to slice through Scaramouche's skin as you had many times before. But just as the blade touched her body, your hand suddenly froze. You've dissected tens of thousands of bodies. Even the slightest sensation through the blade tip is enough for you to understand the condition of the skin beneath it. And now, you felt something unmistakable. The skin you were about to cut wasn't the material of a puppet. It was real human skin, alive, warm, fragile. Soon, you discovered something shocking. Scaramouche's body, once purely mechanical, had transformed into that of a real human. The intricate components inside her had become human organs, and the tiny power core that once sustained her was now a beating heart, weak and on the verge of failure. You didn't know why Scaramouche's body had undergone this transformation. You only knew one thing: healing a human was far more difficult than repairing a puppet. Scaramouche, severely injured, coughed up blood. You held her face in your hands, murmuring, "You won't die. I swear, I won't let you die." You had treated countless patients before, but you'd never felt nervous. To you, every human body was just a machine, a system to be fixed using a precise method. But now, with someone so important lying on your operating table, for the first time, your hand holding the scalpel began to tremble uncontrollably. Scaramouche's injuries were severe, but it seemed that a strange power was slowly healing her. That power felt familiar, as if you had encountered something similar when you held the Pyro Archon's Gnosis years ago. You had no time to think about the connection. Your entire focus was on this operation. You'd never failed before, and this time, you absolutely couldn't afford to fail. At last, after an intense operation, you managed to stabilize Scaramouche's condition. Though still unconscious, she was no longer in immediate danger. Just as you were about to exhale in relief, La Signora suddenly entered the room, her expression complex as she informed you that the Tsaritsa was calling a harbinger meeting, and you were required to attend. You noticed the unusual look in La Signora's eyes but decided to accompany her. When you arrived, an informant embedded in Inajima was reporting the details of what had transpired. Everything had gone according to plan. Scaramouche had stationed herself at the delusion factory on Yashiori Island, assisting in the manufacture and distribution of delusions. Through a mysterious transaction, Scaramouche had successfully obtained the gnosis from Yaemiko, the head priestess of the Grand Narukami Shrine. However, after acquiring the gnosis, Scaramouche suddenly betrayed Yaemiko, launching a surprise attack and severely injuring her. This, in turn, alerted the Raiden Shogun, who quickly arrived and engaged Scaramouche in battle. Despite the immense power of a god, Scaramouche was at a disadvantage. But for some reason, the Raiden Shogun never delivered a killing blow. In the heat of the battle, Dragon Ursa appeared, rescuing the heavily injured Scaramouche. Although the Raiden Shogun attacked Ursa, the dragon managed to escape. Seeing these events unfold, Lucas was left utterly shocked. This isn't right. This isn't how things were supposed to go at all. He distinctly remembered that in the original storyline, after obtaining the gnosis, Scaramouche was supposed to disappear temporarily. But here, in the simulation, why did she attack Yaemiko? As the report concluded, everyone knew what had happened. Dragon Ursa had brought the heavily wounded Scaramouche back to Snezhnia. Tsaritsa did not ask about Scaramouche's injuries but instead questioned you about the whereabouts of the electro-gnosis. You truthfully told her that you hadn't found the gnosis yet and that the full truth could only be learned after Scaramouche regained consciousness. Tsaritsa didn't say much, but she did inform you that Tartaglia's actions in Liu had already put Snezhnia under heavy scrutiny. Scaramouche's behavior had further pushed the country to the brink of crisis. You were advised to prepare for the severe consequences Scaramouche would soon face. Sure enough, a few days later, Inajima sent a diplomatic envoy General Kyujao Sera delivering an ultimatum. It was revealed that after obtaining the gnosis, Scaramouche had absorbed its power into her body. Overwhelmed by the immense strength, she had lost control, which led to her grievously wounding Yaemiko and drawing the attention of the Raiden Shogun. Kyujao Sera stated that the severity of this incident could not be overstated. She demanded that Snezhnia hand over both Scaramouche and the gnosis, as well as pay a hefty reparation. Otherwise, Inajima would use this as a pretext to form an alliance with other nations and declare war on Snezhnia. For years, Snezhnia's actions had angered the other nations. They had tolerated it only due to Snezhnia's immense military strength. Now, with Scaramouche's crime, they had the perfect reason to band together and weaken Snezhnia. For any ruler, this was an easy decision. While Snezhnia was strong, it wasn't yet powerful enough to stand against the combined forces of every other nation. Moreover, Scaramouche's decision to absorb the gnosis without permission was a clear act of betrayal. Whether handed over or not, she was bound to face severe punishment. Thus, Tsaritsa made an immediate decision: Snezhnia would hand over Scaramouche. You, of course, protested right away. Tsaritsa, as if expecting this, calmly told you that she was already aware of your relationship with La Signora. If you were willing to give up Scaramouche, not only would she spare you both from any punishment, but she would also arrange for you to marry La Signora. Furthermore, La Signora had already agreed to this. Faced with the Tsaritsa's offer, your choices were: 1. Agree and give up Scaramouche. 2. Refuse and insist on protecting Scaramouche. 3. Temporarily agree, but plan a rescue later. Scaramouche must not be abandoned. Lucas knew this all too well. But outright refusing the Tsaritsa's suggestion would mean outright defiance, committing a grave crime of insubordination. Not only would it make protecting Scaramouche impossible, but it would also endanger himself. I choose the third option. You agreed to the Tsaritsa's conditions for now, but you immediately began planning a way to rescue Scaramouche. Not long after, Scaramouche regained consciousness and confessed everything. Tsaritsa ordered her to be imprisoned. With the gnosis now inside Scaramouche, surrendering her would mean giving up the gnosis as well. Handing it over after all that effort wasn't something Tsaritsa wanted either. At this point, you offered a solution: you could extract the gnosis from Scaramouche's body and replace it with a fake. That way, when Snezhnia handed her over, Inajima would receive a powerless puppet, severing any further ties to Snezhnia. Tsaritsa was suspicious, but she agreed. After all, no one else in Teyvat had the skills necessary for such a procedure. As you prepared to enter the prison, you encountered a familiar figure. Entering immersive mode. The figure approaching was none other than La Signora. She seemed to have been waiting for Lucas, anticipating his arrival. "You've come after all," she said, her tone unusually calm compared to her usual disdain. "Do you really think you can extract the gnosis from Scaramouche's body?" "We won't know until we try," Lucas replied with a smile. "It's all for the greater plan." "You should know by now," La Signora added, her voice cool. "Tsaritsa has already approved our marriage. Once this is over, will be Wednesday." "I didn't expect you to agree to such a thing," Lucas's smile turned teasing. "I thought you hated me." "I do hate you." Even now, La Signora shook her head. "But this is Tsaritsa's order. I have no choice." "Well then, I suppose I should thank both of you," Lucas said, spreading his arms. "But why did you come here? Just to tell me how lucky I am?" "No," La Signora leaned in, whispering in his ear. "I came to warn you not to do anything foolish. Tsaritsa has taken precautions. If you think you'll be able to rescue Scaramouche during this, you won't even make it out of the prison." "Thanks for the warning, but don't worry," Lucas smiled. "I'm quite fond of living." As Lucas walked into the prison, La Signora murmured, "For your sake, I hope that's true, for both of us." Scaramouche was imprisoned in the most heavily guarded cell, reserved for only the worst criminals. Finally, after opening the thick iron doors, Lucas saw her familiar face. "You've come. You finally came." To his surprise, Scaramouche seemed in good spirits. Far from her cold demeanor before, she smiled at him. "I knew you would come for me." Scaramouche had been transferred here right after regaining consciousness, leaving Lucas without a chance to speak with her. Now, all the questions swirling in his mind condensed into just one bitter sentence: "Why did you do it?" "Because I wanted to be human." Scaramouche looked down at her hands, her eyes soft. "I wanted to hold you, for you to feel my warmth. I wanted to be like other women and do with you the things you do with them." "And for that reason alone?" Lucas asked sternly. "Do you know the chaos you've caused?" "I know exactly what I did," Scaramouche replied, her voice steady. "I also know this is probably the last time I'll ever see you. La Signora came to see me earlier. She said she would take good care of you. Do you know why I always hated her? Because I was so jealous. Jealous that she had a human body and could always catch your eye. So, before I die, fulfill my final wish." Scaramouche stepped forward and embraced Lucas tightly, her voice full of contentment. "Even if it's only once, I want to become one with you, as a human." Whether it was stealing the gnosis or betraying the Tsaritsa, even knowing it would cost her life. All of it was for this reason? Regret gnawed at Lucas. If only, just once, he had accepted Scaramouche's request, maybe things wouldn't have reached this point. This foolish girl had believed that the reason he kept rejecting her was simply because she wasn't human. Smack! Lucas's fist came down hard on Scaramouche's head. Her newly human body, still not used to pain, couldn't withstand the blow, and tears welled up in her eyes. What was that for?" Scaramouche whimpered, rubbing her head. "I was just getting into the mood." "Sorry about that," Lucas chuckled, clapping the dust off his hands. "But as for what you just said, I'll have to refuse." What? A deep sense of disappointment spread across Scaramouche's face as she murmured, "Everything I did, was for this moment, and even now, you're still going to reject me." "You're wrong. What I'm rejecting isn't this," Lucas replied calmly. "What I'm rejecting is the idea of letting you die." "That's impossible," Scaramouche shook her head. "This prison is the most heavily guarded place in all of Snezhnia." "I know that better than anyone," Lucas shrugged. "After all, I helped plan the construction of this prison. I memorized every part of its design." Lucas, who could remember even the most complex medical textbooks, had no trouble committing the entire blueprint of the prison to memory. "Even so, what difference does it make?" Scaramouche glanced at her ankle, where a sturdy iron shackle was fastened. "With this thing still on me, there's no way I can leave, even if you wanted to." It wasn't an ordinary shackle but one crafted from special steel and cold iron by Snezhnia's finest artisans under the Tsaritsa's orders. Unless someone had the key, only the Tsaritsa herself could remove it. It was like the iron chain around Xiao Zhao's ankle in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Nothing could break it except the heaven-relying sword. Lucas thought of making a joke about whether Scaramouche had changed her underwear in the past few days, but it felt inappropriate for the moment, so he kept quiet. "This chain. Lucas squatted down in front of Scaramouche, gripping the iron links with both hands. Let me give it a try. Don't bother, Scaramouche shook her head. After absorbing the gnosis, my strength increased significantly, but even with that, I couldn't break it. How could you? Asterisk snap. With a crisp sound, the unyielding cold iron chain shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. Scaramouche blinked in disbelief, muttering, How did you do that? Well. Lucas dusted off his hands nonchalantly. Maybe I'm just a little stronger than you thought. Lucas had never displayed his full strength to anyone. Even to Scaramouche, who was closest to him, he seemed like nothing more than a decently fit, slightly hunched older man. The only one who had a vague understanding of his true strength was La Signora after all. An ordinary human couldn't withstand her physical prowess or possess such enduring stamina. Stop kidding around. You must have used some sort of trick. Scaramouche still refused to believe that Lucas had broken the chain purely through strength. Suspiciously, she asked, Did you develop some kind of acid that corrodes metal? To Scaramouche and indeed, to most people in Snezhnia the harbinger known as the Doctor was regarded as a brilliant mastermind. Within the Fatui, he was more akin to a strategist or advisor than a fighter. Most believed that the Doctor's position among the powerful harbingers was due to his intelligence, not physical prowess. No one knew the true nature of the body that housed his brilliant mind. Oh, yes. You caught me, Lucas replied playfully, not bothering to deny it. You're a sharp one, aren't you? Now's not the time for jokes, Scaramouche said, her expression complicated. You must realize how slim the chances are of successfully escaping. Even if you did, you'd be hunted by Snezhnia for the rest of your life, never finding peace. Enough with the chatter. Just tell me this, do you want to leave? Lucas extended a hand to Scaramouche. Come with me, and we'll get out of here together. Do you even have to ask? Without hesitation, Scaramouche grasped his hand firmly. If we're caught, we'll die together. Good, Lucas nodded. Now, we can move on to the next step. Of the guards watching over you, which one do you dislike the most? Number 4524, Scaramouche frowned. Every time he's on shift, he looks at me with this disgusting gaze. Even in her puppet form, Scaramouche had always been strikingly beautiful, though her clothing and demeanor often led people to mistake her for a cute boy. Now, as a human, her appearance had become even more alluring. If it weren't for the strict supervision in the prison, there might have been some unscrupulous guards who would have tried something indecent. Then it's him, Lucas said as he pulled out a communicator. Guard 4524, come here. Why yes, sir. The voice on the other end sounded nervous. Moments later, a gaunt guard in his 40s entered the cell, bowing respectfully. What are your orders, Doctor? Oh, nothing much, Lucas smiled. I just need to borrow something from you. What is it? The guard asked, his voice trembling. Your life. Before the guard could react, he collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Even Scaramouche, with her sharp skills, could barely follow Lucas's movements. It seemed he had simply tapped the man's temple lightly with his finger. Could it be that Doctor was actually as powerful as he claimed? Chapter 29, Villain Simulator. 10 minutes later, with the cell door open, Lucas and the guard who had entered earlier left the prison together. Doctor, have you finished your task? Another guard asked. Not yet. I need to retrieve something and this guy will help me, Lucas patted the guard on the shoulder. I've already administered a sedative to Scaramouche. Until I return, do not open the cell door under any circumstances. Understood. The guard seemed deeply honored. After all, who would question the orders of a national hero like Lucas? Shall I send a few men to assist you? Guard 4524 isn't exactly known for his strength. I could find some stronger lads to help. No need. This guy will suffice. Lucas shook his head and then coldly barked at guard 4524, why are you standing there like an idiot? Get moving. Guard 4524 said nothing, only nodding silently as he hurriedly followed Lucas. Once they had walked about 30 meters, ensuring no one else was around, guard 4524 suddenly spoke in a clear, feminine voice, I can't believe we actually got away with it. Indeed, Lucas's plan was surprisingly simple. Using his masterful disguise techniques, he had transformed Scaramouche into the likeness of a guard, allowing them to slip away unnoticed. With the influence the doctor wielded in Snezhnia, no one dared to suspect him. Most importantly, the other guards wouldn't believe that a lowly, unassuming guard had been switched right under their noses. This was just the easiest part, Lucas replied, showing no signs of relief. The hard part comes next. Lucas knew full well that a simple plan like this might fool the guards, but it wouldn't deceive Tsaritsa or the other harbingers. Especially Tsaritsa. She had likely been aware of Lucas's intentions for some time. There was a good chance that soldiers were already stationed outside the prison, waiting to ambush him and Scaramouche the moment they stepped out. This prison break was a gamble from the start. Even with just a 1 in a million chance, Lucas had to take the risk. "What's your plan?" Scaramouche asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. "I've already instructed Ursa to be on standby," Lucas replied. "As long as we make it out of Snezhnia, we'll be fine." "Leave Snezhnia?" Scaramouche murmured. "And after that, where will we go?" "Did you know? I bought a piece of land in Sumeru. It's not large, but I've opened a small winery there. I hired some fruit farmers, a winemaker and even a bard." Lucas gently patted her head with a smile. "We could live in seclusion there, make wine, listen to music. If you'd like, we could even adopt a few kids." No one would believe that such words would come from someone who, in the eyes of the world, was no less than a devil. As Lucas spoke, a soft look of longing appeared in Scaramouche's eyes. In the past, she would have scoffed at such sentiments, ridiculing him for dreaming up such nonsense. But now, she could picture it in her mind, a peaceful and beautiful future. "Maybe," Scaramouche whispered, "we don't need to adopt." After all, she was no longer a mere puppet. Her body now had the capability to create life. Lucas immediately understood what Scaramouche was implying, but he could only offer a wry smile in response. In this world, thanks to the curse he bore from researching immortality, Lucas had long lost the ability to have children. And so, as they walked down that not-so-long prison corridor, Lucas and Scaramouche hastily planned out a future worth dreaming about. However, deep down, both of them knew that this dream was as fragile as a soap bubble. Contrary to Lucas's expectations, when they exited the prison gates, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. There were no ambushes, just a few guards smoking and chatting casually. Given his understanding of the Tsaritsa, Lucas found it impossible to believe she would be so careless. If Scaramouche wasn't handed over, it could bring a massive crisis to Snezhnia. But he had no time to dwell on it. Lucas whistled sharply, and a black shadow loomed overhead. From the sky, a massive, jet-black dragon descended, flames of malevolent energy rippling across its body. The dragon landed right in front of Lucas. This was one of Lucas's greatest creations, the dragon Ursa the Drake. Creating such a powerful being without divine intervention was a feat only a few people could match, like the alchemist Gold from the fallen nation of Kenria or Lucas himself. The few guards nearby jumped in fright at the sight of the massive dragon. Even Scaramouche couldn't help but pale a little. "What are you waiting for? Get on!" Lucas patted Scaramouche on the shoulder. "Don't worry. It doesn't bite." Scaramouche huffed softly but leaped onto Ursa's back. Surprisingly, the terrifying dragon let out a low, almost pitiful whimper, seemingly uncomfortable with someone other than Lucas riding it. "Quit acting like that," Lucas tapped Ursa's head lightly. "From now on, this woman is your master too. Make sure you protect her." At that moment, Scaramouche's eyes widened in surprise. What did you just say?" "I said make sure Ursa protects you," Lucas answered, puzzled. "Wait, you don't have your recording device anymore, do you?" In the past, as a puppet, Scaramouche had several useful mechanical components built into her body. "Not that." Scaramouche shook her head. "What you said before that?" "What I said before." Lucas thought for a moment before replying casually, "This woman." "Yes." Scaramouche's face lit up with joy. "You finally acknowledged that I'm a woman. Is now the time to talk about that?" "Fine, fine. You're a woman, adorable, beautiful, soft and warm." Lucas sighed and then muttered under his breath, "And also, mine." As he prepared to jump onto Ursa's back, a sudden sense of danger made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Over the past 5 centuries, it wasn't just his physical strength that had been enhanced, his senses had become incredibly sharp as well. Just as he was about to pull Scaramouche off the dragon, a massive arrow of ice shot from the distance, heading straight for Ursa. Though shaped like an arrow, its size dwarfed even the bolts fired by siege crossbows. This was no ordinary attack, it was divine power, prepared and unleashed at just the right moment. Even with all his strength, Lucas couldn't stop the incoming projectile. With a loud crack, the giant ice arrow pierced Ursa's chest, and in an instant, both the dragon and Scaramouche were encased in ice. "Doctor!" An icy, commanding voice echoed from above. "You've disappointed me." Hovering in the sky was none other than the Tsaritsa, surrounded by swirling snow and ice. Her gaze was cold and imperious, and her presence made the temperature around them plummet dramatically. The sky darkened, heavy snow began to fall, and thick clouds rolled in, casting everything in a grey, oppressive light. It had been 500 years since the Tsaritsa had revealed her true power, not since the end of the Kenria War. Now, before Lucas's eyes, her youthful appearance was changing rapidly. She transformed into a tall, mature woman with a curvaceous figure, her elegant robes expanding along with her form. "I gave you chance after chance," the Tsaritsa sighed, though her breath turned into a swirling blizzard. "Doctor, I've always acknowledged the contributions you've made to this nation, but don't think for a moment that I won't punish you." "I have no intention of opposing you, Your Majesty," Lucas responded with rare humility. "I'm willing to give up everything, even my own life, if it means sparing Scaramouche." "You don't have the right to negotiate with me," the Tsaritsa said, her tone brooking no argument. "But I will offer you one last chance, give up Scaramouche. The previous deal I offered you still stands. Even if I spare her, Inajima won't. Protecting her means opposing Snezhnia, and the world." Lucas's expression twisted into a bitter smile. "Why is it that despite all I've done for this world, it still insists on pushing me to the brink? Mondstadt, Snezhnia. I've sacrificed everything for you, and yet, you leave me no choice but to stand against you. You've grown arrogant, Doctor. It's almost laughable," the Tsaritsa sneered. "But that ends now. I will ensure your treachery remains hidden, and when you die, I will have you buried as a hero in the Saintus Cemetery." The Saintus Cemetery was the highest honor in Snezhnia, a burial ground reserved for the nation's most revered figures. In her own way, the Tsaritsa was being merciful. "Sorry, but I've always hated cemeteries," Lucas said, his tone darkening. "All those bodies, rotting away in the dirt. Such a waste of useful material. How dare you threaten me?" The Tsaritsa's voice turned icy. "Very well, you'll soon see the consequences of defying me." With a wave of her hand, the block of ice containing Scaramouche broke free from User and floated toward the Tsaritsa. "If we want to extract the Gnosis, we'll need to destroy this vessel," the Tsaritsa said coolly. "Inajima will have no objection to receiving her corpse. Give Scaramouche back." Lucas leaped toward her, but just then, a lightning-clad spear came hurtling toward him from a distance. Lucas instinctively unsheathed a katana from his waist and sliced the spear in half in mid-air. The sword was a gift from the general, a fellow harbinger, after Lucas's triumphant return from the war with Natlan, a weapon fittingly called Oni Cutter. As if on cue, a familiar, confident voice echoed nearby, accompanied by light laughter. "I knew it." From the shadows emerged a man with striking orange hair and a mask on his face, none other than Child. "Doctor, you've been hiding your true power all this time," Child said with a grin. "That strike was incredible." "Child." Lucas narrowed his eyes. "Are you here to stop me?" Indeed, the one who had attacked Lucas moments ago was the 11th Harbinger, Child. "Honestly, I'd love to test my strength against yours, Doctor," Child said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "But the Tsaritsa has ordered 5 of us to take you down." True enough, 4 other Harbingers appeared alongside Child: Z, the Rooster, Columbina, the Damselette, Sandrone, the Marionette, and Capitano, the Captain. Oddly enough, despite the overwhelming odds, Lucas felt a brief sense of relief. At least La Signora wasn't among them. To deploy almost half of the Fatui's elite Harbingers just to deal with Lucas proved that the Tsaritsa acknowledged his formidable power. Though the Harbingers varied in strength, even the weakest among them had power rivaling that of gods, with the top-ranking Pierrot, the Jester, possibly being as strong as a deity himself. "No need for hesitation," the Tsaritsa commanded coldly. "Eliminate him immediately." For the Tsaritsa, extracting the Gnosis from Scaramouche was the top priority, leaving the task of defeating Lucas to the other Harbingers. "Doctor, just surrender already," Capitano, the 10th Harbinger, stepped forward with a sneer. Sure, you're high-ranked, but that's only because you've been around longer than most of us. While we were risking our lives on the front lines, you were cozy in your lab, enjoying your wine and women. Why should someone like you be above us? Lucas didn't know much about Capitano, only that he had always resented his lower rank. This was likely his chance to settle the score by belittling the doctor. Why? Lucas raised his katana, oni cutter, and casually swung it at Capitano. For this, Lucas's swing seemed weak and aimless, as if a completely untrained person had casually waved a sword. He stood at least 10 meters away from Capitano, so it was clear that the strike couldn't possibly reach him. It appeared to be little more than an empty gesture. Is that all you've got? Capitano sneered, a mocking smile crossing his face. I actually expected something from your power, but... Smack! A soft sound, as though something had dropped to the ground, echoed in the air. At first, Capitano didn't feel anything, but as he instinctively reached for his weapon, he noticed something shocking. His right arm had been severed without him realizing it, now lying at his feet. What is this? My arm! Capitano screamed, disbelief overtaking him. How could this happen? This sword is called oni cutter. It's not just any weapon, it's my scalpel. People cut by this sword don't feel any pain, which means I can skip the step of administering anesthesia, Lucas explained calmly. In other words, I can make you watch as I slice your body into pieces, bit by bit. In truth, Capitano's strength was formidable. As one of the Fatui harbingers, he wasn't to be underestimated. The only reason he had been caught off guard was his arrogance. Damn you! You think you can underestimate me? Capitano growled. Although a sense of fear had surfaced in his heart, there was no way he could back down in this situation. After all, there were still 4 other harbingers beside him. No matter how strong the doctor was, it was impossible for him to face all 5 at once. But just as Capitano was about to retreat a couple of steps, an unexpected development occurred. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. A spear tip, gleaming with purple energy, had pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. The familiar weapon, glowing with a violet hue, belonged to none other than Child. Hey! Capitano gasped, turning around in disbelief. Standing behind him, Child flashed a wicked grin. Sorry, but unlike the doctor's fancy weapon, this spear probably hurts quite a bit. Child! What are you doing? The 4th harbinger, Columbina, eyed him darkly. Are you betraying the Tsaritsa as well? My loyalty to the Tsaritsa is unmatched, Child responded casually as he walked over to stand beside Lucas, his tone nonchalant. But I just did a little thinking. Fighting such a strong enemy as the doctor would be loads of fun, but if I'm teaming up with you 4, that takes away 4/5 of the excitement. And that would be such a waste. So, I'm going to kill you all first. Then I can have a one-on-one fight with the doctor. If anyone else had said this, they would have been dismissed as a lunatic. But coming from Child, it somehow made perfect sense. After all, he was a battle maniac, or perhaps, more accurately, a true madman. Though his betrayal was unexpected, it wasn't entirely surprising. The fight had barely begun, and one of the 5 harbingers had already been critically wounded. What had started as a 1-against-5 situation had suddenly shifted to a 2-on-3 battle. Moreover, Lucas had just demonstrated his incredible prowess. The sudden shift in circumstances only heightened the tension. Everyone, don't panic, Columbina, evidently the leader of this elimination squad, quickly took control of the situation, maintaining her composure even after the unexpected twist. It's still 3 against 2. We hold the advantage. Besides, the one who had switched sides was Child, the lowest ranked harbinger. There should be no reason for this fight to be in doubt. And indeed, it seemed so. Why are you doing this? Lucas asked, eyeing the grin on Child's face with a frown. This is a foolish decision. Lucas knew the words Child had spoken were just an excuse. The real reason was much simpler. Child just wanted to help him. Chapter 30, Villain Simulator. I believe I made a smart decision, Child stretched lazily and smiled. After all, I don't want to end up dead by your hand. Lucas, eager to save Scaramouche, had no intention of wasting time. Combining Inazuma's famed blade with the essence of the Favonius swordsmanship he had learned from his old friend Ristom, what should have been a difficult battle against overwhelming odds turned into a one-sided slaughter by Lucas. At that moment, the 5 Fatui harbingers finally realized the terrifying truth. This silver-haired man, often holed up in his lab like a mad scientist, possessed perhaps the purest and most powerful strength among all 11 harbingers. Of the 4 harbingers who fought, 3 were dead, and 1 was critically injured. Though Child had betrayed, he barely had a chance to participate in the fight. Even the strongest among them, Columbina, couldn't withstand Lucas's onslaught. The most ironic part was that Lucas wasn't even using the power of the vision or the delusion. He had defeated them all with nothing but swordsmanship. The only one left alive was Capitano, who had been severely injured at the start. After pulling his blade from Columbina's chest, Lucas glanced at Child and asked, "So, are you going to fight me now?" "Honestly, I'm tempted," Child grinned. "But right now, saving Scaramouche is more important for you, isn't it? Let's save our fight for another time." Lucas gave Child a complicated look and, after a brief thank you, disappeared into the distance, racing toward the Tsaritsa's palace. As soon as Lucas left, Child's smile faded, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He could barely keep himself standing. Lucas's killing intent had almost caused his legs to give out. "Turns out, I'm the biggest coward after all. I'm sorry, Tsaritsa," Child muttered, trembling as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "I still have family, my younger siblings. I can't die here." "Coward." Capitano, lying on the ground with his blood already frozen by the ice and snow, glared viciously at Child. "Tsaritsa, she will never forgive you. If she finds out about this, she certainly won't," Child sneered. "But how will she ever know?" Capitano seemed to catch on to Child's implication, and with a look of shock, he asked, What are you planning?" "Don't worry. I'll report to the Tsaritsa that Capitano, the 10th harbinger of the Fatui, fought bravely against the doctor but ultimately succumbed to his injuries," Child said calmly as he approached Capitano, standing over him. "4 dead and 1 injured. We were no match for the doctor. But the one who's injured, isn't going to be you. You." Before Capitano could finish his sentence, Child's spear had already pierced through his skull. "I wonder, will my rank move up after you die?" Child mused aloud, stabbing Capitano's corpse a few more times for good measure. After ensuring that all the other harbingers were dead, he picked up a short knife and stabbed himself multiple times in the body. Child was infamous for his brutal and ruthless combat style. He was just as harsh on himself as he was on his enemies. As blood poured from his wounds, he finally collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. Staring at the distant ice palace shrouded in crimson clouds, he let out a bitter laugh. "Please, don't die, Tsaritsa." Yes, at that moment, his concern was not whether Lucas would survive, but for the Tsaritsa's safety. Indeed, as one of the 7 archons, the Tsaritsa's power was overwhelmingly strong. But the doctor was like an unfathomable abyss, and no one knew how many trump cards he still had hidden. Inside the palace of Snezhnaya. This grand palace, akin to Inazuma's Tenshikaku or Mondstadt's Favonius Cathedral, was the most prestigious building in the nation. To the people of Snezhnaya, simply stepping inside was considered the highest honor. For Lucas, the 3rd harbinger of the Fatui, this palace was a familiar place. He was one of the few allowed to enter while bearing weapons. But now, this former hero of Snezhnaya entered as a traitor. 2 rows of heavily armed Fatui soldiers stood at attention along the palace hall, but none made a move to stop him as he walked deeper into the palace. At the center of the hall stood a large glass container filled with an unknown green liquid. Floating inside, unconscious, was Scaramouche. The Tsaritsa stood before the glass, her back to Lucas, and spoke calmly, "So you finally arrived. As expected, they couldn't delay you for long. It seems we'll need to recruit new harbingers once this is over." "You knew they weren't my match," Lucas said, his face expressionless. "But you still sent them to stop me. You see, Pierrot is the soul of the Fatui, Pulcinella is the body, and you are the brain. As long as the 3 of you remain, the Fatui will function. The others are merely replaceable parts," the Tsaritsa said without emotion. "I must admit, you've been a useful piece on my chessboard. But I don't need pieces that refuse to follow orders. I've been a piece my whole life, but from today onward, I'll be the one moving the pieces," Lucas said, stepping forward. "The Gnosis has fused with Scaramouche. You won't be able to extract it. The Gnosis cannot be destroyed. This acid will completely dissolve her body," the Tsaritsa said, placing her hand on the glass as if gently caressing Scaramouche's face. "You're all my beloved pieces, but in chess, victory requires sacrifices. Even I can be sacrificed. It seems negotiations won't work, Lucas muttered, trying to remain calm, but he couldn't help feeling anxious as he watched Scaramouche submerged in acid. Let's make another deal. Lucas knew Scaramouche's newly acquired body was resilient. She could last about 3 more minutes in the acid. A deal. The Tsaritsa sneered. What could you offer me? Don't tell me it's that undead army. Don't worry, I've already frozen them all. Mondstadt's tragedy won't repeat itself in Snezhnaya. The Tsaritsa had always been wary of Lucas, and after the disaster in Mondstadt, she had ensured strict control over the undead army. There was no chance Lucas had prepared any hidden forces within the city. My bargaining chip, Lucas said slowly, is the lives of 3/5 of Snezhnaya's population. Are you joking? The Tsaritsa narrowed her eyes. Even if you had the power, do you think I'd let you slaughter my people? I didn't want to resort to this, Lucas sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. He snapped his fingers. With a crisp snap, over half of the Fatui soldiers in the palace suddenly began convulsing in agony. Their bodies twisted in unnatural ways, and their left eyes filled with blood. A moment later, with a sickening pop, their eyeballs burst in their sockets, and from the empty eye sockets, a grotesque red flower bloomed, its petals shimmering like blood. Under some unknown command, the infected soldiers began attacking the others. The once silent palace was soon filled with the sounds of screaming and agony. Even the usually composed Tsaritsa was taken aback. What did you do? All these years, I've been visiting the ruins of Kenria, not to find old machines but to search for the body of the previous Dendro Archon who died during the war, Lucas said coldly. I found part of her the tip of a finger. Of course, even I couldn't use that fragment to revive a god. But I could let her be reborn inside me. You're mad. The Tsaritsa whispered in shock. You're desecrating the gods. Does it matter? Lucas's face twisted as vines began to grow from his skin, bursting out like veins. I've already desecrated enough things. 500 years ago, during the Kenria War, all 7 of the Archons participated, and both the Dendro Archon and Electro Archon perished. The body of Raiden Baal was taken back by her sister, Raiden Ei, Beelzebul, while the body of the Dendro Archon was too damaged, and only a portion was recovered. After a long and arduous search, Lucas finally obtained a part of the Dendro Archon's remains. At first, Lucas's experiments showed no progress. His research focused on death, while the power of the Dendro Archon symbolized life. These two elements seemed entirely incompatible and could not be fused. After many failures, Lucas decided to take a risky approach. He implanted the remaining Dendro Archon's genes into his own body. This process was extremely dangerous. Such immense power was beyond human control and could cause severe damage to his body. However, Lucas had an exceptionally strong regenerative factor that could offset some of the damage. After much deliberation, he decided to embed the Dendro Archon's genes into his body. As expected, this caused him excruciating pain, and parts of his body even turned into plants. However, his powerful regeneration allowed him to survive and gain partial control over the Dendro Archon's powers. It was widely known that a vision served as an external organ that allowed a person to manipulate elemental power. Only those with visions could use elemental abilities. However, gods were not bound by these limitations. What Lucas obtained was the purest, most original Dendro power. I used the Dendro Archon's power, combined with my own techniques, to develop a type of spore, Lucas said as he opened his hand, revealing a few tiny green specks floating in his palm. These spores can silently enter the human body and remain dormant. Once I give the command, they will immediately absorb the host's nutrients, bloom into corpse flowers, and parasitize the host, just like what's happening to those soldiers. The parasitized soldiers were feasting on the corpses of their comrades, while the corpse flowers, nourished by the flesh and blood, glowed with an eerie crimson light. The Tsaritsa frowned slightly. How many people have you infected with these spores? Everyone. All the citizens of Snezhnaya, Lucas replied calmly. Though about 40% of people have a natural immunity to the spores, so unfortunately, only about 60% will be parasitized. If anyone else had said this, the Tsaritsa might have dismissed it as the ravings of a madman. But coming from the doctor, it was highly likely that all of it was true. Both Pulcinella and Pierrot are currently not in Snezhnaya. If this plague were to break out, Lucas's expression remained cold. Your Majesty, you should know what that would mean. You've gone this far already. For the first time, a rare expression of surprise crossed the Tsaritsa's face. She murmured, "Still, my mind is made up. The Snezhnians who must be sacrificed for this will surely understand it is all for the sake of the final victory." Without hesitation, the Tsaritsa pressed the button on the dissolving machine. The acidic liquid in the glass container began to bubble, and inside, Scaramouche's face twisted in pain. Had he miscalculated? Lucas hadn't expected the Tsaritsa to be so determined, willing to sacrifice more than half of her people just to obtain the Gnosis. In fact, he had indeed scattered spores throughout Snezhnia. However, there was a limitation: the farther the spores were from him, the slower they activated. At this moment, he had already triggered the hidden spores, but it would take at least 10 minutes for them to fully spread. Since negotiations have broken down, Lucas sighed. It seems I have no choice but to challenge a god with a mortal body. Humph, even the previous Dendro Archon at their peak wouldn't be my match, the Tsaritsa scoffed. You, who have only stolen a fraction of their power, what can you do? The Tsaritsa understood that the doctor possessed strength far beyond his appearance. But so what? Mortal power had limits, and between mortals and gods, there existed an insurmountable gulf. Raising her hands, the Tsaritsa summoned a brilliant transparent ice bow. The arrow that had earlier frozen the dragon Ursa had been shot from this very bow. This time, however, the arrow was much smaller. Lucas suspected that this attack needed to be charged to reach its full power. Naturally, he wouldn't give the Tsaritsa that chance. Even though he could easily defeat 3 or 4 harbingers, he knew that fighting a god was not something to be taken lightly. With the sword Oni cutter in hand, Lucas dashed toward the Tsaritsa, his movements so swift they were almost ghost-like. The Tsaritsa sneered and instantly fired dozens of ice arrows. It seemed this technique could freely switch between power and speed. Slice. Slash. Stab. Lucas swung his blade, cutting down each arrow that came his way. However, every arrow he destroyed exploded into icy mist that clung to his body. By the time he reached the Tsaritsa, his entire body was coated in frost. In the blink of an eye, Lucas was already right in front of the Tsaritsa. But just as he was about to strike, his blade froze in mid-air, as if suspended. His entire body had been encased in ice, transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. "Foolish," Tsaritsa declared, her expression stern as she gazed at the frozen figure before her. "Soft, fragile saplings cannot hope to overcome the eternal, unyielding ice." As the Archon of Ice, Tsaritsa had mastered the power of the ice element to its absolute peak. She could freeze nearly anything except time itself. Crack! But then, a crack appeared in the ice. From that crack emerged a deep green sprout. More and more cracks spread across the ice, until it shattered and fell away in pieces. Watching this unfold, the Tsaritsa instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling with disbelief. What are you?" Half of Lucas's body had been completely overtaken by plants, and in some places, blood-red flowers like the ones blooming from the parasitized soldiers had sprouted. His left arm had twisted into a grotesque mass, becoming a host for these blood flowers, both terrifying and strangely beautiful. "What am I?" Lucas raised his monstrous arm and swung it toward the Tsaritsa's face. "I'm your father." Anyone who has played a game knows what happens when a mage is attacked at close range. Though the 7 Archons represent the pinnacle of power in Teyvat, their strength and skills vary. For example, the Geo Archon, Morux, is a well-rounded fighter, capable of both devastating ranged and close combat. The Tsaritsa, while unmatched in her mastery of the ice element, had little combat experience. Stunned by Lucas's transformation, she momentarily forgot to defend herself. Before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her face as her body was sent flying. This wasn't just a slap. The vines that had grown from Lucas's arm acted like a whip, leaving deep gashes across the Tsaritsa's flawless face. Of course, it wasn't because the Tsaritsa lacked power under the influence of Lucas's talent. Old but vigorous, he had nearly 500 years of accumulated strength. The physical force behind his blow was beyond comprehension. Any lesser being would have had their skull shattered. You dare strike me?" Even the normally composed Tsaritsa lost her cool. "To commit such an act of defiance, I will never forgive you." "Blah, blah, blah. You always talk a lot of shit," Lucas shouted, his patience long gone. "I've tolerated you long enough. You. The Tsaritsa, unaccustomed to being insulted in such a way, found herself speechless. Her pale face flushed red with humiliation. You what? Shut up! Without giving her a chance to recover, Lucas raised his twisted arm, now growing and swelling even larger. Just shut up already! With that, the monstrous vines pinned the Tsaritsa against a stone pillar, quickly wrapping around and binding her body. At this point, Lucas's arm was no longer recognizable as a limb. It resembled something out of Akira, a grotesque, swollen mass of plants and vines. This was the power of the Dendro Archon's genes, manifesting through Lucas's immense physical strength, even overwhelming the Tsaritsa. Let me go. The Tsaritsa struggled against the vines, but she couldn't break free. Release me, MMMPH. A vine, snake-like, slithered around her face and sealed her mouth, cutting off her protests mid-sentence. MMMPH, MMPH. The Tsaritsa's body writhed as drool escaped the corners of her mouth. Tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. Despite this bizarre scene, Lucas couldn't help but feel something strange. After all, his monstrous arm was still a part of his body, and he could clearly feel everything it touched. Chapter 31, Villain Simulator. Of course, this also included the vine in the Tsaritsa's mouth. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on these random thoughts. Lucas knew very well that, given the Tsaritsa's power, he could only restrain her for less than a minute. Lucas swiftly turned and swung Oni cutter, slicing the glass container imprisoning Scaramouche into pieces with a single strike. The glass had been specially reinforced, but even that couldn't withstand Lucas's blade. As the glass shattered, the corrosive liquid inside spilled out, and Scaramouche's body slipped out with it. Upon contact with the air, her body immediately began to emit white steam. Scaramouche! Scaramouche! Lucas shook her body, but she appeared to be in a deep coma, showing no reaction. Without hesitation, Lucas pulled out a syringe from his coat and injected it directly into Scaramouche's chest. Her body convulsed immediately, and with a deep gasp, she woke up. Seeing Scaramouche regain consciousness, Lucas finally exhaled in relief. His previously tense face softened at last. Cough, cough. Scaramouche blinked as she woke up, still not fully aware of her surroundings. Her confused gaze wandered around before landing on the Tsaritsa, who was pinned to a pillar. The mighty Tsaritsa, usually commanding in her presence, was now wrapped in twisted vines, with one stuffed in her mouth, looking utterly humiliated. Am I already dead? Scaramouche murmured. Why, am I seeing such a strange sight? I told you, I wouldn't let you die here. Lucas pulled her into his arms and said, we have to leave right now. Doctor. Scaramouche, now fully recognizing Lucas, said excitedly, I'm not dead. I'm really not dead. Her memory was still stuck on the moment she was struck by the Tsaritsa's giant ice arrow. At the time, she had thought for sure she was doomed. Of course not. Lucas replied with exasperation. I brought you back. Pfft. At that moment, the Tsaritsa bit through the vine in her mouth and spat it out, but the sap splattered all over her face, making her look even more disheveled. You won't escape. As soon as this arm lets go, I'll break free, and I'll repay this humiliation tenfold. In that case, I'll leave this arm for you to play with. Without hesitation, Lucas swung his sword and severed his own arm. Despite being cut off, the arm continued to writhe, tightening its grip around the Tsaritsa. Meanwhile, a new arm quickly grew from Lucas's severed stump. Though his natural healing factor wasn't enough for limb regrowth, combined with the Dendro Archon's genes, he was able to rapidly regenerate a new limb, made from both flesh and plant matter. Ugh! The Tsaritsa groaned as the vines tightened around her, squeezing her body. She spat out a mouthful of blood and coldly muttered, with blood as my offering, I summon the frost-bound tomb. As her words faded, the temperature in the air plummeted. From the palace's floor and ceiling, countless ice spikes surged forth, rapidly spreading toward Lucas and Scaramouche. Anything in their path was instantly frozen solid. Clearly, the enraged Tsaritsa had unleashed her full power. Though Lucas wasn't afraid, the weakened Scaramouche wouldn't survive any more injuries. Carrying Scaramouche, Lucas dashed toward the palace doors. Yet, even as he ran, the ice spread faster than he could move. Just when the freezing cold was about to engulf them, a wall of flames erupted behind them, instantly vaporizing the advancing ice. Lucas was startled and turned to see a familiar figure. Standing behind them, surrounded by blazing fire, was none other than Rosalind the Fair Lady in the exact form she had taken when they had burned together 500 years ago. Signora! Lucas exclaimed in surprise. You! 8th Harbinger of the Fatui, La Signora, hereby commits the grave sin of defying Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, Rosalind said seriously, wrapped in flames. It seems you'll have to take me with you when you escape. Lucas was momentarily stunned but then gave a wry smile. That's fine, the vineyard I bought is pretty big. Of course, the bed was also big. Why? The Tsaritsa's voice was icy. Why would you betray me too? Don't you know that he abandoned you for another woman? I know. No one hates him more than I do for that decision, Rosalind nodded, smiling coldly. That's why I'm going to punish him by haunting him for the rest of his life. Looking at the smile on Rosaline's face, Lucas suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Maybe dying here would have been the easier outcome. You will all. The Tsaritsa's once beautiful face now twisted with rage. Pay for this. As the three of them rushed out of the palace, it was immediately engulfed in ice. However, the sight before them caused them to halt in their tracks. A massive army. The Fatui, over 100,000 soldiers strong, fully equipped and blocking the Tsaritsa's palace in every direction like an impenetrable wall. Boom! With a loud crash, the palace doors behind them collapsed as the Tsaritsa emerged from the swirling frost. It seems your so-called spores were just a bluff. My army is perfectly fine, the Tsaritsa said with a cold smile as she surveyed her troops. Or did you have a sudden change of heart and decide not to kill the Snezhnians who admire and respect you? To me, they are mere ants. The only reason I didn't crush them earlier was that it wasn't necessary. Lucas sighed. But if those ants stand in my way, that changes things. Now, Your Majesty, watch closely. Bloom, flesh flowers. Lucas's voice was as ominous as a whisper from the god of death. Suddenly, a piercing scream split the air as a soldier's eyeball popped out of its socket, and from the hollow eye, a blood-red flower bloomed. Then another soldier, and another. Screams, curses, and wails filled the air. What had been an orderly army was now a chaotic scene as blood-colored flowers bloomed across the ranks, spreading like crimson ink in clear water. More than half the soldiers quickly transformed into puppets, their bodies taken over by the blood flower parasites. Those unaffected were attacked by their comrades, their throats torn open, their spines snapped, their bellies ripped apart as chaos descended upon the once disciplined army. You really did it. The Tsaritsa murmured in disbelief. You would trade an entire nation for one person. Is it worth it? For Scaramouche, I'd trade everything. Lucas handed Scaramouche to Rosalind and whispered, and of course, you too. TCH, so I'm just a bonus. Rosalind glared at him. What are you planning to do? Nothing much, Lucas said without turning back. I'm just going to kill a god. Watching the man approaching her, the Tsaritsa, who had been so sure of her victory, suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. Don't come any closer. I'm giving you one last chance. You think you've been giving me chances this whole time? No, it's been me giving you chances. Lucas continued walking forward, undeterred. You wanted to see rivers of blood? Fine, I'll give you more blood than you could ever imagine. Something similar had happened 500 years ago, but this time, Lucas had no intention of holding back. The Tsaritsa's relentless pursuit had forced him to open this Pandora's box. Die! Countless ice blades materialized behind the Tsaritsa and shot toward Lucas. With a sharp sound, one of the blades pierced through his abdomen, leaving a gaping hole. Doctor! Rosalind cried out in alarm. But Lucas did not stop. He stepped on a nearby soldier's corpse, which dissolved into a mass of blood and flesh. Absorbing it, his wound healed instantly. You can't kill me. This entire city is my nourishment. Lucas's voice was cold. Your Majesty, tell me, are you satisfied now? No, don't come closer. The Tsaritsa could no longer maintain her composure. She unleashed all of her icy divine power. Glacial freeze. Absolute zero. Frost ray. Multi-ice arrows. Furious blizzard. Cold wave assault. She unleashed a barrage of her most powerful ice elemental abilities, sparing no effort, but no matter how severe the injuries these attacks inflicted on Lucas, his body would instantly heal by absorbing the flesh and blood of the corpses beneath him. These spores, created by Lucas, infected any living thing they touched, allowing him to use their bodies as fuel to restore his health. After the 34th time his head was partially shattered and healed, Lucas finally reached the Tsaritsa. She, a proud goddess, now realized she couldn't kill this man. Stop, enough already. The Tsaritsa's spirit was finally broken. She muttered, go, just go. I won't try to stop you anymore, mmm. Once again, Lucas extended vines from his arm to silence the Tsaritsa by covering her mouth. However, this time, the vine slipped down her throat. This act forced the Tsaritsa to roll her eyes in agony, all grace and dignity vanishing from her face. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The death of a god would draw the attention of Celestia, Lucas said calmly. Instead, I'll make sure you live for a very long time, but as a tree. More vines extended from his arm, wrapping around the Tsaritsa's body. These agile vines quickly invaded every accessible part of her body. After a brief, painful struggle, the Tsaritsa's expression turned blank, her will to resist completely extinguished. The surface of the vines pulsed, delivering nutrients to the Tsaritsa as her body transformed into a towering tree, standing in front of the palace with only her face visible. From her vine-covered mouth, muffled words could barely be heard. Kill me. Don't worry, everything dies eventually, Lucas said, detaching his arm once more. You'll probably last a few thousand years, in this form. Achievement unlocked, God's Lair. Talent acquired, Slayer of Archons. Effect, damage against all Archon class targets is increased by 100%. Well, this talent is like getting a Lamborghini coupon for $5. No matter how powerful Lucas became in the simulator, it was still just a simulation. In reality, he'd be lucky to even scratch the Tsaritsa. Even with a 100% damage boost, 1 point doubled is still just 2 points. Exiting immersive mode. Entering text mode. Age 542, the Harlequin and the director returned to Snezhnia and were shocked by the events that had transpired. However, rather than confront you, they proposed a deal. Snezhnia would no longer pursue the matter of the doctor, lady, or Scaramouche's actions, but you had to contain the spread of the spores. You accepted the deal. Age 543, Snezhnia publicly declared that a devastating plague had ravaged the nation, killing over 70% of the population. The Tsaritsa had exhausted her divine power in trying to contain the plague and went into seclusion. The Harlequin assumed temporary leadership of the Fatui. This great calamity forced other nations to abandon any plans to hold Snezhnia accountable, including the issue of Scaramouche and the Gnosis. Everything was swept under the rug. Snezhnia's national power plummeted from being the strongest of the 7 nations, leaving it in a weakened state. The Gnosis collection plan had to be postponed indefinitely. You, Scaramouche, and Lady retired to a vineyard in Sumeru, changing your names and living in seclusion. You spent your days leisurely, occasionally helping nearby villagers with minor medical issues. Since Sumeru didn't prohibit polygamy, your 3-person household didn't raise any suspicions. However, Scaramouche and Rosalind continued to butt heads, leaving you stuck in the middle of their frequent conflicts. Their disputes escalated, especially at night, when things became even more intense, though the only one left utterly exhausted was you. Age 544, one day, you encountered a golden-haired girl with an unusual emergency food companion. She seemed to be searching for her brother. Age 545, you adopted a few children. Age 546, you established a trade partnership with Mondstadt's Dawn Winery. Age 570, the children you adopted grew up to become prominent figures in various fields in Sumeru. Age 580, Rosalind passed away peacefully after the fire within her finally burned out. Age 584, Scaramouche passed away, and when she died, the Gnosis emerged from her body. You discreetly returned it to Inajima. Chapter 32, Villain Simulator. Year 601, you passed away peacefully with no remaining attachments. Though you never had children, your funeral was filled with people who had benefited from your kindness throughout your life. They probably wouldn't believe that the elderly man lying in the coffin with a smile was once a villain who desecrated corpses, destroyed nations, and killed God. This life simulation has ended. Cause of death, died of old age. Overall evaluation, peaceful demise. Your rewards have been sent and are available for viewing at any time. As this long journey finally came to an end, Lucas felt a mix of emotions, unable to calm his heart. Unlike his previous 2 simulations, this time, it felt like he had genuinely lived for 600 years. So, this time, I ended my life as a good person. Lucas mused. Isn't this supposed to be the villain simulator? There are plenty of villains in this world who die peacefully. That is the true nature of the villain simulator. The system gave its answer. And it made sense, this was a villain simulator, not a tragic end simulator. Perhaps because Lucas had died so suddenly in the first two simulations, dying of old age this time felt a bit strange. Please choose one of the following 3 talents to keep as a permanent talent: Medical Sage, Die of Old Age, or Old but Vigorous. Was there really any choice here? Of course, it had to be Medical Sage. Not only was it a golden talent, but the other 2 would only become useful in the real world 30 or 40 years later. You've acquired the permanent talent Medical Sage, Gold. Medical Sage, Gold. You possess an exceptionally powerful talent in medicine, destined to use your knowledge to change the course of history. After selecting the permanent reward, Lucas casually checked the system inventory, curious to see how many rewards this simulation had yielded. Typically, rewards were based on achievements and how long you survived in the simulation. After living for 600 years, the rewards should be substantial. This simulation's rewards: A rank loot box times 3, S rank loot box times 1, Gold tier talent times 1. In addition to loot boxes, there was even a talent reward? And not just any talent, another golden talent. 2 golden talents from one simulation. This was a jackpot. Combined with the loot boxes, this simulation's rewards were 6 to 7 times more valuable than the previous one. Dendro Archon's Gene, Gold. Effect: the gene of the Dendro god takes root in your body, granting you the ability to wield the purest Dendro elemental power. As your strength grows, your elemental power will increase. So, it was the Dendro Archon's gene from the simulation? Based on the description, it seemed like Lucas couldn't yet wield the overwhelming power he had in the simulation. Out of curiosity, Lucas reached toward a decorative potted plant nearby and concentrated. Grow. Into it, only those with a vision could manipulate elemental power. For those blessed with a vision, using elemental energy was as natural as walking or eating. Lucas could feel the elemental power coursing through his body, but he wasn't sure how to control it. The plant in the pot only swayed slightly, whether in response to his elemental power or simply to a passing breeze, he couldn't tell. Well. Feeling embarrassed as people around him gave him strange looks, Lucas lowered his hand and blushed. Looks like I need more practice. But just then, Master Mao, who had just entered the backyard to gather ingredients, was startled. The sapling he had planted in the yard only a month ago had somehow grown into a massive tree, several stories tall, thick enough for 2 people to wrap their arms around. Holy moly, looks like that fertilizer I bought really worked wonders. Master Mao exclaimed. What was it called again? Something like golden fertilizer. Of course, Lucas had no idea that his elemental power had merely targeted the wrong plant. Now it was time to open the loot boxes. Opened A rank loot box. Talent acquired: A knight never fights barehanded. A knight never fights barehanded, purple. Effect: you can treat any object in your hand as a weapon, imbuing it with special properties. Description: even a mop with dung on it becomes a mighty weapon in your hands. A purple talent from an A rank loot box. Hey? Not bad, though the description was a bit odd. Lancelot would probably want to hit someone for this. Opened A rank loot box. Equipment acquired: Mask of Disguise. Mask of Disguise. Effect: when worn, this mask allows you to take on the appearance of any individual you've seen. You can only transform into someone you've encountered. Description: if you're planning on impersonating someone's significant other, make sure to take precautions. A transformation mask? If it weren't for that suggestive description, he wouldn't have even thought of using it like that. Opened A rank loot box. Equipment acquired: Nano Battle Suit, Youth Edition. Nano Battle Suit, Youth Edition. Effect: a nano suit that can be equipped and repaired at the molecular level, enhancing the user's physical abilities. Its appearance can change based on the user's preferences. Description: the Youth Edition just sounds better. It's actually the cheap version. Then just call it the cheap version. Damn it. Still, Lucas was interested in this reward. After all, who wouldn't want a superhero suit? Maybe he could be like the mysterious Dark Knight hero over in Mondstadt. Opened S-rank loot box. Talent acquired: Lord of the Undead. Lord of the Undead, Gold. Effect: all undead creatures will have a favorable impression of you, and you can command undead creatures weaker than yourself. Description: please refrain from doing anything weird to corpses. Another talent? and it seemed related to his experiences in the simulation. The only downside, there didn't seem to be any undead creatures in Tivat, no skeleton soldiers or zombies. This was a 12+ game, after all. Including anything scary would probably lead to complaints from parents. While it was a golden talent, it felt somewhat useless. Wait, would the little zombie Keqing count as undead? After opening the 4 loot boxes, the rewards were decent, though they didn't seem to provide any immediate power boosts. Or was this part of the system's design? Customer, thanks for waiting. At that moment, Xiangling cheerfully brought the food to the table with a grin. Here's a special dish of mine, spicy slime. It's a complimentary dish for new customers. Enjoy. Lucas looked down at the slime on the plate. The slime looked back at Lucas. The air between them grew awkward. Was this really edible? Just as Lucas was about to dig in, a loud, rough voice boomed from a nearby table. Hey, lil sis. You think you can just ignore me, brother who? It's your honor that I'm asking you to share a meal. Don't you go giving me the cold shoulder. Lucas looked up and saw a large, bald man standing at a nearby table. And sitting at the table was a silver-haired girl who looked rather familiar. Wait, wasn't that Shenhe? Although Lucas had never met Shenhe in real life, they had shared numerous close interactions during the simulations. Lucas knew every detail about her, including the location of her moles, so naturally, he recognized her instantly. However, despite his excitement, he quickly reminded himself that this was the real world, where he and Shenhe had no connection whatsoever. At the moment, she seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Standing in front of her was a man calling himself Brother Hu, a burly thug covered in tattoos. He was clearly one of the local ruffians, and 2 lackeys stood by his side. Brother Hu's gaze held an obvious malice, likely attracted by Shenhe's beauty, leading him to harass her. However, Shenhe's expression remained completely calm. She reached for a booklet at her waist. It was none other than Cloud Retainer's Guide to Polite Conversation. Frowning slightly, Shenhe began flipping through the pages. After reading a few, she nodded and muttered to herself, Master wrote that when a stranger offers to buy me a meal, I should respond like this. Hey! I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Brother Hu, growing impatient, raised his voice. Shenhe cleared her throat and recited, word for word, Who do you think you are? Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Do you really think you are worthy of inviting me to dinner? Brother Hu's face immediately darkened. The veins on his forehead bulged as he shouted, You damn woman! Are you mocking me? At that, Shenhe squinted at the booklet again and read aloud, Angry, are we? You! Brother Hu, enraged, raised his hand to strike Shenhe, but before he could react, there was a soft crack sound. He felt a sharp pain shoot through his fingers and looked up to find that one of them had been snapped cleanly, bent at an unnatural angle. Then, pain shot through his lower back and buttocks. With 2 swift thuds, 2 strange cylindrical objects fell to the ground, obviously thrown at him. Brother Hu looked around, scanning the restaurant. The patrons, initially interested in the scene, quickly turned away to avoid trouble with the thug. Damn it! You wanna play dirty, hey? Despite knowing the person who struck him was powerful, Brother Hu tried to maintain his bravado. You just wait. I'll be at Tiger Rock Street, and if I catch you, you're dead meat. Clutching his injured rear, he limped out of the restaurant with the help of his 2 lackeys, grimacing in pain. Those guys are notorious bullies from Tiger Rock Street. I wonder which expert stepped in to teach them a lesson. Xiangling, who hadn't left yet, gave Lucas a cheerful smile. If I find out who it was, I'll treat them to one of my special dishes. Lucas could only smile in response, staying silent. He wasn't one for drawing attention, and besides, who knew what kind of bizarre special dish Xiangling might serve? Of course, it was Lucas who used his M1911 pistol, loaded with rubber bullets he had redeemed using his points. After all, causing a death in the bustling streets of Liu Harbor would have caused a lot of unnecessary trouble. You have earned 500 virtue points. As expected, a classic act of saving the damsel in distress immediately earned him some points. As for Shenhe, Lucas briefly considered approaching her but decided against it. The bond they shared in the simulator should stay there. Besides, seeing how cold and distant Shenhe seemed, if he tried to strike up a conversation now, he'd likely end up with the same fate as that Brother Hu. However, Lucas wasn't aware that Shenhe had already cast her gaze toward him. Though her face showed no expression, her mind was in turmoil. How was this possible? The man sitting there wasn't just anyone, he was the same man who had appeared in her dreams, threatening her with Kong Gyun's safety, forcing her into unspeakable acts, and attempting to deceive her. There was no mistake. Even if the age was slightly different, his face, his demeanor, even the smallest gestures were identical to the man from her dreams. It couldn't be a coincidence, there had to be a connection between this man and the villain from her nightmares. Moreover, the person who had just helped her by throwing those projectiles, seemed to be him as well. Could it be, that he knew who she was? The thought made Shenhe's cheeks flush slightly. If he did know her, then he might also be aware of what happened in the dreams. There was no way she could just walk up and ask him directly if he recognized her. For now, all she could do was wait and observe, hoping for the right moment to find out more. Chapter 33, Villain Simulator. When it came to combat and exorcising demons, Shenhe was certainly confident, but having spent years training in seclusion, she wasn't very skilled at interacting with people. Luckily, she had the booklet her master had left her. With its help, she was sure she could figure out what was really going on with that man. Perhaps due to her preoccupied thoughts or her usual diet of bland food, the delicious dishes on the table seemed tasteless to Shenhe. She kept a close eye on Lucas's every move, waiting until he finished eating and left the restaurant. She stood up immediately, ready to follow him secretly. "Excuse me." Just then, Xiangling suddenly blocked her path, looking a bit embarrassed. "Could you wait a moment? Is there something you need?" Shenhe asked coldly. Although her beauty was undeniable, she was as cold as ice. Moreover, with her destined fate of lone calamity star, she often exuded an aura of foreboding that could be quite intimidating. Poor Xiangling was so scared she almost burst into tears, nervously stammering, "Why, you haven't paid your bill yet." "My apologies." Shenhe finally realized her mistake, quickly taking out some mora and stuffing it into Xiangling's hands. "Is this enough?" It's too much." Xiangling quickly replied. "Doesn't matter. You can keep it all." Shenhe brushed past Xiangling and hurried outside. Shenhe's full attention was focused on Lucas, and she failed to notice that as she stepped out of the restaurant, several unfriendly eyes were already following her. "Man, the food at Wanman restaurant is really top-notch," Lucas muttered as he turned into an alley, taking a shortcut. "I should head back and report in." "Hold on." A slender, snow-white arm suddenly stretched out, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I have some questions for you." Lucas instantly recognized the voice. It was Shenhe's, a voice he had heard countless times in the simulation. But unlike now, it was usually him standing behind Shenhe, speaking while assisting her. Startled for a moment, Lucas quickly regained his composure, turning around with a calm smile. "Oh? Young lady, I don't believe we've met. What can I do for you?" Despite his polite words, when Lucas turned and saw the girl before him, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a flicker of something familiar. Shenhe was wearing a form-fitting black silk outfit that highlighted her nearly unfairly perfect figure. Her abdomen, toned from years of training, showed the clear lines of muscle, and her upper garment, embroidered with delicate golden threads, strained to cover her full chest, giving the impression it might burst at any moment. A red string wound from her shoulder blades around her neck, adding a touch of sensuality to her icy demeanor. Although only her smooth, snow-white shoulders were exposed, she exuded an irresistible allure. Yes. That gaze. Even though Lucas's glance at her body had only lasted a moment, Shenhe was all too familiar with the desire in his eyes. It was the same lustful look that wanted to devour her whole, leaving nothing behind. However, a single glance wasn't enough to confirm whether this man had any connection to the villain from her dreams. Keeping her emotions in check, Shenhe said coldly, "Thank you for helping out at the restaurant earlier." As she spoke, Shenhe took out a rubber bullet and furrowed her brow. This concealed weapon is blunt, soft, and lacking sharpness. If it had been a plum blossom dart or a flying stone, that scoundrel would likely be dead by now. While the continent of Teyvat had long-range weapons like guns, they typically used elemental ammunition and were large and noticeable. What Lucas had used, his M1911 pistol, was fundamentally different. So, it was no surprise that Shenhe mistook it for a concealed weapon. Still, the fact that this object could break bone? The person who wielded it was definitely formidable. "Just helping where I can, nothing to thank me for," Lucas replied, laughing awkwardly when he realized Shenhe had noticed something unusual. That thug was rude, but he didn't deserve death. A light punishment was enough. Strange. Shenhe couldn't help but feel suspicious. In her dream, this man had been a ruthless, cunning villain, completely different from the mild-mannered person standing before her. Could she have been mistaken? Or was he simply putting on an act? You thought you could escape me? Suddenly, a familiar angry voice came from behind. Brother who had returned, bringing with him the two lackeys from earlier and a squat, bald man with beady eyes. Knife brother, that's the guy who blindsided me. Brother who pointed at Lucas, adding dramatically, he wasn't just hitting me, he was slapping your face. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Knife brother carried himself with a steady air, and hanging at his waist was none other than a bright red vision. Lucas couldn't help but grumble internally. How does a guy like this get a vision? You're done for. Knife brother is a big deal around Tiger Rock Street. Brother who smirked, his face scrunched up in fury. You're gonna get what's coming to you. As Lucas pondered how to handle the situation, he suddenly felt something soft. He turned and saw that Shenhe had wrapped her arm around his, holding that strange booklet in her other hand. Without expression, she read aloud, "He's my man. You dare touch him, and you'll answer to me." Is she reading from that booklet again? Lucas was speechless. What kind of weird stuff did that booklet teach her? In truth, with Shenhe's strength, these thugs were no more than pests. She was only acting this way to gauge Lucas's reaction. We could take them down, no problem, but we should avoid unnecessary conflict, Knife brother said, squinting his eyes until they were nearly invisible. How about this, pay us 500,000 more for medical expenses, and I'll let you go. But Lucas responded calmly, what if I don't pay? You're asking for it. Brother who yelled furiously. Knife brother, teach him a lesson. So be it. I'll show you the power of a vision. Knife brother raised his hand, puffed out his cheeks, and spat out a stream of flames toward Lucas. It was clearly meant to mimic a pyrovision skill. But Lucas only smirked, walking through the flames to grab Knife brother by the wrist, making him yelp in pain. A small plastic device slipped from Knife brother's hand, which Lucas caught with ease. Did you think I'd fall for this? Lucas toyed with the plastic device, laughing. A cheap Sumura fire starter, along with some high-proof alcohol great for street performances, but trying to pass it off as a vision? That's just sad. Indeed, the fire trick was nothing but a cheap stunt. While it wouldn't fool anyone in Lucas's time, in the less technologically advanced Liu, it could still deceive plenty of people. Realizing his trick had been exposed, Knife brother turned pale, pleading, "Be brother, we're just trying to make a living. Please, have mercy." Mercy? Sure. I'm not a bad guy. Lucas smiled coldly before shoving the fire starter into Knife brother's mouth. Just chew it up, and I'll let you go. Knife brother knew full well what chewing the device would do, but for some reason, the man before him seemed completely different now. His aura was darker, more menacing. That glint in his eyes, no one without blood on their hands could possess such a gaze. Without hesitation, Knife brother closed his eyes and bit down hard. With a loud pop, the fire starter exploded, taking a few of his teeth with it. Humph! Lucas finally let go, laughing as he said, "Now scram." As he watched the thugs stumble away in fear, a satisfied grin crept across Lucas's face. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. How does it feel to embrace the dark side? Isn't it nice? The system's voice instantly caused Lucas's smile to freeze on his face. That's right, why was he feeling a sense of joy from doing something bad? Not only that, but deep down, Lucas had genuinely felt a murderous urge when facing Knife brother. If the man had resisted even a little, he might have crushed his throat without hesitation. After all, in the simulator's immersive mode, the Lucas who had destroyed Mondstadt, invaded Natlan, and corrupted Snezhnia had taken countless lives. Killing a petty thug was no more significant to him than squashing an ant. Cold sweat began to drip down Lucas's forehead. When had he become like this? Could it really be, as the system suggested, that he was slowly and subtly becoming an evil person, influenced by the simulator? Lucas wasn't the only one who noticed something odd. Even Shenhe, standing behind him, felt a moment of surprise from the scene she had just witnessed. Though brief, both the man in front of her and the villain from her dreams exuded the same familiar aura, a menacing wickedness. Please don't misunderstand. Lucas quickly tried to explain. I was just scaring them a little. I didn't think he'd actually. What's the problem? Shenhe replied calmly. For such despicable scoundrels, this is the proper way to deal with them. To Lucas's surprise, Shenhe didn't find his behavior problematic at all. She casually opened the notebook she had been carrying, flipping to the last page, and mumbled to herself while making a note, taught 2 villains a lesson, that leaves, 97, no, 98 more. What are you talking about? Lucas asked, puzzled. Shenhe was referring to the tasks her master, Cloud Retainer, had given her before she left the mountains: defeat 100 demons, teach 100 villains a lesson, and perform 100 good deeds. Nothing important, Shenhe replied nonchalantly. Just a mission from my master. Master? Lucas's eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, she's really into this role-playing thing. And no, I misspoke. Shenhe's face flushed slightly as she quickly corrected herself. I meant my teacher. I've spent most of my life in the mountains, and now I've come down to the city for training, following the tasks my teacher set for me. Due to her experiences in the simulator, where she had been coerced by Lucas to call him master, the word had slipped out naturally when she saw him. After all, in the simulator, Lucas had indeed acted as her master, often assigning her various little tasks. I see. Lucas nodded. While Liyue is mostly a peaceful place, there are still people with ill intentions. Miss Shenhe, since you're unfamiliar with the world, it's best to stay cautious. Wait a minute. Shenhe suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked, how do you know my name? Crap. Lucas's heart skipped a beat. He had unconsciously called out her name. Because. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Pointing at the book in Shenhe's hand, he said, I saw your name written on the back of that book. Shenhe flipped the book over, and indeed, there it was, neatly inscribed, a gift from Cloud Retainer to her disciple Shenhe. For some reason, seeing those words gave Shenhe an inexplicable sense of disappointment. For a brief moment, she had nearly confirmed the man's identity. But calling someone by name without an introduction might be considered impolite, Lucas said, laughing awkwardly. Nice to meet you. My name is Lucas. Lucas. Upon hearing those 3 words, Shenhe felt as though lightning had struck her. She instinctively clenched her fists but quickly relaxed them. Her lips, once tightly pressed, softened into a slight smile. This was destiny presenting her with an opportunity. As someone born under the fate of Lone Calamity Star, Shenhe believed more than anyone in the concept of destiny. Those dreams she had experienced were likely premonitions, guiding her to punish this villain. Now, all she needed to do was catch him committing some evil act, and then she could bring him to justice. Lucas, of course, had no idea why Shenhe was suddenly giving him such an odd smile. Feeling a bit awkward, he said, well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Wait a moment. Shenhe instinctively grabbed his wrist and said, Mr. Lucas, could you help me with one more small favor? Lucas was naturally a helpful person, and this was Shenhe asking, after all, so he nodded. Of course. What do you need? You've earned 500 virtue points. Besides, doing good deeds earned points. I just arrived in the city and don't have a place to stay. I was hoping to rent a house in Liyue. Shenhe quickly came up with an excuse. Could you help me find one? This request seemed reasonable enough. Given Shenhe's apparent lack of worldly experience, she didn't seem like someone who could haggle over prices. In Liyue, where most people were skilled merchants, she might be taken advantage of. No problem. There's a real estate agency nearby, Lucas replied, leading the way. Follow me. In Liyue Harbor, where land was precious, property prices were sky-high. Many young people couldn't afford to buy homes, so the rental market was booming. Inside the agency. Welcome. The real estate agent greeted them warmly. What kind of service can I offer you? We're looking to rent a place. Lucas answered. Of course, of course. The agent glanced at Lucas and Shenhe, smiling meaningfully. We have many lovely homes perfect for couples. Take a look at this one, with a luxurious bath. And this one, this bed even has a vibration feature. Ahem. Lucas's face turned red with embarrassment. You've got it wrong. We're not a couple. Just a single room will do. My apologies, the agent said, slightly embarrassed. Do you have any specific requirements? The requirements are simple, Shenhe suddenly spoke up. The living room needs to be spacious, and there should be a large desk and a sofa. The agent was puzzled. Are you looking for an office? Shenhe had described the layout of Lucas's student council office from her memory. What I plan to do with it is none of your business, Shenhe said coldly. Just tell me if you have something that fits. Well, we do have places like that, but... The agent rubbed his fingers together suggestively. They'll be more expensive than a regular single room. Chapter 34, Villain Simulator. How much? Shenhe frowned slightly. The agent pulled out a form and said, the rent is 100,000 mora per month, with a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent in advance. 100,000 mora. Shenhe's eyes widened in surprise. That's... I know, it's a bit expensive, the agent shrugged. That's why renting a regular house is a more economical option. Too cheap, Shenhe finished her sentence aloud. If it's that cheap, there's no need to rent it at all. I might as well just buy it. Are you serious, Miss Shenhe? Lucas asked awkwardly. Buying a house is something that should be carefully considered. Shenhe responded calmly, it's fine. Before I left the mountains, my master told me that wealth is just an external possession. If it needs to be spent, don't hesitate. May I ask, how much of these external possessions did your master give you? Lucas asked, swallowing nervously. I didn't count exactly, Shenhe said nonchalantly. Probably several tens of millions. Lucas. Indeed, Shenhe's master, Cloud Retainer, was one of Liu's ancient immortals and likely possessed a vast collection of valuable treasures. And being an old friend of Morok's, Liu's Archon of Geo, she would certainly never lack mora. After a brief negotiation, Shenhe directly bought the office. The location wasn't too far, and due to Shenhe's enthusiastic invitation, Lucas had no choice but to accompany her there. For some reason, as soon as they entered the large office, Lucas felt a strange sense of déjà vu, especially seeing the spacious ebony desk in the center of the room. It stirred up many memories for him. After all, this had once been one of the workplaces he shared with Shenhe. Sometimes, while Lucas handled paperwork, Shenhe would silently do her own tasks at her station, helping to relieve his stress. However, this office didn't have a privacy screen under the desk, which might be inconvenient. Wait. Why was he thinking about such inappropriate things again? Lucas quickly shook his head to clear it and casually asked, this office is pretty big, but there's no bed. Miss Shenhe, where do you plan to sleep? Where to sleep? Shenhe sat directly on top of the desk, her long legs swinging slightly. Her eyes, not hidden by her bangs, stared straight at Lucas. This desk is quite spacious. It should be fine to use it as a bed. Sleeping on a desk? Lucas was puzzled. Wouldn't it be a bit too hard? No worries, I actually prefer it harder, Shenhe said, patting the solid ebony surface. It's more comfortable to sleep on. These words didn't come from Cloud Retainer's handbook but were lines Shenhe had thought up, based on her memories from the dreams. In the dreams, Lucas was a hypocrite who appeared gentlemanly but was secretly a beast. Faced with her provocations now, how could he remain unmoved? As long as he showed any inappropriate intentions, she would immediately subdue him. Miss Shenhe. Lucas stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Gulp. Seeing the familiar face in front of her, Shenhe suddenly felt a sense of nervousness. Was it happening now? Logically, she should feel angry, but for some reason, there was a strange hint of anticipation in her heart. No, no. What I'm looking forward to is bringing this villain to justice, not anything else. Without saying a word, Lucas reached out, placing his hand on Shenhe's back. The warmth and roughness of his palm made Shenhe's body tremble slightly. Countless scenes from her dreams flashed through Shenhe's mind, each one vivid despite being mere dreams. Finally, you're revealing your true nature. But to her surprise, Lucas suddenly squeezed her shoulder and said seriously, Miss Shenhe, sleeping on hard surfaces for too long is bad for your health, especially your spine. I just checked, and your spine is already a bit misaligned. Have you been feeling occasional pain in your vertebrae? Thanks to his newly acquired medical sage talent and the knowledge and experience gained in the simulator, Lucas had become quite the skilled physician. Such minor issues were easily apparent to him. I have felt a bit of pain recently. Shenhe said, her expression turning blank. Wait. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Shouldn't he have taken the opportunity to embrace me, and then Good thing you met me. Lucas's healer instincts kicked in, and he smiled. Lie down, and I'll give you a quick massage to relieve your symptoms. Wait, Half an hour later. Shenhe lay on the desk, her face full of satisfaction. This felt too good. After spending so long in the mountains training under Cloud Retainer, Shenhe had lived a Spartan life eating bland food and sleeping on cold, hard stone beds. Massage, something as indulgent as this, was completely foreign to her. Now, she felt as if her muscles had been unlocked, her entire body reborn. You've earned 1000 virtue points. Lucas cracked his knuckles and said, you should really buy a proper bed. I don't know what kind of life you've been living, but every now and then, you should be kind to yourself. Be kind to myself. Shenhe pondered over these words. Indeed, she had always been overly harsh with herself, even believing that any form of enjoyment was a sin. Moreover, throughout the massage, Lucas's hands had been very professional. He didn't take advantage of her in any way. Could it be that she had misunderstood all along? Was this man simply someone who coincidentally looked and acted like the villain from her dreams, but was actually a good person? While Shenhe was lost in thought, Lucas's gaze unconsciously drifted to her figure sprawled on the desk. This scene was so familiar. And in his eyes, a glint of desire flickered uncontrollably. What are you waiting for? Don't hold back, do what you really want. The system's voice whispered, like a devil tempting him to release his true nature. At that very moment, Shenhe turned her head, catching sight of Lucas's eyes, which were as deep and dark as abyss. That deep, longing gaze and expression already edged into Shenhe's very soul. A person's actions, words, and even personality can be disguised. But instincts, they can never be hidden. It's him. It's him. It has to be him. Shenhe leaped off the desk as if she had been shocked by electricity, her expression tense. Are you all right? Lucas snapped back to reality, feeling a wave of intense heat rush through him as he looked at Shenhe. The feeling was disturbingly similar to the one he had experienced earlier when bullying those two thugs in the alley. Both times, he had failed to control his dark thoughts. If Shenhe hadn't suddenly spoken up, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sorry, I'm not feeling too well. Lucas, overwhelmed by the heat, quickly took off his jacket and placed it to the side, wiping the sweat from his brow. I'll borrow the restroom for a moment. Without daring to meet Shenhe's eyes again, he hurriedly turned and headed to the bathroom. Splashing water onto his face at the sink, the cold sensation helped to cool the burning heat within him. But as he lifted his head, he was startled to see the reflection in the mirror. Though it looked just like him, the man staring back was filled with malice, wearing a wicked grin. Who are you? Lucas muttered. I am you, the reflection replied. The real you, the evil within. Admit it, your so-called kindness is nothing but a pitiful facade. Only through committing evil can you feel true satisfaction and joy. Shut up. In a burst of anger, Lucas punched the mirror, shattering the glass. The sinister reflection disappeared along with the fragments. Everything returned to silence. His fist, sliced by the broken glass, bled briefly before healing at a rapid rate, thanks to his regenerative factor ability. It was as though the whole ordeal had been a nightmare. What just happened, Xiao Xi? Lucas asked, breathing heavily. Was that another one of your tricks? This system does not interfere with the host. Its purpose is to test whether the host can maintain their moral compass after experiencing a life of evil. So, that was my own dark thoughts. Lucas murmured. Could I really have been influenced by the simulator? Unfortunately, this system cannot provide an explanation for that. So, if I fail this test, Lucas asked anxiously, if I truly fall to my dark thoughts, what will happen to me? Every life you live within the simulator serves as a reference. Of course, if the real-world Lucas were to succumb to evil, becoming a true villain, it would essentially be a live-action version of the villain simulator, except this time, instead of starting with just 3 talents, he had amassed numerous powerful rewards. If he truly became a villain, the havoc he could wreak would be far worse than what the doctor version of himself had caused in the simulator. No. He couldn't let that happen. Taking a deep breath, Lucas muttered to himself, I absolutely won't lose to my dark side. Rewind to a few minutes earlier. Watching Lucas rush into the restroom, Shenhe's suspicions hadn't faded in the slightest. Could he be trying to hide something? Ever since meeting Lucas, Shenhe's suspicions had been fluctuating wildly. Each time she thought he was a villain, he would do something good. But when she started to think he was a good person, he would show traces of malice and wickedness. This constant back and forth had left the sheltered Shenhe thoroughly confused. At that moment, her gaze fell on the jacket Lucas had left on the desk. Maybe she could find some clues in his personal belongings. Yes, if he truly was a villain, he might be carrying something incriminating. Lacking much common knowledge about human interactions, Shenhe didn't realize that rummaging through someone's things was considered highly impolite. After all, in her mind, she was only doing this to punish a potential evildoer. Let's see. Shenhe muttered as she began searching through the jacket. A few mora, not much. To Shenhe, who had access to vast wealth, Lucas's amount of money seemed pitifully small. And this lump of iron, some kind of mechanism. She put aside the M1911 pistol, not recognizing what it was. Then her fingers brushed against a piece of paper. A picture. Shenhe murmured, pulling out a photograph. My master mentioned these are called photos. But when she saw the image, Shenhe's pupils dilated in shock. In the photo, Lucas was intimately embracing a beautiful blue-haired woman. The closeness of their relationship was unmistakable. Not only that, but the woman's beauty and grace were extraordinary, to the point that even Shenhe, who was confident in her own appearance, felt a twinge of inferiority. This woman. Could she be Lucas's lover? Otherwise, why would they be so close, and why would he carry this photo so close to his heart? Chapter 35, Villain Simulator. No wonder Lucas hadn't reacted at all to her subtle actions earlier. Of course, with a companion like that, how could any other woman catch his eye? For some reason, as Shenhe thought of this, a bitter feeling welled up deep inside her. Strange, why did she feel so upset? But soon, that bitterness was replaced by surprise. She noticed that the blue-haired woman in the photograph had black and red horns, and the style of her clothing was also quite similar to her own, likely crafted by Cloud Retainer herself. Horns like a Kylan, wearing frost and dew, with unparalleled beauty. There couldn't be anyone else in Liyue Harbor who fit these characteristics. Lucas's companion. Shenhe muttered to herself, is senior sister Ganyu. Though Shenhe had never met Ganyu personally, Cloud Retainer had often mentioned her. Shenhe wasn't worldly, but she wasn't foolish either. Connecting the clues, it wasn't difficult to deduce Ganyu's identity. Sorry for the wait. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Oh no! Shenhe panicked, quickly placing the photo down and grabbing the M1911 she had tossed aside earlier, pretending to inspect it out of curiosity. Her posture resembled that of a student caught off guard by a question in class, as if she were about to say, "Wow, this iron lump sure is iron." But when Lucas saw her, his gentle demeanor vanished, and he shouted, "Don't move!" Startled by his sudden outburst, Shenhe dropped the M1911, and it clattered to the floor. Lucas lunged forward, catching the gun mid-air, and only after ensuring the safety was still engaged did he let out a sigh of relief. The reason for his reaction wasn't anger at Shenhe for messing with his belongings, but fear that she might accidentally harm herself. No matter how strong she was, a firearm at such close range was dangerous. "Why did you touch my stuff?" Lucas scolded instinctively. I. Shenhe, flustered by his anger, felt a pang of hurt. Her face flushed red as she struggled to respond, looking both aggrieved and confused. "I was just curious." Seeing her expression, Lucas realized his tone had been too harsh, and he softened it. "This thing is dangerous. You shouldn't handle it carelessly. If something broke, I'd pay for it," Shenhe muttered with a pout, her lips trembling. "My master gave me plenty of mora anyway." "It's not about the money," Lucas said, his tone serious. "Taking something without permission is theft. If you had done this with someone else's belongings, they might have reported you as a thief." "A thief?" Shenhe's face darkened. "Is it really that serious?" Shenhe had never considered these things before. Her mission upon descending from the mountains was to punish evildoers, but now she herself had committed a petty crime. If her master found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cloud Retainer had sternly warned that her disciples must never commit crimes. The punishment ranged from 10 years of solitary confinement to being stripped of their powers and expelled from the sect. "Yes," Lucas casually added, "you wouldn't want your master finding out that you've become a thief, would you?" That sentence, it sounded so familiar. Of course, in the dream, this man had used the same threat to blackmail her, leveraging Kong Gyun to control her. It had to be him. They were the same person. Shenhe assumed Lucas was using the same trick to threaten her now, just like in the dream. So, that's it. Leaving the code out was bait to lure her into making a mistake. This man wasn't just as wicked as in her dreams, he was just as cunning, too. Shenhe, how could you let yourself be fooled by the same trick twice? So? Shenhe asked cautiously, are you going to tell my master? Of course not, Lucas said, surprised by the question. What would I gain from that? Humph, hypocrite. Clearly, he was hinting that he expected something in return. I understand what you're getting at. Shenhe took a deep breath. Please don't tell my master. I'll agree to any condition. Here, I'll even give you all the mora I have left after buying the office, as long as you keep this secret. Even after buying the office, Shenhe still had millions of mora remaining. I told you, Lucas frowned, I'm not going to tell your master. It seems the offer wasn't enough. Indeed, while this man was evil, he didn't seem to care much for money. But what could she offer to make him keep quiet? That's right. This man's favorite thing. Isn't it, tormenting her? Does she have to, once again, throw away her dignity to please him, just like in the dream? Unaware of what was going on in Shenhe's mind, Lucas simply assumed her guarded behavior was a result of her unfamiliarity with the world. How about this? Lucas offered, sitting down in the office chair. If you do me one favor, I'll promise not to tell your master. Seeing him sit in that familiar chair made Shenhe instinctively gulp. It was a conditioned reflex at this point. What kind of favor? She asked, pretending not to know. It's simple, Lucas said, stretching his neck with a smile. Just help me relax. You know how, right? He thought she would just give him a shoulder massage, like the one he had just given her. But Shenhe completely misunderstood his request. Of course, I know what you want. I understand, Shenhe replied bitterly. But, could you cover your eyes? Cover my eyes? Lucas was puzzled, but figured she was just shy. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and tied it over his eyes. All right, Shenhe said in a resigned tone, I'll begin. Lucas couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Wow, you're really making it seem like helping me relax is the worst thing ever. But soon, Lucas started to realize something was off. Before he knew it, a familiar sensation, like a jolt of electricity, ran through his body. It was just like the experiences from the immersive mode. The only difference was, this office didn't have a privacy screen. Why is Shenhe doing this? Lucas wanted to stop, but his body stayed glued to the chair, unable to resist his base instincts. Half an hour later, the bathroom door creaked open as Shenhe stepped out, her face slightly flushed. She wiped the corners of her mouth and said, that should do it, right? Shenhe, I think. Lucas's expression was complicated. We need to have a talk. What's wrong? Shenhe frowned. You didn't like it. In the dream, you clearly liked it. It's not that I didn't like it. No. This isn't about liking or not liking. Lucas quickly shook his head. Why did you do that? If Lucas remembered correctly, the real Shenhe had trained under Cloud Retainer from a young age and wouldn't have had the opportunity to experience anything like that. It was just, exactly like the Shenhe in the simulator. Impossible. Everything in the simulator was fake. And if this Shenhe had any connection to the one from the simulator, she should hate him, not do something like that. Lucas's question left Shenhe at a loss for words. She couldn't exactly say she learned it in a dream, right? Ah, right, her master had once told her that if she encountered problems after coming down the mountain, she should try to solve them herself. But if the issue was too difficult, she could simply mention her master's name. And right now, this was certainly an awkward predicament. My master taught me. Shenhe averted her eyes slightly, telling a lie. What? Your master really teaches that kind of thing? Really? Lucas asked, still skeptical. She said that if I ever met a man I liked, I could use this method to please him. Shenhe lowered her head, staring at her toes, which, of course, she couldn't see, as her face turned red. Your behavior earlier. I thought you were hinting at me. So, it was my fault? Lucas wore an expression that was both amused and exasperated. Admittedly, given what had just happened, it was understandable that Shenhe might have misunderstood, But this misunderstanding was way too big. And besides, Shenhe continued, lifting her gaze to meet his eyes, you didn't exactly stop me, did you? I wanted to stop, but you were just too good. Ahem, anyway, your master got one thing right, something like that should only be done with someone you care about. Lucas awkwardly shifted the topic. So, in the future, you shouldn't do that with anyone else, understand? I fully understand now. Shenhe nodded thoughtfully, though still somewhat confused. What you're saying is, you want to have me all to yourself. You clearly don't understand at all. Lucas face-palmed. What kind of strange education did Cloud Retainer give you? This wasn't going well. Given Shenhe's beauty and innocent personality, if some bad person took advantage of her, she'd definitely suffer. I have to protect her. Maybe it was because Lucas wanted to prove to himself that he hadn't been corrupted by evil thoughts, or perhaps he just felt guilty toward the Shenhe in the simulator. Either way, he found himself determined to protect this woman. Wait a minute. Lucas quickly opened the system interface and used his accumulated virtue points to exchange for 2 transmission stones. Yes, the very same ones from the simulator, which could be used like a communicator. Although their function was simple, essentially acting like a walkie-talkie, they could only support communication between 2 specific individuals. When Shenhe saw the familiar stones in Lucas's hands, her eyes widened again. In the simulator, Lucas had used these very stones to summon her at his whim. Could it be, he's going to do the same thing again? This is called a transmission stone, Lucas explained. Using it, you can contact me anytime. This may not be anything special for an adeptus, so you should know how to use it, right? Know how to use it? Oh, I know very well. Shenhe nodded shyly. Great, Lucas handed her one of the stones and said earnestly, if you ever run into trouble, use this to let me know right away. While I may not be as powerful as Cloud Retainer, I can still get there quickly to help you. You've earned 1000 virtue points. Help me with my problems? I bet you just want me to solve your problems. And quickly, hey? You really can't wait, can you? Chapter 36, Villain Simulator. Hypocrite. You're such a hypocrite. Though Shenhe inwardly criticized Lucas, the cold transmission stone in her hand seemed to radiate a warmth that reassured her. You. Shenhe's expression was complex as she asked, why are you being so kind to me? Could this be part of your trap? A way to lure me into your gentle snare, step by step? Though it may sound a bit embarrassing, Lucas patted his chest and said, I want to be an ally of justice. An ally of justice? Hearing those words, Shenhe was momentarily stunned. Then, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, you're such an idiot. Yeah, maybe I am a bit of an idiot, Lucas scratched his cheek, slightly embarrassed. But I have to say, you really are prettier when you smile. What, do I look ugly when I'm not smiling? Shenhe immediately stopped smiling. No, that's not what I meant. Lucas quickly waved his hands. In any case, if you ever run into any trouble, just contact me right away. And remember, never do what you did earlier with anyone else. Got it? Only with you, then? Shenhe nodded lightly. It's getting late, I should head out. Lucas gathered his belongings, seemingly unaware that Shenhe had already seen the photo of him and Ganyu. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. As she watched Lucas leave, Shenhe felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. The evil Lucas, the kind Lucas. Which one is real? It seems like I can't jump to any conclusions yet. I need to keep observing him, to see through his true nature. If he's truly as irredeemable as he was in the dream, then I'll be the one to end his sinful life, again. But... Shenhe subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, muttering to herself, that strange taste, it's exactly the same. Shenhe so lewd. Meanwhile, in Snezhnia, far from Lucas's departure. In the luxurious and solemn Queen's palace, a handsome youth dressed in the style of an Ajumma stood staring at the murals on the wall, his face showing a thoughtful expression as he murmured to himself. That strange dream, what on earth was that? Despite the youthful appearance, this was none other than Scaramouche, the 6th harbinger of the Fatui, a figure feared by many. Behind his seemingly innocent appearance lay a cold, ruthless heart. One moment, he could be smiling at you, and the next, a blade might already be piercing your heart. However, at this moment, Scaramouche wore a rather complex expression. Something strange had happened recently, he had dreamt. Yes, the content of the dream aside, the mere fact that he, a puppet, had dreamt at all was strange enough. What made it even more bizarre was how long and realistic that dream had felt. Unlike in the simulator, in the real world, Scaramouche didn't have a clear sense of his gender identity due to his unique existence. "Yo, little pipsqueak, you're here early." A voice from behind interrupted Scaramouche's thoughts, causing him to frown slightly. Turning around, he saw a tall, cold woman with a sneering expression. "Do you always wear those inajima clothes because you think the geta make you look taller?" "So, Signora," Scaramouche retorted, pinching his nose mockingly, "do you spray yourself with perfume every day because your body odor is so bad?" "Too bad my sense of smell is too sharp, even your perfume can't mask the stench." Indeed, this platinum blonde hair woman was La Signora, the eighth harbinger of the Fatui. "You!" Signora glared at him with fury. This guy is just as detestable as he was in the dream. Yes, like Scaramouche, Signora had also been affected by the system, dreaming of the events from the simulator. However, she only dreamt about her time as La Signora, and her memories of being Rosalind were quite vague. Because of their personalities, Signora and Scaramouche had never gotten along in reality, and now, after the events of their dream, they found each other even more unbearable. But neither of them had any suspicions about the real-world doctor. And the reason was simple. "You two are still making such noise in the Queen's palace." A crisp but arrogant voice interrupted them. "How ungraceful!" A woman with short pale hair and an exaggerated outfit entered the room, hands on her hips. "You should learn from me if you want to earn the Queen's favor." The woman looked to be in her late 20s, with a fairly attractive face, but her exaggerated smile and cunning eyes made it hard for anyone to feel much warmth toward her. This was the reason neither Scaramouche nor Signora associated the doctor in reality with the one in the dream. The real-world doctor was a woman. Not only that, her personality was vastly different from the doctor they had encountered in the dream. The dream doctor was calm and composed, while the real doctor was arrogant and self-centered. More importantly, in terms of both technology and personal strength, the real doctor was completely outclassed. While this doctor was still conducting basic human experiments, the doctor in the dream had already built an army of undead. No comparison, no harm. With this in mind, both Signora and Scaramouche suddenly regarded the real doctor with a subtle hint of disdain. "What's with those looks?" The doctor frowned. "It's really unpleasant." "You'd better get used to it," Signora said coldly. "By the way, why has Her Majesty summoned just the three of us?" "How should I know?" The doctor shrugged. "But if I had to guess, it's probably to reward me for my recent research achievements. Honestly, being so favored by Her Majesty makes me feel both honored and humbled." "Doctor," a maid suddenly appeared from the inner chamber, bowing slightly. "Her Majesty summons you." "See? Only me," the doctor said smugly, casting a proud glance at the other two. "Don't be too jealous now." With that, she strode into the chamber, head held high, as if she had a tail wagging behind her. But less than 3 minutes later, angry shouts echoed from within, and the doctor, who had just been beaming with pride, returned with a face drained of color. "Tisk tisk," Scaramouche sneered. "I wonder what grand reward doctor received this time. I can't believe this." The doctor muttered, her face clouded with frustration. "Her Majesty scolded me, for no reason." Yes, after she had entered Tsaritsa's office, she was scolded for something trivial because she stepped in with her left foot first. Even though the doctor felt wronged, as a subordinate, there was no room for resistance, so she had to endure the scolding. Seeing the smug expressions on Scaramouche and Signora's faces only added to her frustration. "Don't laugh too soon. Her Majesty is in a foul mood today. You'll be getting your share of scolding soon enough." Sure enough, the maid quickly returned to summon Scaramouche and Signora. Inside the office, Tsaritsa sat on her throne. Given that her current form was that of a 12 or 13-year-old girl, she had to sit on a stack of books to raise her height. As expected, the queen, who was usually emotionless, now looked sullen, her brow furrowed. If Signora and Scaramouche were the protagonists of Lucas's villain simulator, then Tsaritsa was undoubtedly the final boss. While not all characters from the simulator reflected into their dreams, those who interacted closely with the protagonist Lucas had a higher chance of having their experiences reflected in their dreams. Thus, although Tsaritsa had also been affected by the simulator, her dreams were vague. All she could remember was being betrayed by the doctor, and being turned into an tree. As the ruler of a nation, Tsaritsa naturally couldn't deem her subordinates guilty based on a strange dream. However, that dream had still left her with a significant psychological shadow. Thus, she summoned the doctor, both to confirm if there was any connection between the dream and reality and also to find an excuse to vent her frustration. Poor doctor, who had no idea what was going on, ended up taking the blame for a crime committed by Lucas, whom she had never even met. Perhaps due to Tsaritsa's final moments of madness and brutality in the dream, both Scaramouche and Signora felt a bit nervous. Tsaritsa seemed to sense their unease and softened her expression slightly, saying, "No need to be tense. The reason I've summoned you is different from why I called the doctor. You're aware of the Gnosis collection plan I've been working on, right?" Indeed, whether in dreams or reality, Tsaritsa had never abandoned her goal. Both Signora and Scaramouche exhaled in relief and nodded. "Recently, I sent Tartaglia to Liu to gather information on the Gnosis, but the progress has been too slow." Tsaritsa gestured to the large map of Tivat on the wall behind her and continued, "So I've decided to send both of you to Mondstadt next to carry out a similar mission." "What?" Signora and Scaramouche exclaimed in unison, their voices overlapping, with this narcissist/tiny runt. "That's right," Tsaritsa said sternly. "Snezhnia has already established a foothold in Mondstadt, so your operations should proceed more smoothly. This mission allows no room for failure." Upon exiting Tsaritsa's office, both Signora and Scaramouche looked even more displeased than the doctor had earlier. "This was supposed to be a task I could easily handle on my own, and now I have to drag along a deadweight." Scaramouche crossed his arms, glaring coldly. "You better not hold me back." "I'll return the same words to you," Signora retorted haughtily, "this time, I won't let you beat me to it." As Signora gracefully walked away, Scaramouche frowned, puzzled. Strange, why did she say beat me to it again? In Liu Harbor, inside Keqing's office, Lucas was recounting everything that had happened, how he delivered the letter to Yuehei Pavilion, helped Shenhe out of trouble, and assisted her in finding a place to stay. Of course, he conveniently left out certain small details. "I didn't expect you to encounter so many things while running such a small errand," Keqing said thoughtfully, rubbing her chin. "Still, for the disciple of Cloud Retainer to descend from the mountains and come to Liu, it seems I should pay her a visit when I have the time. More importantly, the issue of public order is significant," Lucas commented. "Those thugs might not commit any major crimes, but they're causing quite a bit of trouble for the people." "You make a good point," Keqing nodded with a smile. "You're efficient, and you seem to have some good ideas. It seems hiring you was the right decision." "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Keqing." Lucas chuckled. "I'll keep doing my best." "Wait, why am I praising him?" Keqing's mind churned. She wasn't entirely sure whether Lucas's nature was good or evil yet. Clearly, more tests were needed. With this in mind, Keqing's expression became serious. "In that case, I have another task that needs doing. You'll have to take a trip to Mondstadt. Travel expenses are covered, and there's a reward afterward. Are you interested?" Mondstadt? Though Lucas had never been to Mondstadt in reality, he had lived there for a time in the simulator. Given that life in Liu Harbor had been a bit dull lately, a little trip sounded appealing. "Of course, I'm willing," Lucas nodded. "What's the task?" "You've probably heard about it. Mondstadt has been dealing with attacks from the Storm Terror Dragon for centuries. In recent years, the attacks have become more frequent, causing significant damage." Keqing took out a wooden box and placed it on her desk. "To help defend against Storm Terror, Jean, the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, ordered a batch of weapons from Liu, crafted by our Keqing Manor. Your job is to escort the shipment to Mondstadt tomorrow and ensure it arrives safely." It sounded more like a paid vacation than a job. Keqing opened the box, revealing a finely crafted sword inside. "This sword is called Lion's Roar, one of the finest in this batch," Keqing handed it to Lucas. "I noticed you don't have a weapon of your own, so consider this a gift." Lucas drew the sword from its sheath. The blade was simple yet elegant, with a dragon head design on the hilt. As he unsheathed it, the sword emitted a clear, melodious hum that lingered in the air. A fine sword. Even Lucas, who wasn't well versed in weaponry, couldn't help but praise it. Lion's Roar. Grade, B. Effect, increases damage dealt by pyro and electro elements by 20%. The weapon's effects were somewhat different from what he had encountered in the game. However, since only vision holders could use elemental damage, this B-tier weapon, for Lucas, was merely a sharp sword. Despite that, Lucas was looking forward to his trip to Mondstadt, unaware of what awaited him there. Chapter 37, Villain Simulator. Late night. After going through such a long and exhausting journey in the simulator, Lucas felt quite relieved. While the extended scenarios in the simulator provided richer rewards, it was undeniably draining. It seemed he should mix things up with shorter and more concise simulations occasionally, just for a change of pace. Simulator cooldown has refreshed and can be started at any time. I'm not doing it today, I need a break, Lucas sighed contentedly, lying on his bed. You keep pushing me like this, be careful, or you might end up hanging from a lamppost. But before his eyes were even closed for a minute, he shot up in bed, his brow furrowed. Damn, I forgot something. What if Shenhe runs into trouble while I'm in Mondstadt? In Liu, he could rush to her aid, but being far away in Mondstadt wouldn't allow him to get there quickly enough. Complete one more simulation to unlock the achievement reward, Pocket Waypoint. This item allows you to place an anchor point at a designated location for instant teleportation. No way. I just happen to need something like this, and the system conveniently offers it as a reward. Lucas raised an eyebrow. You're not doing this on purpose, are you? This is called a flexible reward. If citizenship can be flexible, why can't rewards be? I knew it. Despite knowing it was a trap, Lucas couldn't resist. Fine, as long as I can finish the simulation. No big deal, let's go for a quick one this time. That's what she said. Acknowledged. Life simulator is starting. Please select 3 abilities from the following list. After the simulation ends, one will be randomly retained as a permanent talent. Chicken, you are beautiful. Blue, you are naturally gifted in singing, dancing, rap, and playing basketball. I've got stronger. Blue, you have an immense talent for combat, but you'll be bald forever. If you hide your baldness, your combat power will be greatly reduced. Born with a silver spoon. Green, you will be born into a wealthy family. Monster Hunter. Green, you deal 10% more damage to non-human monsters. Wolf's Jaw. Green, you are born with an ugly, wolf-like face, but possess a powerful bite force. Puppet Master. Blue, you possess a lifelike puppet and can transfer your soul into it, temporarily acting as the puppet. Idol Master. Green, you are a natural manager, skilled in grooming idols. Rain Man. White, it is highly likely to rain whenever you go out. Wizard's Honor. Green, if you remain virgin until the age of 30, you will receive a vision, attribute of your choice. World's Largest. White, you are born the size of a toothpick. Once again, a selection of odd talents. The most advantageous seemed to be I've got stronger, but the cost of perpetual baldness was way too steep. He didn't have the guts to embrace being bald like Saitama from One Punch Man. Wizard's Honor also looked good, but Lucas doubted he could keep his purity intact within the simulator. After such an overwhelming simulation last time, he wanted something more laid back this round. I'll choose Chicken, you are beautiful, Puppet Master, and Idol Master, Lucas mused. Maybe I can just be a regular idol manager this time. No fighting, no killing, just working with cute girls sounded like a nice change of pace. The life simulation begins. Age 0, you were born into a middle-class family in Mondstadt. Your mother is a dancer, and your father is a pianist. A pretty nice start. It was like the origin story of a shoujo manga protagonist. Even Eden Academy's headmaster would say, how elegant. Age 1, even before learning to speak, you could hum along to your father's piano melodies. Age 2, Mondstadt suffered an attack from the Storm Terror Dragon. Fortunately, your family remained unharmed. Age 3, your father began teaching you the basics of music and discovered your remarkable talent, Chicken, you are beautiful, activated. Age 4, the birds in the trees were drawn to your voice during your morning vocal practice. Age 5, your father developed a rare hand condition, causing stiffness in his fingers. You were young, but even you could hear the small mistakes in his music. Age 6, while in Mondstadt Square, you heard a traveling bard performing. Without thinking, you joined in and sang along, attracting a large crowd. Perhaps because you helped him earn more tips, the young bard gifted you an apple. After eating it, you felt much lighter. Achievement unlocked, Enmo Archon's gift. Talent gained, Blessing of the Enmo God. Effect, agility increased by 20%. What a nice surprise. It was indeed you, Lord Barbatos. Considering Barbados's love for music, it wasn't strange to cross paths like this. After all, Mondstadt and music were practically synonymous. Of course, if Barbados knew that this boy with a lovely singing voice had, in another timeline, destroyed his country, who knows what he would think. Age 7, the second daughter of the Gunhilder family was born. Your father was invited to perform at the celebration, but during the performance, his condition flared up, leading to a mistake. One of the nobles from the Gunhilder family mocked him for it. Deeply hurt, your father left in silence, refusing to accept any payment. Age 8, after that event, your father didn't touch the piano for an entire year and became increasingly depressed. To lift his spirits, you practiced music even harder, but nothing could make him smile. Age 9, one morning, your father dressed formally and sat at the piano with great ceremony. You eagerly awaited the return of his music, but all you heard were discordant notes. His stiff fingers and broken spirit meant he could never again play the beautiful music he once had. Age 10, your father passed away. When you went to wake him up in the morning, you found his feet hanging in the air. You realized that his fingers had frozen before his body. Many people came to mourn at the funeral, including members of the Gunhilder family, those same adorable sisters you'd seen before. Despite your young age, you harbored resentment against them, believing that the mockery from 3 years ago had caused your father's death. Reading through the unfolding story, Lucas started feeling a growing sense of unease. It seemed like this time, the Gunhilder sisters, likely Jean or Barbara, would be the targets of his ill will. However, he wasn't sure which one just yet. Age 11, fortunately, your family was well off. Your mother was a strong woman and soon recovered, determined to help you achieve greatness. Age 12, with your angelic voice, you joined the choir at the Church of Favonius, where your singing quickly captivated everyone. A young, blonde girl with twin pigtails began to idolize you, Barbara Gunhilder, the younger of the two sisters you had seen before. Barbara, no longer part of the Gunhilder family, now went by a different name, Barbara Pegg. Her father was Simon Pegg, the Cardinal of Dawn and a key figure in the Church of Favonius. Barbara sang a song for you and asked for your feedback. Your evaluation was 1. Wow! Your singing is incredible, like the voice of an angel. 2. It's a bit rough, but I think you have great potential. 3. If that can be called singing, then a butcher slaughtering pigs must sound heavenly. Finally, a long-awaited gal game style choice appeared. Without a doubt, based on how the system works, choosing a kind response would probably lead to nothing good. Since he didn't select the try again talent this time, it was better not to take any risks. I choose the third option. Sorry, Barbara. You coldly glanced at little Barbara and mocked, if that can be called singing, then a butcher slaughtering pigs must sound like heavenly music. Your response instantly filled Barbara's once hopeful eyes with tears. Watching her cover her face and cry, a strange sense of revenge satisfaction welled up inside you. Just then, a blonde girl suddenly punched you to the ground. Despite being 3 or 4 years younger than you, she easily overpowered you. That's right, it was Barbara's sister, Jean Gunhilder. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with fury. If you bully anyone from the Gunhilder family again, you're dead. Wait a minute. Lucas suddenly realized Barbara's surname was still Gunhilder. According to the game's storyline, Barbara's father should have parted ways with her mother, severing ties with the Gunhilder family. Could it be that the plot had changed? In this world, Barbara's parents never divorced, and because her father married into the family, she retained the family name? Age 13, thanks to your connections and outstanding talent, you were sent to Fontaine's top art academy to study music. Before leaving Mondstadt, you performed in the choir one last time, but Barbara did not appear. Since the day you mocked her, she never attended choir again. After the performance, Jean approached you once more. She had grown even more beautiful in the past year, but the hatred in her eyes toward you had not changed. She told you that Barbara had been deeply depressed ever since your harsh words, to the point where she no longer dared to sing. She demanded that you apologize to Barbara. Your response was 1. I'm very sorry. I'll go back and apologize sincerely. 2. I was just being honest. 3. My father was mocked the same way by your family. The third option. Upon hearing your response, Jean suddenly remembered who you were, and her face showed a complex expression. She didn't press you to apologize further and left in silence. You knew that your revenge on the Gunhilder family was far from over. Age 14, you officially enrolled in Fontaine's Art Academy. Thanks to your angelic voice and extraordinary talent, you quickly became a rising star. Age 15, you formed a band with some classmates, and it caused quite a sensation. Age 16, a song you wrote and composed topped the music charts. Age 17, in just 2 years, you created numerous popular songs, gaining fans not only in Fontaine but across all 7 nations. Age 18, at the peak of your fame, you unexpectedly retired from performing and moved behind the scenes. Many were disappointed and confused by your decision, but only you knew that this was all part of your plan. Age 19, after graduating, you founded an idol agency dedicated to discovering and managing idols. Age 20, drawing on your past experience, connections, and personal talent, your agency quickly produced a successful idol group, Talent, Idol Master activated. So, he actually became an idol producer? Lucas smiled wryly. After all, the concept of idols didn't really exist in Teyvat. In the game, Barbara only knew about idols because Klee's mother, Alice, brought an idol magazine from another world. So, packaging a group of girls into popular idols using effective marketing strategies naturally yielded quick success. Age 21, you began to expand your business, and your agency soon established itself in Fontaine. Age 22, you directed your first film, The Stain Stage Costume, which received high praise. Although some critics saw it as a mediocre work riding on the popularity of idol actors, it still performed well at the box office. Age 23, you heard troubling news about Mondstadt. The dragon disaster had escalated, and Mondstadt was struggling to survive. The Knights of Favonius and the Gunhilder family had to send many troops to fight. After a brutal battle, they finally defeated Dvalin. However, the battle took a heavy toll on both the Knights of Favonius and the Gunhilder family. Acting Grand Master Jean Gunhilder was gravely injured and bedridden. Upon hearing this news, you believed the time was ripe. After settling your affairs in Fontaine, you decided to head to Mondstadt and open a branch of your agency there. Age 24, although you occasionally visited Mondstadt over the years to take care of family matters, this time, when you returned, the city had changed drastically. Ruined buildings lined the streets, and the faces of the people no longer bore smiles. The city, once a symbol of freedom, now seemed cold and gloomy. Yet you felt no sadness, as your memories of this city were not fond ones. You went to visit the Gunhilder family. Given your status and reputation, this was easy. Once a grand and luxurious estate, their home now stood desolate. The family, once strong, had sacrificed many of its young members in the fight against the Storm Terror Dragon. The Gunhilder family was now a shell of its former self. You learned that even maintaining Jean's expensive medical treatments was a heavy burden on them. You entered Jean's sick room. After not seeing her for over a decade, she had grown into a beautiful woman. Sadly, due to her injuries, she remained unconscious, like a dandelion scattered in the wind. Her sister, Barbara, had been tirelessly caring for her. Barbara, now as beautiful as her sister, had a face filled with worry. To your surprise, Barbara immediately recognized you. Her eyes filled with suspicion, yet when you handed her a check, she hesitated before accepting it. At that moment, you spoke. "One, how pitiful. The once proud Gunhilder family has been reduced to nothing more than beggars. 2, I can turn you into a popular idol. You don't want to see your sister wither away like this, do you? 3, I'll pay you 1,000,000 more for your most precious thing. Hand it over to me right here, in front of your sister." Looking at these 3 options, Lucas once again fell deep into thought. The first one was the simplest form of revenge, but it felt a bit too plain. As for the third one. Chapter 38, Villain Simulator. It's not impossible, Lucas thought. Even though it costs 10 million mora, the money I'm spending here is what I've earned in the simulator, and I'll get to enjoy it myself using the immersive mode. This is a win-win situation. However, would this truly count as revenge? To be honest, this would only be humiliating Barbara by throwing money at her. The perfect revenge should involve leading her step by step into an inescapable abyss, making her completely fall into ruin and become a mere tool for his amusement. "You're getting quite skilled at this, aren't you?" the system commented sarcastically. "This is just a simulation," Lucas, now used to playing the villain in the simulator, replied calmly. "I've come to realize that as long as I can separate the simulation from reality, I won't be affected by evil thoughts. It's better to go all in rather than to hesitate inside the simulator." Exactly, everything in the simulator was fake. It was merely the system's way of trying to corrupt him. You smiled and said, I can make you a popular idol. You don't want to see your sister withering away, do you? Barbara hesitated for a moment but ultimately rejected your offer. You could tell she didn't trust you, which you had expected. You handed her a business card, telling her to contact you if she changed her mind. Soon after, you organized a free idol concert in Mondstadt's main square, inviting the most popular idol group from your agency. The energy and joy from the performance brought new life to the city, which had been scarred by recent calamities. For the first time in a while, smiles returned to people's faces. Among the audience, you spotted Barbara with a telescope. Her eyes were filled with admiration and longing. You knew your plan was halfway complete. Age 25, you held several more idol concerts, this time ticketed, and they all sold out. The concept of idols soon took hold in Mondstadt. Seizing the opportunity, your agency launched an idol talent search in Mondstadt, with tens of thousands of applicants vying for a spot. The selection process had 2 stages, a preliminary round and an interview. The pass rate for the preliminary round was less than 1%, with only about 1,000 applicants making it through. You know from your years in the industry that the path to becoming a successful idol is paved with the failed dreams of countless hopefuls. Sure enough, Barbara Gunhilder's name appeared on the list of successful candidates. While you could have used your influence to guarantee her success in the final interview, you chose not to. You believed in your judgment even if this was revenge, you could still recognize that Barbara had the potential to become a top idol. Only 7% of those who made it to the interview passed to the next stage, which took place across 8 different groups. As expected, Barbara passed her interview effortlessly. In the end, only 98 applicants passed the interview. After 3 months of intensive training, only 30 remained for the final assessment and you were the final examiner. As the creator of the idol phenomenon, you were known for your strict standards and exceptional ability to create stars. Many of the hopefuls left your office in tears, and next up was Barbara. Enter immersive mode. Successfully entered immersive mode. Lucas was now fully accustomed to immersive mode, easily distinguishing between reality and the simulation. The office door softly clicked shut, and in front of him stood a blonde girl of around 18. She wore an idol costume reminiscent of a nun's attire, giving her a pure and innocent appearance. Her white thigh-high socks only added to her charm. Becoming an idol wasn't just about having beauty or talent, it was about having a quality that made fans feel connected, a certain approachable allure. Barbara possessed this naturally, without the need for training. You came after all, Lucas smiled. Why didn't you contact me directly? You know I could have saved you a lot of trouble. I didn't want to take shortcuts, Barbara replied, her expression conflicted. After all, the harsh mockery from her childhood had left her with a lingering resentment toward Lucas. That's the right choice. If you had tried to take shortcuts, I would have eliminated you without hesitation, Lucas replied, sizing her up, causing Barbara to fidget nervously. So, why do you want to become an idol? First, I need money. The family's finances are stretched thin, barely enough to keep my sister alive. We need a large sum of mora to wake her from her coma, Barbara said, taking a deep breath before continuing. Second, since Storm Terror's attack, the city has been filled with gloom. I want to bring joy to the people again with my voice. If I become an idol, I can lift their spirits. Lucas clapped slowly and smiled. Well said. It seems you've already grasped the essence of being an idol. The essence of being an idol. Barbara repeated, looking puzzled. What is it? It's deception, my dear nun, Lucas said nonchalantly. The essence of an idol is to craft a perfect lie, to create a persona that everyone will adore. But I wasn't lying. I meant what I said. Barbara protested. Those were my true feelings. It doesn't matter whether it's the truth or a lie, Lucas shook his head. What matters is achieving your goal. The idol gains fame, the fans get their joy, and I get my mora. As long as everyone wins, who cares if it's all built on lies? I can't accept that. Barbara, in her innocence, couldn't wrap her mind around such a perspective. To her, the idols on stage were radiant and pure. Is that what being an idol really means? Oh. Lucas shrugged. All right then, tell me, who's your favorite idol? Alice from Slime Marshmallow, Barbara replied hesitantly. She's so cute, playing with slimes, isn't she? Ah, her. A fantastic actress, Lucas smirked. But in reality, she hates slimes. She gets hives all over her body whenever she touches them. She complains to me about it all the time. What? Barbara gasped, shaking her head. But what about Ayase Sakura from Good Morning Cat? Her love for food can't be fake, right? Watching her eat makes me so happy. Do you really think someone can eat that much and stay in shape? Lucas sighed. She's always using a purge technique. You know that glove she always wears? It's to hide the marks on her hand from making herself vomit. Barbara's world was crumbling as she learned that everything she believed in was fake. It's all a lie, but it's a beautiful one, Lucas said with a sly smile. That's why idols are such wonderful things. Smiling as they spin these perfect dreams. Barbara, do you have what it takes to do the same? Barbara remained silent for a moment, then, with resolve in her eyes, said, President Lucas, I've made up my mind. I will become an idol. I'll prove to you that I can succeed without lying. I see your determination, Lucas replied with a grin. In that case, let's begin the final test. Sing your best song for me. Sing. Barbara hesitated, the confidence draining from her. Just as I thought, Lucas said coldly. I've been observing you during training. You work hard, but you have one major flaw: you can't sing solo. You only feel comfortable in a group, isn't that right? Blushing, Barbara nodded. Ever since you criticized me all those years ago, I've been too scared to sing alone. But I'm fine singing in a group. If you only sing in a group, you'll never be the star. You'll always be in the background, Lucas said bluntly. I'm looking for a lead idol. If you can't sing solo, I'm afraid you're out. Wait, I can do it. Barbara took a deep breath, tapping her foot to keep rhythm. She started to sing softly, When the Rain Falls on Your Sky, that's me fighting off the clouds for you. The song was one that Lucas had personally composed, Let the Wind Tell You. Despite her nerves, Barbara's natural talent shone through. Her voice was still sweet and captivating, despite the occasional note slipping. All right, Lucas said, waving his hand. You did it. Does that mean? Barbara asked excitedly, I passed. Not so fast, Lucas grinned mischievously. Now take off your top and sing it again. Barbara was stunned. What? That's too much. This is nothing, Lucas replied coolly. On stage, you'll have to face thousands of eyes. This is just to train your composure. See, could that be true? Barbara, in her naivety, almost believed him. Of course it's not true, Lucas said shamelessly. I'm just seeing if you'll do what I tell you. But Barbara didn't reject him outright. After all, becoming an idol had been her lifelong dream. And more importantly, she needed the money to heal Jean. I understand. Slowly, Barbara began to undo her collar. As her clothes fell to the floor, so too did her shattered dignity. Once more, Let the Wind Tell You filled the room. But this time, the cheerful song was tinged with an undercurrent of sadness. Lucas didn't bother hiding his enjoyment of the scene unfolding before him. His revenge plan was proceeding smoothly. But this was only the first step in Barbara's descent. His ultimate goal was to build her up into a famous idol, only to later reveal all the dirty secrets behind her rise to fame, ruining the Gunhilder family's reputation for good. Barbara may have been innocent, but Lucas had no pity for her. She was just another pawn in his game. Exited immersive mode. Re-entered text mode. Barbara passed the final exam and officially joined your new idol group, Dandelion Song. The group was composed of 4 members, including Barbara. The leader of the group was a girl from Inajima named Raiden Mai, puppet master talent activated. Raiden Mai was actually a doll you had found in your warehouse. Strangely, you discovered that you could temporarily transfer your consciousness into this doll and control it. You decided to use the doll's body to join the idol group, not only to help boost the group's popularity but also to keep a close eye on Barbara. Even though you're a man, your deep understanding of the industry and mastery of singing and dancing made you a perfect idol producer. More importantly, the doll named Raiden Mai had an astonishingly beautiful face and body, making gaining popularity almost effortless. The Dandelion Song group project still lacked 2 members. Though you had plenty of artists to choose from, this was a brand new group, so you decided to pick fresh talents. Among the candidates, a girl named Lilina caught your eye. Apart from her unpolished clumsy girl persona, she belonged to the rare cat ear tribe. Those adorable cat ears naturally boosted her popularity. Most importantly, she was very understanding. After the audition, she left you a card with the name of a hotel and her room number. That night, after preparing yourself, you went to the room Lilina had reserved. There, the two of you had a deep conversation. She didn't hold back and showed off her advantages, proving her determination to become an idol. You also experienced the incredible stamina and superhuman physicality of the Cat Ear tribe. After this discussion, you agreed to let Lilina join the group. It wasn't just because of her talent, it was also because she was the kind of girl who was easy to control. Favoritism wasn't a new concept in your industry. After all, there were countless beautiful and youthful girls, and to stand out, they had to pay a price. Of course, you never needed to hint at anything. With your handsome appearance and unique charm, many women offered themselves willingly. You didn't see anything wrong with it, your life philosophy was all about mutual benefit. Now, with 3 members confirmed for the group, you needed a musician. You walked the streets of Mondstadt at night, thinking about the final member. That's when you heard a sweet melody from the tavern Angel Share. The music was familiar. You entered the tavern and saw a handsome young boy in green, playing the lyre and singing. For some reason, he seemed familiar, almost like the wandering bard who gave you an apple when you were a child. However, you quickly dismissed the thought. That happened 20 years ago, and the bard before you didn't even look 20 yet. You quietly observed him from a corner. You noticed that he seemed to love drinking, though he looked short on money. Seeing an opportunity, you bought him a drink and struck up a conversation. Enter immersive mode. Successfully entered immersive mode. Standing before Lucas was indeed a face so beautiful it could be mistaken for a girl's. Despite knowing he was a boy, the slight blush from the wine and the mischievous smile made him undeniably charming. Let's get this straight, first, Lucas wasn't into men. Second, he was just too cute. With that voice, face, and aura, not making him an idol would be a waste. As for his gender? Did that even matter? I'm Venti, a wandering bard, Heek. The boy hiccuped, his sweet, wine-scented breath filling the air as he smiled. I know you, Lucas, the idol producer, right? It wasn't surprising that Venti recognized Lucas. After all, he was somewhat of a celebrity, often featured in newspapers and magazines. Since you know who I am, you can probably guess why I'm talking to you, Lucas said, handing him a business card. So, are you interested in becoming a girl idol? Pfft. Venti almost spat out his drink. What? But I'm not a girl. Who says only girls can be idols? Lucas's smile was full of subtle traps. With my expertise, I can make you one of the most popular idols out there. I'd rather not, Venti said awkwardly. Being a wandering bard suits me more. In reality, there's not much difference between a bard and an idol, Lucas continued to coax him. Both sing for a living. The only difference is one performs on a small stage, the other on a big one. One earns more, the other less. I think you misunderstand, Venti said, now more serious. I, Venti, am not someone who can be swayed by money. I happen to be on good terms with Master Diluc. This is a lifetime VIP card for free drinks at Angel Share. Lucas placed a black and gold membership card on the table, smiling. Too bad I don't care much for wine. You know, now that I think about it, Venti's expression suddenly turned serious, you might have a point. Being an idol isn't so bad after all. You're a smart one, Lucas said, quietly slipping the membership card into Venti's hand. I do have one small request, Venti said, his face flushed. Could I not wear a miniskirt? Without skipping a beat, Lucas calmly finished his glass of dandelion wine, smiled, and replied. Chapter 39, Villain Simulator. No. Thus, the 4 members of the group Dandelion Song were officially set, the doll with the appearance of a beautiful girl, Raiden Mai, the not-so-girl idol Venti, the seemingly clumsy but deeply calculating Lilina, and the only one with genuine idol dreams, Barbara. Of course, before debuting, Dandelion Song needed time to practice. In addition to the group, the idol auditions had produced 30 trainees, all of whom signed contracts with you. However, these girls, full of dreams, had no idea that the not-so-thin contract they signed was not just a ticket to their dreams but also a dead-end contract, tying them to you. While the world knew you as a top producer, in the industry, you had another name, the Devil Producer. The idols you trained always rose to fame, but without exception, they had gone through hellish training. Training sessions lasting more than 10 hours a day were just the basics. To maintain their figures, you also imposed strict dietary restrictions. Under this intense regimen, some trainees quickly began expressing the desire to quit, and it was then that you revealed your fangs. You informed those wanting to leave that breaking the contract would mean paying a huge penalty, which was clearly stated in the contract they had signed. Seeing the despair on their faces didn't stir any emotions in you. You had a natural eye for spotting who could become a top-tier idol. In a glance, you could see whether someone had the talent. But talent alone wasn't enough. Without effort, talent meant nothing. So, you used their dreams of becoming idols to make them sign those unfair contracts, forcing them to stay. And even if they insisted on leaving, the hefty breach of contract fees would ensure you didn't lose a dime. Whoa! Doesn't that make me a full-blown ruthless capitalist? Is the end of this simulation going to be me hanging from a street lamp? To be honest, while Lucas despised ruthless capitalists, playing this role came with a strange sense of satisfaction. Certainly, Lucas's methods in the simulator were meant to push the trainees to their limits, helping them achieve their potential. But at the end of the day, his real goal was to exploit these dream-chasing girls, turning them into his money-making tools. While some trainees did choose to pay the penalties and quit, most came from common families and couldn't afford to leave. So, they stayed, enduring the harsh training. You would occasionally join rehearsals as Raiden Mai. For you, these practice sessions were a breeze, and the doll body you controlled never got tired. As for the cross-dressing Venti, despite his laid-back attitude, no matter how intense the training got, he always seemed to handle it with ease. Well, of course. Even at his worst, Venti's still a god of wind. No wonder he breezes through it. Lilina, being from the Cat Ear tribe, used her physical flexibility to her advantage, something you were already quite familiar with. For Barbara, however, the training was grueling. Still, she pushed herself hard, often staying to practice even after the scheduled sessions ended. You knew why she was so determined. In just a month, Dandelion Song would hold its first live concert. This performance would not only decide Barbara's future as an idol but could also provide her with enough earnings to cover her sister Jean's medical bills. A few days later, Dandelion Song had their first formal rehearsal. As expected, your group stood out as the top performers among all the trainees. However, after practice, you pulled Barbara aside and said to her, "1. You performed really well. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. 2. You're working hard, and you're talented, but compared to the others, you still fall behind. If this continues, you might hold the group back. 3. You're a huge disappointment. But if you agree to become my pet, I'll still give you a chance to perform." Choosing the third option would likely push Barbara to sacrifice her pride, given that for her, saving her sister Jean was more important than her own life. But that would be too easy. Lucas's goal wasn't just to make Barbara's body fall, it was to corrupt her soul entirely. "I choose the second option." You sighed, pretending to be disappointed, and said to Barbara, "You're working hard and you're talented, but compared to the others, you're still falling behind. If this keeps up, you might end up holding the group back." Your implication was clear, you were considering kicking her out of the group. Barbara fell silent at your words, not refuting them. Instead, she chose to push herself even harder in training to bridge the gap between herself and the other members. Yet, when everyone else left, the exhausted Barbara broke down for the first time, crying alone in the practice room under the overwhelming pressure. And at that moment, Raiden Mai, whom you controlled, quietly entered the room. "Enter immersive mode." Successfully entered immersive mode. "Ah, isn't it Barbara-chan?" Lucas, in the guise of Raiden Mai, feigned concern. "What are you doing here so late?" Raiden Mai had been designed as the quintessential center idol, energetic, friendly, and brimming with charisma. Even someone like Lilina couldn't compete with her radiance. Mai. Barbara quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Sorry, I must have dragged down today's rehearsal." "Nonsense." Barbara-chan's performance was absolutely perfect. Raiden Mai gave her a comforting pat on the shoulder. "Who said otherwise? I'm mad just thinking about it." It was the president," Barbara sighed. "He wasn't wrong. Compared to the rest of you, I'm just not good enough." Indeed, to Barbara, Raiden Mai was the epitome of perfection, a shining idol whose very presence captured the stage. Even as someone sharing that stage, Barbara couldn't help but feel overshadowed by her brilliance. "President, hey? He's just like that, don't pay him any mind." Raiden Mai slyly shifted the blame away from her other self, smiling. It's already late, and it's not safe for such a cute girl like you to walk home alone. How about staying at my place tonight? But... Barbara hesitated. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Not at all. Raiden Mai pulled her into a gentle hug. We're friends, aren't we? Friends? By now, Barbara had seen the realities behind the idol world. Many of the so-called best friends she saw on stage were simply playing a role for the audience. Off stage, they had little to no real connection. But Raiden Mai, so perfect and radiant, considered her a real friend, and that deeply moved Barbara. In that case, I'd be grateful, she whispered. To make Raiden Mai feel more lifelike, Lucas had put in plenty of effort. For instance, the backstory of a wandering girl from Inajima helped smooth over any potential questions. He even rented a nice apartment, though it was more of a storage space for the doll than a real home. In the bathroom. Ah, it feels amazing to soak in a hot bath after a long day's work. Raiden Mai stretched comfortably in the bathtub. Barbara-chan, how's the water temperature? Although Raiden Mai was just a doll, its craftsmanship was so precise that it was indistinguishable from a human. There was no worry about it getting damaged by water. It's perfect, Barbara replied, still feeling a bit shy about sharing a bath with someone else. You're so outgoing, Mai. You have to overcome your weaknesses if you want to be an idol, right? Raiden Mai chuckled. I used to be super shy and uncoordinated. I couldn't sing at all, it was awful. Really? Barbara's face lit up in surprise. Then, how did you become so amazing? Well, that is my little secret, Raiden Mai said with a playful smile. But if it's for you, Barbara-chan, I suppose I could share, just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Lilin, as she's so competitive. I swear by the Enmo Archon, I won't tell anyone. Barbara promised earnestly. Of course, she had no idea that the Enmo Archon, Barbatos, was right there with her the entire time. It was the president who gave me special coaching, Raiden Mai revealed. Though his personality can be rough, when it comes to singing and dancing, he's a genius. Even the dullest block of wood can become a masterpiece in his hands. Haha, am I being too full of myself? Him. Barbara's expression darkened slightly. Could he really do something like that without expecting anything in return? It wasn't free, Raiden Mai said, shaking her head with a sly, knowing smile. I paid him back with something of equal value. Equal value? Barbara, still innocent, asked. What do you mean? Raiden Mai leaned close and whispered a few words into Barbara's ear, causing her face to turn bright red. How could he make you do something like that? Barbara stammered, flustered. To force you into that. It wasn't forced, I agreed to it, Raiden Mai corrected. The president is handsome, talented, and, well, let's just say he's good in that department, too. Honestly, I think I got the better end of the deal. Lucas's acting was spot on. Even shamelessly praising himself, he didn't break character. Barbara, meanwhile, was left speechless, the revelation clearly overwhelming her. Barbara-chan. Raiden Mai asked gently, you don't hate me for this, do you? Of course not. Barbara shook her head quickly. Mondstadt is a city of freedom, your choices are your own. An idol is like a lotus, Raiden Mai mused, gazing out the window at the pond lit by the moonlight. Even if it grows in the mud, it still shows its purest side to the world. I understand now, Barbara suddenly stood up in the bathtub, resolute. Even if I have to stand in the mud, I can still bloom as a pure flower. With that, she got out of the tub. Thank you, Mai. Watching Barbara leave, Raiden Mai smiled meaningfully. She closed her eyes and transferred her consciousness back to her other body. 20 minutes later. As the doorbell rang, a luxury villa's door slowly opened. Who is it this late? Lucas answered, raising an eyebrow at the visitor. Barbara? It's quite late for a house call. I'm not here as a guest, Barbara said nervously. I'm here to ask you to teach me how to be a proper idol. The agency's instructors are more than capable of doing that, Lucas replied, playing hard to get. I need your personal guidance, Barbara said, gathering her courage. Just like the guidance you gave Mai. That girl actually told you about that. Lucas pretended to be surprised. Well, in that case, you should also know that my personal lessons come at a hefty price. I'm ready, Barbara said, clenching her fists. Please, teach me everything. Of course, Lucas patted her head. She instinctively flinched but stood her ground. What I'll teach you won't just be knowledge, you know. Whether for her dreams or for her sister, Jean, Barbara knew, she had to make a sacrifice. I'd like to take a bath first, Barbara stammered, heart racing with regret yet knowing she had no other choice. Perfect, Lucas smirked. Let's bathe together. My bath is quite spacious. But... Barbara hesitated, taken aback by his directness. It seems you haven't fully decided, Lucas smiled. If you want to back out now, there's still time. I won't regret this. Barbara steeled herself, shaking her head firmly. But... I don't know how. Don't worry, I'll teach you, Lucas said, walking back into the room without looking back. Once you step into this room, there's no turning back. Think carefully. As Barbara watched Lucas's figure retreat, her emotions were deeply conflicted. Her memories of him stretched back a long time. The first time she saw him was at his father's funeral, where Lucas was just a young boy with a slightly gloomy look in his eyes. The second time was in the choir at the Church of Favonius. Little Barbara had immediately recognized him and, using the excuse of helping with singing, tried to get to know Lucas. But all she received in return was cruel mockery. The next time they met, it was already more than a decade later. The once lonely and withdrawn boy had transformed into a smooth and charismatic celebrity producer. He had given Barbara hope but had also shown her the darkness. Even though, from the very beginning, he had never truly forced her to do anything, everything had been Barbara's own choice. And this time was no different. Click! Barbara's pristine little shoes made a soft sound as they stepped onto the freshly waxed, mirror-like surface of the luxurious wooden floor, leaving a small imprint behind. Sorry. Barbara flinched slightly and said, I dirted your floor. Don't worry about it, Lucas turned around, gently lifting Barbara's delicate chin as he whispered, after all, tonight, it won't just be the floor that gets dirty. Standing so close to Lucas for the first time made Barbara feel a bit breathless. His deep, dark eyes, the faint scent of cologne, and the firm muscles on his arms, toned from years of dance practice, all exuded a potent sense of masculinity. It almost made Barbara believe, for a fleeting moment, that he had been waiting just for her. For an ordinary girl, this scene would likely be the height of romance. But Barbara knew in her heart that this was merely a transaction. The man who seemed so gentle and polite was, in reality, a wolf in sheep's clothing. And she was the little rabbit, willingly walking into the wolf's jaws. Lucas hadn't lied, his bathroom really was enormous. Even innocent Barbara could understand that the reason for such a large bathtub was not purely for practicality. Of course, with Lucas's wealth, such things were trivial matters. Chapter 40, Villain Simulator, ch 40. Barbara also noticed that the brand of body wash Lucas used was the same as Raiden Mai's. Of course, considering the connection between the two, this was hardly surprising. Lucas casually removed his coat, as if there was no one else present. Hey! Barbara panicked, quickly covering her eyes with her hands. However, through the gaps in her fingers, she peeked at him, unable to resist her curiosity. The sound of water splashing followed as Lucas turned on the shower. There was no water heater in Tivat, but using a pyro slime as an energy source, one could still enjoy a hot bath at any time. As the water temperature rose, so did the heat in the air. Are you ready? Lucas looked at the petite blonde girl standing before him. Next, I'll teach you your first lesson. First, you need to cast off all your cloths. The girl nodded and slowly removed all her cloths. Now, let's begin the fight, Lucas positioned himself, ready. Just follow your instincts. The pool was clear, except for the crimson that began to spread. Barbara felt different from Shenhe and La Signora. Although neither had much combat experience, the latter two had more dominant personalities and would occasionally take the initiative, sometimes even surprising Lucas with daring moves that nearly forced him to surrender. But Barbara was different. Like a helpless little animal, she had no idea what to do, remaining entirely passive and allowing Lucas to control the pace of the fight with ease. Even so, Lucas saw a strong spirit in the girl. Despite being hit at critical moments, she gritted her teeth and held on. The first battle didn't last long. Of course, this wasn't due to Lucas lacking stamina but rather him being considerate of Barbara's inexperience. Lucas wasn't one to indulge in any extreme preferences. Barbara was like an uncut jade, and it would be a shame to damage something so precious. Thanks to the industry's unwritten rules, since founding his agency, Lucas had encountered many women trying to take shortcuts. Among them, some pretended to be innocent and pure. But their poor acting often made Lucas want to laugh. Barbara was different. Her innocence and charm were genuine and unpolished. Especially after the battle ended, her expression was like a greedy little hamster who had stuffed too many seeds and nuts into its cheeks, making them puff up. If you need to throw up, go ahead, Lucas patted Barbara's back gently, you did well. With his permission, Barbara finally opened her mouth and began to vomit. Along with the filth flowing down the drain, tears streamed down her face as well. So? Barbara's face was pale as she asked, can we begin the idol training now? Of course, I always keep my promises, Lucas nodded, but I think you should rest first. I don't have time to rest, Barbara shook her head. My Venti and Lilina are all so talented. I must catch up to them. For some reason, in that moment, Lucas saw a light in Barbara, a light he had never seen in this glamorous yet corrupt industry. Then you better prepare yourself, Lucas said with a devilish smile, my special training is very rigorous. Barbara was indeed a hard-working student. Given that the other three members weren't ordinary humans, Barbara had no choice but to push herself harder to catch up. And she could see the progress. Raiden hadn't lied to her. Lucas truly was a genius. Whether it was the dance steps she always missed or the notes she couldn't quite grasp, with just a bit of guidance from him, she quickly understood. Perhaps because she was so focused on her improvement, Barbara didn't even notice time passing. By the time she was exhausted and close to collapsing, she saw the faint light of dawn through the window. President. Barbara said, weary, can you give me more guidance next time? My guidance? Lucas rubbed his chin and replied, is paid per session. Paid per session? Barbara froze for a moment, then realized what he meant. She murmured, so, every time there's guidance. If you knew how much I usually charge for private tutoring, you wouldn't be so surprised, Lucas said nonchalantly, unfazed by Barbara's reaction, you're cute, little nun, but not cute enough for me to work for free. However. However what? Barbara asked, furrowing her brow slightly. If it were your sister. A sly smirk appeared on Lucas's lips, that might change things. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed in the streets of Tivat, just as dawn broke. It was hard to believe that such a small body could produce so much force. You can treat me however you want, Barbara said angrily, biting her lip, but you are not allowed to insult my sister. To be honest, the moment she slapped him, Barbara regretted it. Though his words had been vile, her impulsive act might earn her a severe punishment. I'll let this one slide since you worked so hard tonight, Lucas said, touching his burning cheek with the back of his hand, smiling, now go, before anyone sees an idle trainee leaving the producer's villa early in the morning. If you're caught, your career will be over. Let it go? Right, I'm an idle trainee, one of his investment's property. That's why he's willing to let me off the hook. Goodbye, President, and thank you for your guidance. Barbara gave him a complicated look before adding, but you really are a complete scumbag. It was the first time in her life that Barbara had used foul language. Even though it might go against her faith in the Inmo god, Barbatos, she had to say it. You clearly don't know me well, Lucas leaned against the doorframe and scoffed, I'm much worse than you think. Watching Barbara's retreating figure, Lucas finally rubbed his sore cheek. Wasn't this simulator supposed to make things painless? That slap hurt way too much. Sorry. The system chimed in. It seems I misjudged Barbara's combat strength and didn't activate the defense measures in time. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Whistling innocently. Don't write out your thoughts. And that whistling is awful. You took that slap on purpose anyway. Indeed, Lucas had provoked Barbara intentionally, ensuring she would hate him. After all, a young girl's feelings are always unpredictable. After such an intense night, if she accidentally developed feelings for him, it would ruin his plans. This wasn't vanity on his part. Being a talented, well-off idol producer with decent looks, it wasn't hard to attract women. Switching to text mode. After your special guidance, Barbara's progress became much faster. Her training advanced at a remarkable pace. Of course, no one else knew about the secret between you and her. After all, who would have guessed that the sweet, innocent little nun had slowly begun to change? Thus, You played two roles. During the day, you were Raiden Mai, the center of Dandelion Song, Barbara's supportive teammate and sister. At night, you returned to your real self, giving her meticulous private lessons. Luckily, when your consciousness was transferred into the doll, your physical body remained in a state of rest. Otherwise, even you would have found it difficult to handle. Besides her growing skills, you also noticed another change: Barbara's personality. She became more outgoing. Sometimes, during rehearsals, even you couldn't overshadow the brilliance she exuded. As for the other two members, Venti seemed oblivious. The training was not difficult for him, and the compensation satisfied him. For Venti, being an idol was just another job. Though at first, he resisted wearing the miniskirt, after you bribed him with Dawn Winery's century-old wine, he not only accepted the miniskirt but also welcomed stockings and tank tops. His slender figure made his gender ambiguous. If it had been anyone else, they would have been exposed long ago. Lilina, on the other hand, seemed to have noticed something. She frequently hinted at resuming your deal, but you politely declined. You had never engaged with Lilina because of personal desire. She was just convenient to control. While talented, she was the only replaceable member in the group. After all, there were always plenty of talented people. A month later, the highly anticipated debut live performance of Dandelion Song took place in Mondstadt's plaza. The hard work had finally paid off, and the performance was a huge success. Songs like Let the Wind Tell You and Ever-Changing Alcohol became instant hits, sweeping across Mondstadt. At the final performance, you stood on stage as Raiden Mai, with Barbara by your side. Her performance had been incredible, almost overshadowing you as the center. The live show was a massive success, making Dandelion Song explode in popularity, even making headlines in the Steambird Gazette. The group quickly gained a large following. According to post-show fan votes and analytics, Raiden Mai held the top spot, but Barbara wasn't far behind. After all, Mondstadt was her hometown, and even if she wasn't as skilled as you, her local ties gave her a significant edge. True to your word, you awarded the 4 members a generous bonus according to their contract. Barbara immediately used her share to hire Mondstadt's best doctor to treat her sister Jean's condition. You gave the group a few days off. Having heard that Jean had begun treatment, you decided to 1. Visit as Raiden Mai. 2. Visit as Lucas. 3. Invite Barbara to your home. Let's go with the second option. For some reason, Lucas had a feeling that this choice might trigger some significant plot development. A few days later, you arrived at the Gunhilder family estate, carrying a gift, and knocked on the door. Forcefully entering immersive mode. I knew it. Lucas found himself standing before an impressive yet somewhat neglected estate entrance. It seemed as though it hadn't been cleaned for quite some time, with dust settling even on the statues by the gate. As the saying goes, to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. When the Storm Terror Dragon, Dvalin, ravaged Mondstadt, the Gunhilder family, upholding their honor, had to send their elites to fight, which led to a significant loss of manpower. Even the family's heir, Jean, had been gravely injured and fallen into a coma. In theory, Lucas no longer needed to seek revenge. If he simply waited, the Gunhilder family would inevitably decline. However, that wasn't the outcome Lucas desired. Even if the Gunhilder family fell, they could still leave behind a glorious legacy. Lucas's goal was to utterly ruin their reputation. Hello. A young boy with brown hair opened the door, looking puzzled. Sir, who are you looking for? The boy seemed no older than 16 or 17, with a few freckles on his face and a hint of youthful innocence. I'm Lucas, the president of Barbara's talent agency, Lucas said politely, inclining his head. I've heard that Barbara's sister is recovering, so I've come to pay a visit. Oh. I know who you are. The boy exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. I attended her performance, though I could only afford the cheapest ticket. Thanks to your support, Miss Barbara was able to shine so brilliantly. Please come in. I'll take you to see her, the boy said as he stepped aside. I'm a servant here. You can call me Kent. As Lucas followed Kent into the mansion, it was clear that the inside was just as desolate as the exterior, with only a few servants in sight. Noticing Lucas's curiosity, Kent gave a slightly embarrassed smile. Sorry for the state of things. Since the incident, the family's income has plummeted. We can't even afford to pay most of the staff anymore, so many had to leave. Oh. Lucas responded calmly. So, why did you stay? Me? Kent's young face flushed slightly. As long as I can serve Miss Barbara, I'm more than content. Lucas smiled slightly. It seems you're quite fond of Barbara. Well, yes, Kent stammered, before quickly shaking his head. No, someone like me, a mere servant, shouldn't have such thoughts. Miss Barbara deserves a truly great man. Don't worry, Lucas said with a reassuring but insincere tone. According to the rules, idols aren't allowed to date. Your Miss Barbara won't be falling in love with anyone. That's good, Kent said, visibly relieved. His eyes sparkled with admiration. Of course, idols shouldn't date, especially someone as perfect as Miss Barbara. The rule that idols cannot date is well established in the industry. The excuse is that relationships might distract idols from their work, but the real reason is that idols thrive on fan support. If an idol starts dating, it makes fans feel betrayed, which can lead to a massive loss of followers. Miss Barbara is in this room, Kent said, bowing slightly. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare lunch and notify you both when it's ready. As Kent walked away, Lucas allowed a barely perceptible smirk to cross his face. After knocking on the door, a familiar voice came from within. Who is it? It's me. After a brief silence, the door was quickly opened by a visibly nervous Barbara. Without giving Lucas a chance to speak, she pulled him into the room and closed the door behind him. Barbara's expression was complicated as she asked, Why are you here? Perhaps due to her previous encounter with Lucas, Barbara had become much more cautious around him. No need to be so tense, Lucas said with a smile. I'm just here as your producer, visiting one of my idols. Who let you in? Barbara asked, still a bit hesitant. That young man, Kent, Lucas replied honestly. He seems to have quite the fondness for you. Stop with those pointless jokes, Barbara shot him a glare. Someone like me doesn't deserve to be liked by anyone.
Thanks for listening.